What if heroes from every universe faced a civil war of the gods? Episode 7. Let's get started. After recovering from the terrifying experience of rocketing several blocks with an imbecile, Hinata Hyuga got a good look at Monkey D., Luffy's new opponents. Needless to say, she was incredibly concerned. The silver-haired one that looked like a skeleton was wearing the tattered robes of the Akatsuki, and was bleeding all over. The other one had two strange creatures right next to him and was not wearing similar robes, but if the Akatsuki always worked in pairs, other than the spy Zetsu, then there was no doubt in her mind that she was the silver-haired skeleton's partner. Two S-ranked criminals that had beaten a man worth over $500 million in his world and his two grandsons. Hinata had every reason to be worried. Luffy, on the other hand. Luffy noticed Hidan's appearance for the first time. "Whoa," he yelled. "Hinata, look, it's a skeleton." Hinata blinked in surprise at Luffy's demeanor. Hidan and Kakuzu both sweat dropped at this. "Huh," they said in unison. Luffy looked at Hidan happily. "Hey, did you eat a devil fruit like Brook did? Are you like a relative or something? Who the hell is Brook?" Hidan wondered. "Ooh, he likes you, Hidan," Kakuzu teased. "Oh, screw off, Kakuzu," Hidan yelled. "Anyway, what the hell happened to that pissed-off state of yours, kid?" Hidan frowned. "Did you already forget that my partner and me beat the living hell out of your friends there?" Luffy looked at Shinjao, Sai, Boo, Izuru, and Shuhei. He then glared at Hidan. Hidan grinned at the glare. "Yeah, there we go, that's what I like to see. Get as pissed off at me as you want. It's gonna make what I'm gonna do to you even better." "Hidan," Kakuzu said sharply, "no matter what, we can't kill him." "What? Why? Didn't you say earlier that you prefer taking your bounties in dead, Kakuzu?" Hidan asked. "I do," Kakuzu admitted, "but Fleet Admiral Sakazuki made a specific request of all soldiers of the coalition. He would like Straw Hat Luffy, Dragon's son, brought in alive and executed publicly to set an example." Luffy narrowed his eyes even further at the mentioning of Sakazuki. Hinata noticed this and admittedly felt worried. This Sakazuki seems to have a history of sorts with Luffy. I wonder what happened between them. "Oh, yeah," Hidan raised an eyebrow. "I'm surprised Kanton allowed a demand like that. It makes more sense to just kill the kid and be done with it." While there are certainly benefits to simply killing one of the acts of order, Kakuzu admitted, it can also be beneficial to take them alive and execute them. Demoralizing the enemy is just as effective, if not more, as simply killing them, and publicly executing a supposed hero is very demoralizing. Kakuzu explained. Lord Kanton understands this. That is why he adhered to Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's demand. "Hinata," Luffy said lowly, "can you treat Grandpa Pointy and the others?" Yes, I can. I do no healing jutsu." Luffy cracked his knuckles as he stretched his legs. "Good, you take care of that. I'm gonna go beat these two up for what they did." Hinata's eyes widened at this. "Luffy, you can't," she yelled. "They are Akatsuki members, S-ranked criminals. You can't fight them alone." Before Hinata could rant any further, she suddenly felt something pushed onto her head. It was Luffy's straw hat. "You just hold on to this hat for me," he said. "I'll be back to pick this up as soon as I'm done beating these guys up. It's very precious to me, so keep it safe." Hinata then got a good look at Luffy's smile. It was so confident. Just like Naruto, Hinata thought. Just looking at Luffy and his smile makes me want to believe that whatever he wants to do, he can do it. Hinata nodded. "All right," she said with determination. "I'll take care of the Dawn and the others. Do what you must against these two." With that, Hinata ran over to Sai, who was the nearest patient. Hidan chuckled at what Luffy had just done. "Well, I guess chivalry isn't dead after all. Pity, I was hoping it was. I wanted to put someone through the ritual, and she would have worked." Luffy glared at Hidan and got into his fighting stance. "Hidan," Kakuzu said, getting his partner's attention. Now what?" Hidan groaned. Kakuzu took out a food pill and tossed it to Hidan, who caught it. Hidan frowned at this. "Really?" he inquired in annoyance. "Don't underestimate this one, Hidan." Kakuzu frowned as he took out his own food pill and quickly ate it. Unlike Shinjao, Straw Hat is in his prime, and is therefore most definitely worth every berry his bounty is. Hidan sighed as he downed the soldier pill. I don't get why you're getting so upset. I've only used up 2/3 of chakra. 2/3 that went to waste because you could never complete those rituals of yours. Kakuzu reminded him. Need I remind you that the death possession blood jutsu requires a lot of chakra, or have you forgotten that part? Hidan sighed. Fine, I'll eat the damn thing. He said as he did just that. Also, Kakuzu added, I need you to hold him back for a few minutes. What? Why? Hidan glared at him. As Hidan and Kakuzu talked, Luffy found himself enter. All by the pills they had just consumed. I wonder if those things taste good. He wondered. Because I've already lost 2 of my hearts. I wasn't expecting to have to replenish them so quickly by Chin. Zhao and Straw Hat had to go and destroy my earth and lightning hearts. Kakuzu took out the scroll he had sealed his spares in. Are you freaking kidding me? Hidan was now getting annoyed. First you telephone. Tell me we need to fight him together at full strength, and now you want me to play bodyguard for you. If you want to get this done quicker so you can find someone who you can actually use your ritual on, then yes. Kakuzu reminded him. Besides, don't you want a crack at him solo for interrupting your ritual? Hidan frowned. You know, I totally know you're using my faith against me to get me to do your bidding, he then grinned. But you're right, I totally do. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. Then just do it already, he said, unsealing 2 hearts. Hidan smirked and readied his triple-bladed scythe. Okay, Straw Hat, he said. Prepare to feel the wrath of Jashin. This got Luffy's attention. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's Jashin? Hidan's eyes widened in shock. Kakuzu snickered as he started implanting his hearts. Hidan narrowed his eyes. Not what? Straw Hat, who? He growled. Jashin is the mighty god of slaughter and destruction. A god. Hidan was now getting impatient, which really is not saying much. Yes, a god. Luffy then surprised Hidan by smiling. Oh, that's okay, I thought it was something bad. Hidan and Hinata face faulted at this while Kakuzu started laughing at his partner's misfortune. Excuse me, I've beaten up a god before. So, this Jashin guy is no big deal. Luffy grinned widely. Hidan was now stammering in absolute shock. Did this little bastard seriously just say that Jashin was no big deal? Hidan then snapped. That's it, you're dead. Hidan yelled, rushing Luffy with reckless abandon. Forget Kanten, and forget Sakazuki, I'm going to kill you in the most painful way possible. Nobody insults Jashin in front of me. Kakuzu's eyes widened. Hidan, don't, he yelled, trying to get his partner to stop. Hidan, however, was past the point of no return. Screaming in rage, Hidan Wild L.Y. swung his scythe around like a maniac, which he was, really, as he charged Luffy. Hidan screamed with fury as he swung his scythe straight down at Luffy's head. Luffy quickly raised his arms and hardened them with armament haki, blocking them easily. Hidan then watched as the tip of the top blade on his scythe broke. The hell? Luffy grinned as he forced Hidan off balance and leapt into the air. Gum gum, he said, hardening his legs down to his feet with haki, Octo Stamp. Hidan grunted in pain as he was kicked repeatedly in the stomach by Luffy's attack, sending him stumbling backwards. Luffy grinned and stretched his arm back, hardening his fist with armament haki. Armament hardening, he began, Gum Gum Pistol. Hidan managed to recover in time and noticed the attack coming towards him. Ah crap, he snarled, raising his scythe in time to block the attack. The force of the attack still sent him skidding back several feet. Hidan then gasped when he felt the blade in the middle of his scythe shatter. Crap, the little bastard has almost made my scythe useless. Hidan complained. Hidan then noticed Luffy charging him, while pumping blood through his legs, increasing his speed. Second gear, Luffy declared. Hidan soon found himself being unable to keep up with Luffy's new speed. Ah crap, he yelled in frustration. Luffy then leapt into the air at high speed as he hardened his feet with haki once again. Gum gum, he yelled. Falcon Spear. Hidan's eyes widened as the attack speedily struck him in the chest, sending him onto his back instantly. Luffy immediately followed up with another attack. Gum Gum Eagle Bazooka. Hidan tried to get to his feet, only to be slammed into the ground again by another attack with enough power to create a small crater. Luffy then finished up his combo with a third attack. Gum Gum. It was back to haki around the feet, Falcon Axe. Luffy slammed the heel of his foot down on Hidan's chest. Hidan gasped in pain as he coughed up a ton of blood from Luffy's attack. Kakuzu, who had finished up with his preparations a while ago, simply stood in place with the two remaining monsters next to him. Luffy landed and then turned his attention to Kakuzu. Kakuzu frowned at this. "I'd keep your eyes on my idiot partner, Straw Hat," he told him. "Hidan may be an idiot, but it's going to take a lot more than that to take him out of the fight." "What, really?" Luffy seemed surprised at the thought of it. "Are you sure? I hit him with some pretty strong attacks." Hinata was thinking along similar lines. "No kidding," she thought as she finished treating Sai and then moved on to Boo. "Those attacks created that crater. No matter how strong that Akatsuki member is, there is no way that he could just shrug them off like they're nothing." Luffy and Hinata then heard Hidan groan in pain as he got to his feet. "No way," Hinata muttered. Luffy blinked in confusion, looking at Hidan. "Wait a minute," he said, "I hit you with a lot of attacks and you look just fine. What's going on? Hey, you think attacks like that are going to damage me, Straw Hat?" Hidan grinned. "No matter how much you hit me, it's not going to mean crap. I'm immortal, you can't damage me at all." Hidan then turned his attention to something else. "Hey, Kakuzu, what the hell was that for? You let me get hit by all those attacks. They may not have damaged me, but they still hurt like hell. That is what you get for losing your temper." Kakuzu told him. "I told you, the coalition needs him alive. The coalition can go to hell." Hidan retorted. "This little bastard insulted Jashin. I'm gonna kill him for it." "Hidan, need I remind you what Sakazuki's powers are?" Kakuzu inquired. "Lava, I remember," Hidan replied. "Yes, lava. Lava that can burn and melt anything it touches away, leaving nothing but ashes." "Maybe not even that." Kakuzu let the threat hang in the air. Hidan's eyes widened. "And I believe his devil fruit is Logia if I remember correctly," Kakuzu continued, "which means you have no chance at fighting back." Hidan growled in anger at this. "Fine," he said, "we'll do it your way." "Hey, skeleton," Luffy yelled at Hidan. "Are you really immortal?" Hidan smirked. "Yeah, I am," he said. "We both are, actually." Kakuzu frowned. "How many times have I told you, my technique is not immortality? We are the immortal duo of the Akatsuki, Hidan and Kakuzu." Hidan ignored him. "Well, actually it's Kakuzu and Hidan." Kakuzu interjected. "Oh, that's a load of crap." Hidan yelled. "Everyone says it with my name first. You really are immortal," Luffy cried out with stars in his eyes. "That is so cool." Luffy looked at the two. "You guys are just like zombies." He realized, putting two and two together, it's just like Thriller Bark. Hidan and Kakuzu sweat dropped. "What the hell is Thriller Bark?" Hidan wondered. "Is this boy real?" Kakuzu added. Kakuzu sighed. "Whatever the case, I'm ready now, and I'm not going to hold back against this brat." The two remaining masked monsters attached themselves to Kakuzu, giving him a more monstrous and grotesque form. "The usual strategy, Hidan," Kakuzu told him. "I'll hold back so that the attacks I throw at him will simply incapacitate him." Hidan smirked. "Right, the usual." Hinata looked at Kakuzu's new form with fear in her eyes as she finished treating Boo's immediate injuries. She had to conserve chakra so she could treat everyone and keep them alive. "The only Akatsuki member I faced was the figurehead leader, Pain." She remembered. "To think that even the subordinates have this much power. I can't believe Naruto had been targeted by men like this." Of course, Luffy had something else on his mind, and he was not afraid to speak up about it. "Awesome," Luffy cheered, looking at Kakuzu's form. Hidan growled at this. "Okay, I am seriously getting pissed at the fact that this jackass isn't taking us seriously." "Calm down. Our reports stated that Straw Hat lacks intelligence. I'll admit that I myself am surprised that he really is as stupid as they claim, but we were warned." Hinata's sweat dropped. Luffy, don't forget that those two men are trying to kill you," she pointed out. Luffy blinked. "Oh yeah, they are. You forgot." Hidan face faulted. "He's an idiot, Hidan." Kakuzu reminded him. "A bigger idiot than you. Do not forget that." "Oh, right." Hidan paused before glaring at his partner. "Hey, Hidan, the usual," Kakuzu reminded him. "Right, the usual." Hidan managed to calm down. "It's Gonna be tough with 2 of my blades broken, but I can still make the little bastard bleed. Hidan took out his retractable spear as well. I'm going to have to improvise with this. Hidan charged Luffy once again, swinging his scythe and stabbing with his spear wildly. Luffy narrowed his eyes and calmly dodged the attacks with observation haki. Armament hardening, said Luffy, Gum Gum Jet Bullet. Hi. Dan cried out in surprise as he was punched in the side of the head by a fist that moved so fast that he did not even see it coming, sending him stumbling. Armament hardening. Gum Gum Jet Stamp. Luffy followed up. Hidan grunted as he was kicked in the stomach. While he was deceptively agile, he was still the slowest member of the Akatsuki, and it was showing in this fight. Luffy brought his foot back and prepared for another attack. Bringing both of his fists back. Armament hardening. He began. Kakuzu suddenly appeared in front of him. He fired a combined blast of fire and whined down at Luffy. Hidan smirked when he saw this happening. Luffy. Hinata yelled a warning. Luffy, luckily, had sensed the attack and was already moving to dodge the attack. When the attack struck the ground and exploded, Hidan was caught in the blast. Luffy managed to escape for the most part, but was still singed in the explosion. Phew, that kind of hurt. Luffy complained. A badly burnt Hidan charged out of the flames, screaming in fury as he resumed his assault on Luffy. Whoa, your body is all torn up. Luffy noted as he dodged all of Hidan's attacks with ease. You really are a zombie. I am not a damn zombie. Hidan yelled. I'm immortal, but aren't zombies immortal too? Luffy inquired. Shut the hell up. Hidan was now starting to lose his composure again. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. Definitely rapid fire attacks. He noted, my usual combo isn't going to do much. It's too slow. The fire mask attached to Kakuzu's shoulder fired several rapid-fire shots of flames at the Straw Hat Captain. Hidan smirked as him and Luffy were suddenly enveloped by several small blasts of fire. Kakuzu smirked. Gotcha, brat. Hinata looked at the blast site in worry. Luffy. Gear third. Kakuzu's eyes widened. Luffy leapt out of the flames. Burnt and charred but still kicking. Gum Gum. Luffy stretched his arm back, coating his fist with haki. Damn it. Kakuzu yelled in frustration. Elephant gun. Luffy slammed his enormous fist into Kakuzu's enormous body. Kakuzu cried out as he was slammed into a building. Hidan leapt out of the smoke and looked at where his partner was in shock and worry. Kakuzu. He called out. Luffy. Landed and grinned at the second half of the immortal duo of the Akatsuki. Gum Gum. He twisted his arm back. Elephant rifle. Crap. Hidan yelled as he was slammed by the attack, sending him flying into the same building Kakuzu had hit, destroying it upon impact. Amazing. Hinata looked at Luffy in shock and admiration as she kept treating Shinjao. He's actually fighting 2 members of the Akatsuki and winning the fight. Luffy. Naruto. Those 2 are definitely evenly matched in strength. Hidan groaned in pain as he got to his feet. Damn it. He growled, he's making fools out of us, Kakuzu. I know, Hidan, Kakuzu admitted, but something tells me that the tide of our battle is about to change. Hidan looked at his partner in confusion. It is. What makes you say that? Kakuzu grinned. My new hearts have adapted to my body. It's time I get serious against our 400 million berry friend. Rogue Cheney vs. Erinierro Ururueri. Erinierro Ururueri was admittedly impressed. Rogue Cheney had managed to keep up with him throughout their fight, and the way he had done so was impressive. Rogue was using his Shadow Dragon Slayer magic to move at speeds that allowed him to keep up with Eriniero's Sonido. That, and Rogue's Dragon Slayer senses allowed him to effectively predict where Eriniero was going to move and where he was attacking from. He had also infused his shadows with his katana, Alolan. Him to fight evenly with Nejibana's water-based powers. Shadow Dragon Tail, Rogue yelled, covering his katana with his shadows, increasing the length of his slash. Eriniero narrowed his eyes and arced the long shadow blade with his trident. He then swung his trident and sent another wave of water at Rogue. Rogue quickly became shadows once more and dodged the attack at high speed. Shadow Dragon Roar, Rogue yelled, rematerializing. Eriniero's eyes widened as he was struck by the attack, sending him into the wall. When the attack ended, however, Eriniero was revealed to be almost completely unharmed. However, he was panting slightly, as was Rogue. You Arrow panted. Are a hard man to put down, Dragon Slayer. Thank you, Rogue said, I had to, in order to keep up with my partner. Arrow chuckled. We can't wait to have that kind of durability and power at our disposal. He said, more to himself than anyone else. But first, something else needs to be taken care of. Arrow reached into his pocket. We were hoping that we wouldn't be forced to use this. Partly because we were hoping we could take care of things ourselves after getting rid of you, and partly because they are terrible at judging between friend and foe once they're let off their leashes. But, you've forced our hand, Dragon Slayer. Arrow took out a cube. Now we have to unleash the beasts and have them turn the tide of this fight. What beasts? Rogue asked, now worried. This is called hollow bait. Arrow smirked. Surely you're familiar with hollows, Dragon Slayer. Rogue's eyes widened. Once we crush this, our hollows will use this as a signal to attack. Unfortunately, the drawback is that they are not exactly the most obedient bunch. The only reason they listen to us at all is because we have control of Hueco Mundo. And we promised them food. We're not foolish though, we know they'll eat whatever's in sight. What do you say we get a little crazy, Dragon Slayer? Don't, Rogue yelled, movin'. G as fast as he could towards Arrow by becoming shadows again. Arrow crushed the hollow bait, just as Rogue appeared in front of him and cut his hand off with his katana. Arrow briefly cried out in surprise at this, but smirked when he realized that he had still managed to destroy the hollow bait. Looks like you still weren't fast enough, Dragon Slayer. Arrow mocked. Damn, Rogue yelled in frustration. Arrow sonidoed away from the Shadow Dragon Slayer. You took away our arm though. He noted. Oh well, no loss. Rogue then watched as a deformed, tentacle-like appendage sprouted from the stump where his hand used to be. What the hell is that thing? He asked. Oh, this. Arrow looked at the grotesque appendage. This is our real Zanpakuto, Glotoneria. Rogue narrowed his eyes. This must be the ability he used to absorb that Soul Reaper's powers. Damn, I need to finish this fight quickly. He thought. The others are going to be in trouble if hollows really are on their way to this town. We don't really like to use this. Arrow admitted. Usually it's a lot more fun to just torture the hell out of our opponents. Especially when they happen to know someone we can transform into. Arrow chuckled. Like this one Soul Reaper who happened to know this lieutenant. He continued. Having this body was great enough in the fact that nobody was disgusted by our appearance anymore. Women flocked to us when we used this body. He gloated. Oh, and then Rukia showed up. He continued. One look at her dead boyfriend, and we had her, hook, line, and sinker. We even almost managed to get her to kill all of her friends for us. Unfortunately that gave us away, but just watching her struggle to cut us down in this body was so much fun. Rogue growled in anger at Arrow's words. You're a sick man, he told him. Arrow shrugged. Call me what you want, it really doesn't matter. He said. What really matters is what all of your friends are gonna call me when I'm done with you. Arrow smirked. Rogue Cheney. Rogue's eyes widened at what his opponent was insinuating. That bastard, Rogue thought. He's actually going to. Arrow grinned darkly. Now then, would you like to see our resurrection? Rogues gasped as he was cut off of his thoughts by those words. Devour, Arrow said, Glotoneria. Meanwhile, Levi Magarden, Lysana Strauss, Jet, and Droy paused their fights with their enemies as holes suddenly started opening up in the sky everywhere. What the heck are those? Lysana wondered. I don't know, but it can't be good. Levi replied. Anything involving the coalition can't be good. Levi and Lysana then watched as monstrous creatures started to pour out of the holes, flying down towards the town. What are those? Lysana cried out in fear. Be on your guard. A Soul Reaper yelled at them. Those are hollows. Is this an ambush? Levi wondered. Hollows generally have a one-track mind. The fact that they organized like this is surprising. Someone must have summoned them. Damn it. They just keep pouring out of the Gargantas. Don't panic. We need to focus on eliminating them before they turn the tide of this fight. Levi immediately got over her fear. Gajiel Wool. Show no fear in the faces of enemies like this. I won't do that either. She declared. With that, Levi led the charge against the hollows with a burst of courage that actually surprised Lizana, Jet, and Droy. Whoa, Levi's getting serious. Lizana noted. Levi, wait for us. Jet and Droy called out in unison. In another location, as hollows started to land everywhere, they were immediately confronted by the Alliance. Looks like the coalition brought some backup. Fairy Tale Wizard Max Allure noted. Men, Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki yelled. Let us display a parfum of victory and power against these beasts. Jenny Relight, Blue Pegasus Wizard looked at them with slight fear in her eyes. I don't think a sex appeal strategy is going to work on these things. She noted. Max struck first. Sand Rebellion, he yelled, sending a wave of sand at the hollows coming towards them. The hollows, however, shrugged off the sand effortlessly. Oh crap, he muttered. Ichiya charged forward. Power perfume, he yelled, sniffing a perfume and growing massive and muscular in size. Well, I can't be caught slacking off if Ichiya is going all out. Jenny got over her fear. Take over. Machina Soul. Jenny changed appearances. Battle form. Jenny charged and joined Ichiya in his battle. The two attacked the first hollow they reached together, punching the hulking beast with their fist. The hollow roared in pain as it reared back, recoiling from the attack. It quickly recovered and growled at the two. It roared as its two compatriots joined the fight. Meanwhile, Atsui grinned as he decapitating a hollow while imbuing it with fire. Damn, he whistled. These thing have quite the hot-headed personalities, huh sis? Samui frowned, imbuing her Tonto with lightning, decapitating another allow as well. For once, I have to agree with you, she said. Not only are they rather persistent, but unless we dismember them, killing them is incredibly difficult. That last statement was something several of their comrades had discovered the hard way. Samui suddenly heard a male voice scream. Her and her brother looked to see a fellow cloud ninja in the mouth of a hollow. The hollow bit down on him, causing the cloud ninja to cry out in agony as blood spurted out of his injures. Atsui cried out to his comrade. Samui managed to maintain her composure and leapt into the air. Cloud style, she yelled. Lightning beheading. Amui fired a bolt of lightning straight into the skull of the hollow, forcing him to drop Atsui, get it together. Samui sternly ordered her brother. Atsui regained his composure and nodded. He gripped his blade and charged forward. He leapt at the hollow's side as it reeled. Cloud style, he shouted. Crescent moon flame. The hollow could not react in time as its head was suddenly detached from its body. The hollow let out one last cry as it faded from existence. The two siblings immediately ran to M, who was already turning pale. Hang on man, we'll get help. Atsui told him, despite his shivering and obvious pain. Looked at Atsui with a small smile. I am bleeding almost everywhere on my body, Atsui. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Don't say that, Atsui yelled. Atsui looked at a few remaining soldiers. Where the hell is our damn field medic? He asked angrily. Dead, Atsui. One solemnly reminded him. Atsui's eyes widened, as he realized M was indeed going to die. M looked over at Samui. Hey, Samui, he said weakly. Yes, Samui, despite her rather cold and reserved personality, had a soft expression on her face. What is it, M? I've done well, right? M asked. I've done well enough in the name of the hidden cloud and the Alliance. Samui nodded. You've done more than enough, M. She said. You've gone above and beyond for Cloud and her allies, even making the ultimate sacrifice. Samui smiled lightly. And that makes you really cool. M smiled weakly. Really cool, huh? He asked. I guess I can. M lost consciousness, dying soon afterward. Atsui remained stoic, wiping a stray tear from his eye. Really cool, he repeated. Is that what you think, sis? Samui nodded. Anyone prepared to die for a cause is cool. Samui told him. It's one thing to die for your family and friends, that makes you noble and heroic. But to be willing to die for something intangible like a cause given to you by your superiors makes you cool. That shows you to be unselfish and loyal. Some may call men like that blind drones, Samui admitted. I call them cool. Atsui took one last look at M's body. Yeah, he said in agreement, that is pretty cool. With Sabo. Sabo lead the charge as he attacked the hollows coming at him and his forces. He smirked as he lit his fist on fire. Fire fist, he yelled, launching a fireball at the hollows. Several soldiers behind him cheered as 2 hollows were incinerated by the attack. Sabo grinned at this. I'm gaining better control over Ace's powers by the day, he noted happily. A hollow that managed to survive his attack and took a swipe at him with his claw. Only for the attack to go right through him, burning his hand in the process. The hollow screamed in pain as Sabo transformed into fire and moved above him. He lit his pipe on fire and slammed it onto the hollow's head. The fire exploded on impact, causing the hollow's head to be incinerated. That's our commander for you, one soldier cheered. As long as we have him and all those other strong guys on our side, we can't lose. Renji Abarai vs. Ivan Drayar. Renji looked up at the sky in worry. Damn it, hollows of all things are showing up now. Ivan smirked. It looks like Araniero activated his hollow bait. Renji then noticed one hollow heading for a spot that made his eyes widen. Oh crap, Flare, he yelled in worry, Flash stepping to the spot he had put Flare Corona down. Ivan chuckled as Renji went to help Ivan. Looks like that's my cue to retreat for now, Ivan muttered to himself. With that, Ivan vanished into Shikigami. Renji noticed this and growled in anger. Damn it, the coward ran off, he muttered in frustration. Can't think about that now, I need to save Flare, Renji thought. Renji quickly confronted the hollow that was about to devour Flare. Roar! Zabumaru! The lion-like hollow screamed as Zabumaru cut his head down the middle, causing him to fade out of existence. Renji grinned as he landed. Gotcha you bastard, he began before landing and tripping on some rubble on the building. Renj, I cried out in surprise as he stumbled forward. Damn, 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 he screamed as he fell forward. As he fell, Renji reached out to try and steady himself in some way. Unfortunately, what he ended up steadying him and breaking his fall was something he would have rather not grabbed. Renji turned as red as his hair as he found himself groping Flare's large chest on accident. So soft, he muttered, nose bleeding. Please don't wake up, Renji thought to himself, please, please, please don't wake up. Unfortunately, our red-haired Soul Reaper friend is not very lucky. Flare suddenly started stirring. While she was still in pain from the beating she had received from her former comrades, Flare's attention was on something else. She moaned lightly at the foreign feeling on her chest. She then looked up at the person near her. Pineapple, she said in surprise. Flare then noticed what he was doing and glared at him. Just what are you doing? She said darkly. No, 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 it's not what you think. Renji stammered frantically before being kicked in the jaw by Flare's leg. Renji cried out in pain as he fell back, but not before getting a good look up Flare's military skirt. Red, he thought. They're as red as her hair. Let's get something straight, you perv, Flare yelled. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no magic energy at the moment, I'd be choking you to death with my hair. I guess I'm pretty lucky, huh? Renji groaned. Flare darted her head around. Now where the hell are Ivan and those idiots, Nullpudding, Black Snake, and Obra? Oh, those guys. Renji sat up. Well, Ivan ran off. I cut the head off that guy Nullpudding. Black Snake and Obra are knocked out. You took down all of Raven Tail. Flare was shocked. That means, this perverted pineapple saved my life. Flare realized. Renji nodded, shrugging a bit. Yeah, Ivan talked a big game about him and his men, but he was the only real challenge. Can't really understand why he ran off, with that being the case. Renji got up. Whatever the case, we should probably get you somewhere safe. You're no good with all your power drained, you know. Renji moved to pick Flare up, but a glare stopped him. Oh no, Flare said sharply, you are not carrying me, Pineapple. Pineapple. A tick mark appeared on Renji's forehead. Flare attempted to get to her feet, only to fall back onto her knees. She was still feeling the injuries from earlier, and her lack of magic energy had significantly weakened her. Renji sighed and threw her over his shoulder, ignoring her protests. Quit your complaining, we both know that you can't walk, he said, annoyed at her attitude. Flare stopped struggling, knowing that her savior was right. She sighed. Fine, just find a field medic or get me to the tents. She muttered. Hurry it up, Pineapple. Another tick mark appeared on Renji's forehead at how ungrateful Flare was being. Fine, let's go, he said in defeat, not wanting to argue. Renji knew from experience that arguing with women with strong wills is a terrible idea. Rukia had taught him that from their arguments. Rogue Cheney vs. Ariniero Ururueri. Rogue Cheney admittedly wanted to vomit at the sight of Ariniero's grotesque resurrection. It was little more than a massive blob complete with tentacles and several mouths with sharp teeth. At the very top was the top half of Ariniero Ururueri's body. This is our resurrection, Glotoneria, Ariniero declared. What do you think, Dragon Slayer? Rogue had a deadpan expression on his face. I think Rufus would vomit and run from the room, he noted, remembering all the times where Rufus Lore's weak stomach had reared its ugly head. Particularly in Sabretooth's eating contests. Ariniero frowned at the fact that Rogue was still not taking this seriously. We don't think you fully understand the situation you are in, Dragon Slayer, Ariniero told him. This power grants us the ability to absorb people and take their power. We're going to take your powers for ourselves now. With that, Ariniero launched his tentacles at Rogue. Rogue narrowed his eyes and transformed into shadows, dodging Ariniero's tentacles with ease. Rogue watched as the tentacles slammed into the walls, destroying them instantly. His raw power has increased, Rogue noted. However, in a form like that, there is no doubt in my mind that he's slowed down. Normally, this would be good for me, but he's also got himself protected with Nejibana still in effect. It completely takes away my advantage in speed over him. Rogue reappeared at Ariniero's side. Shadow Dragon Roar, he yelled. Ariniero noticed Rogue's attack and blocked it with Nejibana. Damn, I was right, Rogue lamented. Ariniero quickly countered with a blast of water from Nejibana, but Rogue managed to dodge with ease. Rogue quickly swiped his hands about. Shadow Dragon Black Wings, he yelled, sending blades of shadows at Ariniero. Ariniero blocked the attacks with ease again. Damn you, what do you hope to accomplish by resisting? He demanded, ending all of his tentacles towards Rogue at once. Rogue's eyes widened as he was suddenly slammed by every tentacle, one by one. He cried out in pain. The last tentacle, after hitting him, wrapped around him. Ariniero cackled at this. Look at you, beaten to a bloody pulp. As much fun as we've had in this fight, we certainly cannot risk you recovering again like that damn Kuchiki did. We won't make the same mistake twice. We think we will just devour you now. Ariniero continued. After all, we're done waiting. We want your power, now. As Ariniero pulled Rogue towards him, a new, massive mouth opened up at the front of Glotoneria. Rogue sighed in annoyance. You talk about learning from your mistakes, and yet you consistently underestimate me and my power. Ariniero raised an eyebrow at this. I am Rogue Cheney, Shadow Dragon of Sabretooth, and partner of Guild Master Sting Eucliffe. Together we make up the Twin Dragons of Sabretooth, he declared proudly. And I don't think I can show my face to my friends. And certainly not him, if I can't even beat you. With that, Rogue exploded with a burst of magic energy. What is this? Ariniero inquired. Can't you tell, Espada? Rogue smirked. This is my full power. The power that you desire so much. Dragon Force. Rogue held out his katana as shadows started to gather once more. Why don't I give you a taste of it? Ariniero's eyes were wide with fear. Rogue's full power. It actually surpassed his. No, he muttered. No. 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 Ariniero refused to believe it. Someone with power greater than his meant that person was out of his reach. He could not absorb and take his power. Ariniero refused to believe anyone like that existed. Ariniero brought up his tentacles once more. Dragon Slayer secret technique. Rogue began as even the shadows inside of the building started to gather around his katana. Ariniero screamed with fury as he launched his tentacles at Rogue again. Black Hawk Arrow. Rogue yelled, firing the mass of shadows at Ariniero like it was an actual arrow. Ariniero's eyes were wide with fear once again as the shadows tore through his tentacles with ease. He had no time to react as he was suddenly pierced by the shadows. No way, he gasped, again. The attack continued through Ariniero's body, tearing through the wall behind him and destroying the immediate area behind the building. Rogue panted in exhaustion as the force of the attack caused half of the building to crumble around Ariniero. Black Hawk Arrow, he said, an attack so powerful, my own power isn't sufficient enough to use it, I actually have to gather up real shadows to assist in it. Rogue collapsed to one knee, his dragon force leaving him. I could easily train to overcome this handicap, he admitted, but the day I master this technique is the day I'm one step closer to the shadows overtaking me, and turning me into something I'm not, something horrible. Araniero panted as his body suddenly fell apart. Glotoneria dispersed. He hit his head on the ground, cracking his head in the process. Rogue noticed this. What the? He muttered in confusion. You fool, Araniero muttered, as his transformation into Kaiyan Shiba wore off. You shouldn't fear your power. Fear only stops people from evolving. We are able to evolve infinitely because we do not fear our power, we use it. So, that's what you really look like, huh? Rogue noted, looking at the disgusting mass that made up Araniero's body as well as the cracked tank that held two small heads. Indeed, we'd appreciate it if you did not make any comments. We grew tired of such things a long time ago, Araniero admitted. The tank suddenly shattered, the two heads poured out. Immediately, the two heads looked frightened. And no, one of them yelled, no, 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 I don't want to die again. Rogue watched as the two heads writhed in pain. It looks like they need to remain in those liquids in order to survive. Rogue noted. As one head continued to scream in pain, the other addressed Rogue. You will pay for this, Dragon Slayer. It promised angrily. We also have an ability to transmit what we see to our comrades. Once they see what you have done to us, they will avenge us. And then, the head almost looked it was smirking. Then you will regret not reaching your full potential. You will want to embrace those shadows by the time they are through with you. Unfortunately, you will not live long enough to truly feel that regret. With that, the two heads stopped struggling, signifying their death. Rogue sighed. He tried to get up but found himself unable to. I won't turn into what I was originally supposed to become. No matter what, he said. I'll die before that happens, and I'll die with no regrets at all. Rogue sighed again as he got into a more relaxing position. Damn, I'm too tired to move, he complained. And it's going to be a while before the shadows return to the where I had stolen them from for my Black Hawk arrow. So, re-energizing is out of the question too. Sorry everyone, he said, but the rest is up to you now. Monkey D. Luffy vs. Hidan and Kakuzu. Whenever I add new hearts to my body, it takes time to adjust. When that happens, my movements tend to slow down because my body is exerting itself in adapting to its new hearts. Kakuzu thought to himself, it is the only real downside of the Earth Grudge technique. With that in mind, it truly is a shame that Waterfall went and labeled this a forbidden jutsu. Honestly, calling it that on the grounds of ethical and moral violations. Since when do shinobi need ethics and morals? Kakuzu shook those thoughts from his mind. No matter, now that my body has adapted, I can finally get serious against Straw Hat. Together now, Hidan, Kakuzu ordered. Right, Hidan grinned as they charged together. Kakuzu suddenly vanished from Luffy's sight. Whoa, he's moving fast. Luffy noted. Indeed I am, now that my body has adapted. He heard Kakuzu yell above him. Luffy looked up to see the massive tendrils surrounding Kakuzu's body coming down towards him at high speeds. Oh crap, Luffy yelled in worry as he tried to dodge the tendrils with observation haki. However, the movements were far too unpredictable, and Luffy was eventually entangled in the tendrils. Now that I've got you in place, it's time to incapacitate you. Kakuzu told him. Perhaps I should remove your arms. Kakuzu suggested sadistically. You certainly would not be able to put up much of a fight without those. Besides, it's not like Fleet Admiral Sakazuki needs you in one piece for your public execution. Hell, I don't even need all of you to collect that bounty. Luffy glared at him. You can tell that bastard that he's not going to get me, he declared. Oh, Kakuzu smirked at this. The next time he sees me, Luffy vowed, is when I'm kicking his ass for what he did to Ace. Gum Gum Balloon, Luffy yelled, expanding and destroying the tendrils in the process. Kakuzu gasped at this. Should have seen that coming, old man. Hidan yelled tauntingly, moving in to strike Luffy with his one remaining blade. Luffy saw him coming and let all the air out of his body, blowing himself away like an open balloon. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at this. He's certainly a master at improvising. He noted. Get back here, Straw Hat, Kakuzu ordered, launching his tendrils at Luffy once more. Luffy had let all the air out of his body and turned his attention to the tendrils coming at him. Gum gum UFO, Luffy yelled, twisting the lower half of his body and allowing it to spin like a top, blocking the tendrils in the process. Kakuzu smirked. Luffy was still stationary. He had him right where he wanted him. Try to get up from this, Kakuzu yelled, firing another combined blast of fire and wind. Indeed, Luffy could not dodge this time and had to brace himself for impact as the attack struck him directly, creating a blast that floored him instantly. Luffy, Hinata yelled in worry again. What can I do? She wondered. The others need me to treat them, but Luffy will need my help in this fight if this keeps up. Hidan scoffed. Don't you think you're getting a bit overzealous, Kakuzu? I thought you said we needed him alive. Oh please, we both know even that attack can't kill someone like him. Kakuzu reminded him. It'll take a lot more than that to kill him. Are you admitting that you're weaker than him? Hidan teased. Of course not, I'm simply pointing out Straw Hat's famed durability. It's just as the dossiers claimed. Hidan then noticed Hinata, who was looking at the spot where Luffy was in worry, then at the Akatsuki member. What's up, bitch? You want to fight? He tried baiting her. I may not be allowed to kill Straw Hat, but I'm certainly allowed to kill you and wreck that pretty face of yours. Don't you dare threaten one of my friends in front of me. They heard a familiar voice yell at them. Hinata gasped at this. Luffy, relatively unharmed from the blast thanks to his armament haki, but still injured, glared at Hidan and Kakuzu. Hinata, Luffy said to her, keep doing what you're doing. I've got this. But, Luffy, don't worry. I won't lose to these guys, and I certainly won't let them near you and the others. Luffy gave Hinata a face-splitting grin. You're my friend. I'll protect you with everything I've got. Hinata's eyes widened at Luffy's declaration. Luffy returned to glaring at Hidan and Kakuzu. I lost my brother 2 years ago. He told them. And then, just recently, I found out that the brother I thought I had lost long before that was still alive. Luffy got back into a fighting stance. Both of those brothers serve as a reminder to me, a reminder as to why I keep fighting. Why I keep getting stronger. Because I want to be strong enough so I don't have to lose anyone important to me ever again. When my friends are threatened, I want to be a BLE to stand and protect them from anyone, whether it's you zombie guys, Akainu, or even Kanten himself. With all of my strength, I'll protect every friend I've got, no matter what. If I can do that, then I'll be worthy of becoming king of the pirates when I find One Piece. Love Aikawa vs. Caesar Clown. Caesar Clown panted in exhaustion, groaning slightly in pain. This was getting worse by the minute. The minute Love Aikawa had found the weakness to his Land of Nothing attack, he had immediately been able to turn the battle in his favor. Not only that, but it appeared that the coalition was starting to lose serious ground. If something was not done fast, they would lose Clover Town. They could not lose Clover Town, or any of the railroad areas for that matter. The railroad was far too important to lose because of its supplies. And with Harjan under siege, that could only mean the Alliance was now attempting to box the railroad areas in and take them one by one. That cannot be allowed to happen, Caesar thought, growling in anger. An idea then came to Caesar's mind. Yes, that'll work, he thought. I think it's time for a demonstration. Caesar reached into his pocket and pulled out a small remote. Love noticed this and narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Hey, Vizard, Caesar said tauntingly, I think it's time I begin the Labyrinth Initiative, wouldn't you agree? Love's eyes widened at this. The Labyrinth Initiative, Caesar smirked triumphantly. Shoo ro. He laughed. With that, Caesar Clown pressed the button, and all hell broke loose. Omake. How the party was saved in ND's pecking order. Chitsujo slumped down in defeat. The party was ruined. Everything was over. Or was it? Hidan, you will sit down, sober up, and stop swinging your scythe at your castmates. A male, booming voice yelled. You and Kakuzu may have been the stars of the 50th chapter, but I promise that you will see stars if you do not stop right now. Suddenly, Hidan stopped hiccuping and swinging his scythe like a maniac. The raw power this voice had was terrifying. That voice, Chitsujo was surprised, could it be him? The unknown voice came from a cloaked man. And protest group. He yelled out a window. Why? Oh, you will have your moment to shine in the war. That is ND's personal promise to you. Until then, have some patience, and do as he told you to. Eat, drink and be merry. The protesters all smiled as iron torches and pitchforks were replaced with wine and snacks. Well, that was convenient, Shitsujo muttered. Now I'm certain that it's him. As for Natsu and Luffy, you both will have your cool moments in the story. The cloaked one assured them. But if you two do not stop, and start acting mature like Ichigo and Naruto are, I will convince ND to have the both of you killed off temporarily during this campaign. Natsu and Luffy's eyes widened. You can't do that, we're main characters. Natsu yelled. Try me. No, we'll be good, we swear. Luffy yelled. Toby. Natsu is a good boy. Natsu added. So is Luffy. Good. The cloaked one nodded. At this point, the cloaked one pulled down his hood, revealing his face for all to see. Shitsujo immediately bowed respectfully. Mr. Ryazaki, I wasn't expecting you here, considering that Mr. ND wasn't showing up. I thought you were enjoying a private meal in your penthouse. What am I doing? Ryazaki looked offended. The better question is, what are you doing? I'll tell you what you aren't doing. You are not maintaining order at this party. Oh, of course, I'm terribly sorry, I didn't mean for things to get out of hand. Shitsujo bowed repeatedly. I will make sure things run smoothly from here on in. Good, Ryazaki nodded. I hate the fact that I must do everything myself these days. With that, Ryazaki vanished. Hey, Shitsujo, who was that? Ichigo inquired. Ever heard of the TV trope Word of God? Shitsujo asked. Yeah, while that power is normally reserved for the creator, who is ND in this case, that man is what happens when the creator decides to give someone that same power. Whoa, Shitsujo nodded. Pen name Ryazaki 007, he's basically ND's partner in crime. They're really good people once you get to know them, but they can be rather terrifying sometimes. Meanwhile, I'm glad to hear that everything's going well. I knew I could count on you, Ryu. Pen name ND 2014 smiled contentedly as he lounged in his beach chair. Behind him, Sailor Moon was massaging his shoulders. As this happened, Team Urameshi, led by Yusuke Urameshi, put the finishing touches on cleaning his home. Yusuke walked up to ND with a slight glare on his face. Okay, we've cleaned your house. You're gonna put us in the story now, right? ND raised an eyebrow at Yusuke. Actually, I think I won't. What? You said you would put us in the story if we cleaned your house. Yusuke yelled angrily. No, I said I might put you in the story if you clean my house. You son of a pecking order, ND reminded them in a sing-song voice. Yusuke stopped at this. Right, sorry sir, he said. With that, Team Urameshi quickly evacuated the place. Sailor Moon looked down on ND. You're going to put me and the girls in, right? She asked. Pecking order, sweetheart, pecking order. ND reminded her. Right, of course. My apologies, ND. Sailor Moon said, getting back on track. ND sighed contentedly. It's good to be in charge. Now, who do I have a meeting with next? Rogue Cheney was still panting in exhaustion. He could hear the chaos outside of the train station. Damn, he thought in frustration, I still can't move right now, and the shadows haven't returned yet either. Rogue sighed. Maybe I should train Black Hawk Arrow a bit more so this doesn't drain me so much. I'm not much use to my friends when I'm like this. Rogue quickly shook his head. No, I can't risk that. Espec. I ally after what Lord Shitsujo explained to me. Flashback. Before the campaign. Thank you for leaving Frosh outside for this, Rogue. This is a conversation he does not need to hear. Shitsujo told him. Of course, sir. However, you've neglected to explain to me just what this conversation is about. Rogue admitted. Shitsujo nodded. There are certain conversations that are best left in private. I've met with plenty of people today to explain a few things that concern them during the coming war. I assure you, Shitsujo continued, everything will be explained. Rogue nodded. I understand, I trust you will do just that, sir. He said, I would not have come here if I did not think you were trustworthy. Shitsujo could not resist chuckling. Very blunt, aren't you? Anyway, It's best we get started. Shitsujo gave Rogue a serious look. I'm sure you know that your future self was responsible for the dragon incident in Crocus 1 year ago. Rogue nodded. While he was admittedly still shaken that his Futu Re-self was responsible for such a thing, he had moved on for the most part. Yes, I am, he said, looking down slightly. However, if you are concerned about me going down that path, I won't turn into my future self. Shitsujo sighed and smiled sadly at Rogue. I wish it were that simple, Rogue, I really do. But there is a reason why you fell into darkness in the first place. Rogue's eyes widened. The Re was an actual reason why he treaded down that dark path. Okay, he had to know. Will you tell me why? Rogue asked softly. It's part of the reason I called you here in the first place. Shitsujo replied. The reason you fell into darkness is because you lost Frosh. Rogue's eyes widened even further. He lost Frosh. His best friend, Frosh, died. Frosh died, Rogue said breathlessly. Shitsujo nodded sadly. 1 year from the dragon incident, Frosh was supposed to be killed. His death was the catalyst for your descent into darkness. How? Rogue asked, getting hysterical now. Where was I? Why didn't I save him? It was not a question where you were, it's simply that you were unable to save him. Shitsujo told him. Who? Rogue inquired. Who did it? Who killed Frosh? Shitsujo thought over his next words carefully. The person who killed Frosh was Grey Fullbuster, who fell into darkness long before you did, during the Avatar incident. Rogue gasped at this. That makes no sense. Grey was a double agent for Avatar. If the timeline had been unchanged in any way, Grey's descent into darkness would have been true. He was the one who killed Frosh and caused your own fall. Rogue clenched his fists in anger. What do I do then? Kill Grey and save Frosh? Shitsujo shook his head. No, keep in mind that because the timeline was changed, Grey did not kill Frosh. Rogue frowned. Yeah, he found him cute. The bastard tried to take Frosh. If Frosh is no longer at risk, and as a result, I'm not either, then why tell me all of this? He asked. Shitsujo sighed sadly again. Because you are still at risk, you both are. Rogue gasped at this. How? If Grey did not kill Frosh, then why am I still at risk of becoming what I was originally supposed to be? You would not have been at risk, had the current timeline remained unchanged. Shitsujo replied. Current timeline. Now Rogue was getting confused. The original timeline was supposed to result in you turning into a dark version of yourself, one that would betray all of his friends. Shitsujo explained. The altered timeline, that is also the current timeline, however, had you remain your current self, a loyal comrade. So what went wrong? Rogue asked, knowing that something indeed went wrong. I don't think I need to tell you this, but our worlds were never meant to interact with each other. Shitsujo explained. They were meant to remain separate and go down their own paths. However, when my brother declared war and forced our worlds to interact, not only did he achieve the desired effect of throwing all of our worlds into chaos, but he also altered the timelines of each world. He altered the timelines. Rogue was shocked. Yes, Shitsujo said, by making the worlds interact, he created a brand new timeline for all of our worlds. A timeline that involves the war we are fighting right now. In this timeline, everyone is at risk of death as far as we know. Even with my godlike power, I cannot predict who will survive this conflict, if we even survive at all. Meaning that Frosh may die again. Rogue realized. And I will turn into my evil future self. Shitsujo nodded. Exactly, he said. I'm sorry, Rogue, I truly am. I'm sure this is a lot for you to take in. No, Rogue shook his head. I'm glad you told me this, Lord Shitsujo. So, he said, do you at least have a plan to combat this? Shitsujo nodded. If the catalyst is Frosh, it is clear we must separate him from the battlefield. Rogue nodded in agreement. I understand, Frosh isn't much of a fighter anyway. That is why with your permission, I would like to have Frosh taken to my palace. He will be cared for by my servants for the duration of this war. Rogue was surprised at Shitsujo's suggestion. Sir, I couldn't impose like that. There is no need to act like that, Rogue. Shitsujo said quickly. I am simply looking out for my comrades. The damage your evil future self can cause is vast. Rogue smiled lightly and nodded. Thank you, my lord. I'll go tell Frosh the news. He'll understand. Chitsujo nodded, and Rogue left the room. End flashback. I will not turn into what I was supposed to be. Rogue told himself. I won't. No matter what. I will die before I put my friends in danger like that. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes shot open, a toothy smirk made his way onto his face. Well, Araniera's dead again, huh? All of that talk about evolving infinitely and having no weaknesses really is a load of crap in the end. Huh? Espada 5 Neutra Gilga was laying down on his back in a bed. He laughed at his comrade's death. And you wonder why Lord Aizen never promoted you beyond Espada 9 after we came along. What are you talking about, Master Neutra? Neutra craned his neck to the side. What do you want, Tesla? He asked. Neutra's soul Fracken, Tesla Lindacruz, gave Neutra a curious look. I was just checking on you, sir. Also, Lady Kyoka asked me to remind you that you are out on recruitment duty today. Neutra scoffed. Recruitment duty? Geez, annoying bitch needs to saint. Op ordering me around before I show her who's really in charge here. I understand your frustration, Master, but Lord Mardgear placed Lady Kyoka in charge while he is not interested in our work. Doesn't that mean she's stronger than you are? Tesla then cried out as he was suddenly smacked by Neutra's Santa Teresa. Don't remind me, he growled, and don't you dare tell me that bitch is stronger than me. I cannot stand it when a woman stands above a man. I cannot stand it at all. My apologies, Master Neutra. Tesla said softly. Tesla looked up at his master. What were you speaking of earlier? He asked. Araniero is dead, Neutra said uncaringly. Master Araniero, dead. Tesla was surprised. Neutra nodded, chuckling. Poor bastard got himself killed by a human. He said. Weak bastard. What's more, he had the nerve to assume any of us would come to avenge him. You have no intention of doing so, Master Neutra. Tesla was surprised. Hell no, Araniero is not worth the effort in avenging. Hell, nobody is really. Neutra said dismissively. What's the point in fighting to avenge the dead? They're dead, end of story. Besides, he continued, even if I wanted to avenge him, the guy who killed him will be dead long before I get the chance to, considering where Araniero was stationed. Why do you say that, sir? Tesla asked curiously. Araniero was stationed in Clover Town, and Caesar Clown is in charge of that place. Caesar Clown, the rogue scientist. Tesla was surprised. Neutra nodded. If Caesar is in charge of that place, then whoever killed Araniero, along with everyone else in that town, will be dead. Neutra got out of bed and stretched. That psycho bastard is as crazy as Grants is sometimes, and that's saying a lot. I have no need to go avenge Araniero. There'll be nothing left to avenge by the time he's done. In Clover Town, from all across Clover Town, giant walls suddenly sprouted from the ground, trapping a great amount of the 2nd Division and even some of the coalition within the walls. Only 3 paths were left completely open by the sudden event. Levi Magarden gasped in fear and started pounding against the walls. Jet, Droy, are you two all right in there? She asked frantically. We're fine in here, Jet yelled, although there's really no way out right now. Inside the walls, Jet and Droy looked to see that there was indeed no way out. Hey, Jet, you think you can get up over those walls? Droy asked. I probably could with my speed magic. Jet admitted. You think you could plant some footholds for everyone else? Hey, Jet called out. Anyone else able to make a few footholds? The fight had briefly stopped, as the coalition soldiers were now looking around in frantic fear and confusion, so Jet had the luxury of asking this. A couple Earth-style jutsu could make us plenty of footholds. A rock shinobi yelled. A coalition soldier suddenly grabbed Jet by the shoulder. Get us out of here as well. We'll die if we don't. What are you talking about? Jet asked. Master Caesar. He's going to destroy us all. The soldier yelled. What are you talking about? Who's Caesar? Jet asked. A scientist and an expert in chemical warfare. He had us set a trap. None of us thought he'd actually trap us. We're all going to die down here. As soon as the soldier finished that sentence, several small, circular holes suddenly opened up below everyone. What the hell? Jet and Droy said in unison. Oh no, the soldier screamed in horror. Everyone started screaming as gas was sprayed all around them. Slowly, Their legs froze up as they were petrified in a strange, solid substance. Then their torsos and arms were as well. Damn it, what the hell is this? Jet wondered. Somebody help us, Droy yelled. With that, everyone inside of the walls were completely encased in the substance, leaving them horrific statues of their former selves. Outside, Levy heard her comrades screaming in fear before being silenced all at once. Guys, she yelled in worry. Jet, Droy, Levy, they're in trouble. Lizanna Strauss yelled at her, snapping her out of her state. Levy shook her head, regaining her senses. You're right, she said. Solid script. Stairway. A giant stairway appeared in front of Levy. I'm going to see how the others are doing, she yelled at Lizanna, running up the stairs. When Levy got to the top, however, she discovered in horror that a gas cloud was rising upwards. Levy's eyes widened, immediately realizing what was happening. Chemical warfare, she muttered. Levy ran down the stairs as her comrades surrounded the remaining coalition soldiers, who had been demoralized by their friends being caught in Caesar's trap as well. Levy grabbed a man dressed in an officer's uniform. What happened in there? Master Caesar had us install pipes that would spray a chemical he had created a long time ago. The officer stammered. So it was chemical warfare. Levy glared at him. What kind of chemical? He calls it the land of death. The officer replied. It Completel. Why petrifies its victims in a stone-like substance? Something like that would suffocate them. Lizanna's eyes widened. Levy's grip on the officer tightened at this. Wait, the officer stammered, they can still be saved. As long as they are broken out of the substance within half a day of petrification, you can save them. That's gonna be tough, Lizanna noted, still worried. We have to get them out of there first. And as long as that gas is down there, we can't do that. Not if we find this Caesar guy. Levy reminded her. If we can find him, we can get him to shut off this gas attack of his. Ma'am, with all due respect, there is no way you can stop Master Caesar. He's definitely too strong for any of you, the officer told them. Levy managed to compose herself. Well, we still have to try, everyone else's lives depend on it. I'm going on ahead to try and find this guy, Levy yelled, running off. Solid script. Stairway. Levy created another stairway and quickly ran up it. Hey, Levy, Lizanna yelled, running after her. The stairway disappeared before Lizanna could do just that. Aw man, Lizanna was frustrated at this. Animal soul, wings. Lizanna's arms transformed into wings, allowing her to fly up after Levy. She watched as Levy created a platform that allowed her to move from building to building. I've never seen her this determined before, Lizanna noted. Still, with Jet and Droy's lives in danger, I can kinda understand why. Kinda makes me wonder what would happen if it were Gajeel trapped in that gas. For all we know, he may be. Meanwhile, luckily, Gajeel Red Fox managed to save himself from that fate, as he had still been delivering Panther Lily to the medics. After setting Lily down in a bed, he took notice of something that seemed off to him. The sounds of battle have quieted down for the most part, Gajeel noted. Have we won already? Perliusica, the medicinal advisor of the Fairy Tale Guild, walked up to Gajeel. That is a possibility. However, I doubt it would have been that instantaneous. I don't think that's what it is. A meek voice spoke up. Gajeel and Perliusica turned to see Squad 4 Lieutenant Azane Kotetsu coming up to them. I can't sense most of our comrades' energy. The fact that it was suppressed so quickly is disturbing. You think something happened? Perliusica inquired. I can still sense fate traces, which tells me everyone's still alive, but I'm concerned at the lack of output. Azane told them. I fear something terrible may have happened. With Samui and Atsui. Lightning style. Emotion wave. Samui watched as her brother attempted to fire a bolt of Lig HTNING at the wall that had just popped up in front of them. Atsui gritted his teeth in frustration, seeing the wall not give an inch. Damn, this thing's tough. This ain't hot at all. Are you done, Atsui? Samui had her arms folded. Atsui looked at her. I wish I wasn't. Some of our men are trapped in there. I know, Samui nodded, but we need to stay cool. Losing our heads and wasting chakra on a wall. That's clearly not giving an inch is not a good way to solve a problem. Atsui sighed. Yeah, You're right, so what should we do instead? Samui thought over their next move. Our only sensible option is to see if we can track down the one who's created these walls. She stated. After that, we get him to shut down whatever's going on right now. Although, there is one thing that concerns me. Samui continued. Why is this only happening to certain areas? What do you mean? What I mean is, why didn't they just trap all of us? Samui asked. A malfunction? No. Samui shook her head. I think I know what it is. Samui frowned. And it's not cool at all. With Sabo. Sabo had been surprised when the walls had come up. He had heard the screams of everyone who had been trapped inside, and then absolute silence. Sabo wanted to check on them, but knew that he had no time to worry about them. While this may sound callous, especially because Sabo would normally never decide something like that, he had a good reason this time. A large force that outnumbered Sabo's now severely outnumbered group, charging towards him was a very good reason. We're outnumbered, a soldier yelled. Sabo narrowed his eyes. Damn it, they boxed us in with this. He growled in frustration. We'll die at this rate. Another soldier realized. Then go down fighting. An officer yelled at the frightened young man. We owe it to the civil Ians who got dragged into this to fight for their home with our lives. Sabo sighed and took a deep breath. No, you guys aren't fighting. What, Commander, we're surrendering. The officer was surprised. I didn't say that. Sabo stepped forward, twirling his pipe casually. Fall back and form up with as many soldiers as you can, then return and drive the stragglers back. Stragglers, sir. Sabo nodded. Well, even I'm bound to miss a few. In truth, another reason for sending his men away was that Sabo did not want his men getting caught in the crossfire. It was time to unleash the full power of the flame fruit on the coalition. Love Akawa vs. Caesar Clown. Love Akawa was also put off by the sudden silencing of most of Clover Town. He glared at Caesar. What the hell did you do? Love growled. The Labyrinth Initiative, of course, my dear Vizard. Caesar's grin was so smug, so taunting. It made Love want to hit him harder than before. And just what the hell is this Labyrinth Initiative you're so excited about, huh? Oh, nothing much, except for the death of most of your allied comrades. Caesar taunted. You see, by trapping them inside of walls, I then unleash my ultimate chemical weapon, the Land of Death. Your comrades are going to die now. Not if I can help it. Love declared. I just have to kick your ass and then turn the gas off, right? Sounds easy enough. Shu ro, a stat. And like that implies that you are strong enough to beat me. While this battle has certainly gone in your favor so far, I'm far from done. You may have beaten my Land of Nothing, but my gas fruit still has plenty of other tricks. Caesar then ignited a blue flame in the form of my sword. Blue sword, he yelled. Love narrowed his eyes from feeling how hot the blade was and Flash stepped away as Caesar swung the blade in a wide horizontal arc, burning everything in the arc. Damn, this did just get tougher, and the more I waste time, the greater danger everyone else is. Love thought to himself, I need to get this done quicker somehow. As if answering Love's thoughts, a new voice suddenly spoke up. Water style. Waterfall jutsu. Caesar looked to the source of the voice, only to be drenched by water. His blue sword faded out of existence due to being extinguished by the water. Sorry for dulling that blade of yours, and your powers for that matter. Storm-style Darui stood on the roof. But I'm sure you understand. Someone with your kind of power and lack of control should not be on a rampage like you are. Darui. Love was surprised. Darui grinned lazily at Love. Yo, Love, how's it hanging? Not good. This is the guy who caused that gas attack on our comrades. Love pointed out. Caesar looked himself over. Damn, he took away my devil fruit powers with that attack. I see. Darui said, you know. That was a real dull thing to do, man. Darui looked at Love. You've got a keto spell that allows you to communicate with others, right? Use it. We may need backup if this guy proves to be troublesome. Caesar's eyes were wide with fear. Most of his fighting relied on his devil fruit powers. He was in trouble. Love prepared to use Tentikura while Darui prepared to take down Caesar. However, Darui was suddenly impeded by several Shikigami flying in front of him. The hell? To think that you've allowed your devil fruit powers to be nullified, Caesar, how embarrassing. Ivan Drayar leapt in front of Caesar. Perhaps you could use my help. Caesar glared at Ivan's smug face. Fine, keep me safe until my gas fruit is back. Darui frowned at Ivan's interference. However, he did notice Ivan's injuries. Looks like someone did quite a number on this guy a while ago. He noted. That'll make things easier at least. Darui. Love began. Caesar's hanging back to dry off. Darui knew what he was going to say. Don't worry. Just keep with your keto. Love nodded. Bakudo number 73, Tentikura. Meanwhile, from all across Clover Town, the remaining members of the 2nd Division suddenly heard Love's broadcasted message. Attention 2nd Division. They heard. This is Love Aikawa, with a message concerning the current situation our comrades are in. As I'm sure you all know, many of our fellow soldiers are trapped inside these giant walls. And are being gassed. Love continued. The situation is dire, but luckily, we already have our solution. The man who has activated this gas attack, calling it the Labyrinth Initiative, is here with me and Darui right now. He also has the switch that will turn the gas off. I'm firing Keto into the sky as soon as this message is over. I want everyone who sees it to converge on that location. We stop this guy. We stop the Labyrinth Initiative. Levi McGarden heard the message, running across the roof. She stopped briefly and started looking around to see if she could spot Love's signal. Lizanna Strauss then caught up with her. I have never seen you run so fast. Lizanna panted slightly. Keep your eyes on the sky. Levi told her. We need to look for Love's signal. Back with Love. Love ended his message and aimed Keto at the sky. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. Love shot a blue fireball into the sky. That should make for a good signal. Love prepared Tengumaru for battle. If Darui is busy with that other guy, I should probably take down Caesar. Love was then suddenly surrounded by several Shikigami with the kanji for lightning on them. The same thing happened to Darui. Shikigami shock. Ivan yelled. Love and Darui were struck by lightning from the Shikigami. However, the two quickly shrugged off the attacks and leapt away from the Shikigami surrounding them. Ivan quickly summoned more Shikigami. This time, they wore the kanji for the word, fire. The Shikigami flew in front of Ivan. Shikigami flame cannon. A massive fireball was shot towards Darui and Love. Darui ved in front of Love and did some hand signs. Water style. Water wall. Darui sprayed out a massive amount of water that blocked the fireball. Ivan created more Shikigami. These ones had the kanji for blade on it. Shikigami paper cut, he yelled, sending a wave of Shikigami at Love and Darui. Love was the next to counter. Tengumaru, he yelled, sending a fireball at the Shikigami. Ivan gritted his teeth in frustration as the flames cancelled out his Shikigami. Damn, Soul Reaper, he growled. Love grinned at this. Sorry, he said mockingly. Ivan summoned several Shikigami with the kanji for water. Shikigami rain. Ivan fired several blasts of water at Love. Love and Darui both sped away from the attacks. Darui went through a few hand signs. Storm style. Laser circus. He yelled. Ivan's eyes widened. As several laser beams were shot at him. He leapt up into the air. Love then appeared above him and slammed into him with his club. Ivan cried out as he was floored immediately. Ivan quickly recovered and held his arms out, summoning more Shikigami again. These ones had the kanji for wind. Shikigami twister. Love and Darui's eyes widened as they were suddenly blown away by a great gust of wind. The two, however, managed to land on their feet. Ivan got back to his feet. He narrowed his eyes in anger at the two. I've had enough of this, he said, summoning even more Shikigami than before and gathering them together. I have allowed too many embarrassments to happen, from losing all of my men, and then being humiliated by that damn Soul Reaper lieutenant. I even allowed you idiots to last longer against me than you should have. No longer. Ivan screamed in frustration. I'm ending this now. Love and Darui both noticed that the Shikigami all had the kanji for explode. Shikigami bomb. Ivan yelled, channeling magic energy. Ivan tossed the massive ball of Shikigami at Love and Darui. The ball started to shine brightly. Love. Darui yelled, starting some hand signs. Get over here. I've got a plan. Love nodded and Flash stepped towards Darui. Combine your fire with my next attack. It should cancel out his attack. Darui told him. Got it. Love gathered fire around Tengumaru. Darui finished his hand signs. Wind style. Grand Twister 1. Haifuki no Kajiki. Love swung Tengumaru. The two attacks combined into a massive, fiery twister. Supreme Cyclone Inferno. The two yelled in unison. A giant fiery tornado flew at the shining ball. The two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion. Ivan shielded his eyes from the brightness of the explosion and the smoke. He quickly created a wall of shish. Ikigami to defend himself from whatever attacked him at this point. I still have enough for one final attack. Ivan thought to himself. I'll get them this time. I underestimated their ability to make combined attacks. Those fools have a great deal of trust for one another for people who just met. It's quite sickening actually. Ivan used one hand to keep the wall maintained while the other hand started gathering even more Shikigami. Ivan shuddered slightly, feeling the strain of this particular move. I'll destroy that disgusting bond with this final attack. Prepare to die. Something suddenly slashed right through the Shikigami. Ivan's eyes widened as the attack also cut through him as well. Darui was right behind him, holding up his cleaver blade horizontally. The blade covered in lightning chakra. Ivan looked behind his shoulder and his eyes widened. He used that chakra to cut through me as well. Ivan realized. Ivan collapsed to his knees and fell forward, losing consciousness before he hit the ground. Love soon appeared right next to Darui. Nice moves, man. Love complimented. Thanks. Darui simply replied. Darui and Love then turned their attention to Caesar Clown. You're next, Caesar. Darui told him. This is going to be pretty dull for all of us. But, we've got to take you down to stop that gas attack of yours. Much to their surprise, Caesar smirked. As much as I love the bravado, Cloud Ninja, and as angry as I am that Ivan lost in the end, I'm afraid he still managed to succeed in one thing. Love and Darui both watched as gas suddenly appeared around Caesar's body. You were too late. My gas fruit is usable again. How? Love was surprised. How did he? Darui narrowed his eyes. Ivan's wind attack and that explosion must have air-dried him pretty quick. Damn, should have seen that coming. Caesar flew towards them. Now, time to die. Love's eyes widened at Caesar coming towards him. Darui, we need to get away from him. He's got an attack that removes oxygen from the area. Darui's eyes widened as well and prepared to move away. However, it was too late. Land of nothing, Caesar yelled. Love and Darui immediately gasped, clutching at their throats as they immediately struggled to breath. Unfortunately, they were failing miserably in doing so due to the complete absence of oxygen in the immediate area. The two collapsed to their knees, suffocating quickly. Caesar cackled madly at this. Shoo ro. He laughed. You let your guard down, fools. This is the difference between you fools and a genius like me. He said with absolutely no hint of irony whatsoever. You defeated Ivan and got cocky. I, however, know what it takes to get the job done, and it certainly does not come from declaring victory early on. Solid script. Air. Two air bubbles suddenly surrounded Love and Darui. Both immediately took a deep breath, savoring the air flowing through their lungs. Caesar's overly surprised face reared its ugly head once more. Who the hell? Lightning style. Laser beam. Caesar was suddenly struck in the chest by a lightning bolt from Darui. The electrical discharge ignited the gas and caused him to explode in place, sending him sailing backwards. This attack fully cancelled his land of nothing. Love and Darui quickly got to their feet. Levi Magarden and Lizanna Strauss leapt down beside the two. Captain Aikawa, Captain Darui, are you two all right? Levi asked. Yeah, thanks to you two. Love noted. Levi deserves all the credit, she's the one with the solid script magic. Lizanna pointed out. It's a good thing Captain Aikawa had the foresight to launch a signal into the sky. Darui nodded in agreement. That was some quick thinking on your part, Levi. He complimented. You really saved our asses. Levi blushed slightly. It was nothing really. Love narrowed his eyes as Caesar recovered. Well, we don't have time to celebrate anyway. It looks like the gas man is still raring to go. Damn it, this guy is pretty durable, being just a scientist, how dull. Darui complained. Darui looked at Lizana. Lizana, I need you to stay back against this guy unless I hit him with water style again. What? Why? Lizana did not like hearing that. This guy's power is a Logia devil fruit. That means most attacks are just going to phase right through him. Darui explained to her, so just stay back. Levi, Love, and myself have attacks that are his natural weakness. Darui then looked at Levi. You fight with us, but stay further back, he ordered her. If he uses that land of nothing attack of his again, we're going to need you to give us air again. Understood, and I can also bombard him with fire attacks. Levi told him. Darui nodded. He then addressed Love. You ready, Love? Love nodded. You bet, he replied. Caesar narrowed his eyes at how confident his enemies look. Gas robe. He immediately struck, sending a cloud of poisonous gas at the group. Darui got in front of them all. Wind style. Great breakthrough. He quickly formed a jutsu. Caesar narrowed his eyes as the gas was immediately cancelled out by Darui's wind. I guess clouds of gas are out of the question after all. Caesar thought in frustration. Fine, I'll just have to use other tactics. Caesar took out 2 castanets. Love and Darui both raised an eyebrow at his questionable choice of weapons. Levi, long-ranged attacks. Darui told her, charging forward with Love. Right, Levi nodded. Solid script. Fire. E-ball from Levi sped past Love and Darui towards Caesar, who weaved past the fireball effortlessly. Love and Darui then moved to Caesar's respective sides. Caesar grinned and held out his castanets. He then filled the castanets with unstable gas. Gastanets, he yelled, clapping the castanets together. The castanets clapping together created explosions that enveloped both Darui and Love. He then turned his attention to Levi and Lizana. Gastil, he yelled, firing a beam of lit gas from his mouth. Dodge, Levi yelled at Lizana, as the two leapt away from the attack. Levi watched in horror as the attack melted an entire building down due to the intense heat from the attack. Whoa, good thing that did not hit us, she muttered. Darui, meanwhile, managed to recover and attacked Caesar once more. Water style. Water trumpet. Caesar, however, was prepared for Darui attempting to nullify his devil fruit powers this time and transformed into pure gas, weaving through the attack. Love came up to him from behind. Slam, he yelled, coating Tengumaru with fire once more. Caesar managed to dodge the attack by remaining in his gas form. He then appeared in front of Darui and Love and took out some matches. Flammable type, he began. Miok gas. Darui and Love could only attempt to leap away as they were enveloped by a giant blue fireball. Captain Darui, Captain Aikawa. Lizana yelled in worry. Levi narrowed her eyes. Solid script. Fire, she yelled. Caesar was struck in the back by the fireball, igniting his body. He yelled in pain at this. Levi's smirk was almost instantly wiped away as Caesar came out of the flames. Still raring to go. You've got to be kidding. Levi was shocked. How durable is this guy? Annoying brat, Caesar cursed, raising both of his arms. Spider cloud. Levi watched as poisonous gas spread out from multiple areas on Caesar's arms, like the creation of an actual spiderweb. Lizana, get behind me. Levi yelled. Solid script. Guard. An invisible wall suddenly appeared in front of Levi and Lizana, stopping the cloud dead in its tracks. Levi, how high does the wall go? Lizana asked. High enough, Levi replied. Caesar frowned at the fact that his poison gas had been stopped once again. However, he quickly regained his composure and smirked. Time for a new experiment. Darui and Love got to their feet. Yeah right, like we'd let you do something like that, said Darui. That'd be pretty dull on our parts. Shoo roro, oh but you don't understand. Caesar grinned maniacally. You are going to be part of the experiment as well. Don't you want to be a part of something grand? Following your definition of grand. No, Love deadpanned. Before anyone could react, Caesar created a large amount of gas that surrounded everyone. Darui and Love immediately held their breaths, only to find that the gas this time wasn't poisonous. The hell? Darui muttered. Caesar took out some matches and grinned. Time to burn, he said, land of fire. Caesar lit the matches and the gas exploded into flames all around him. Levi and Lizana cried out as the wall in front of them was destroyed, sending them flying into a wall. Levi looked up at the ball of fire that surrounded Caesar. Captain Darui, Captain Akawa. She cried out, Shu ro. I would say that this was a successful experiment. Caesar cackled. Levi's eyes were wide. We're doomed, she thought. We are absolutely doomed. All around this town, my labyrinth is tearing your alliance apart. Caesar arrogantly declared, this is my ultimate power. The genius that fool Vegapunk refused to appreciate. But Sakazuki and Lord Kantan did. True geniuses are never appreciated until the times call for their creations. And there is no way Vegapunk's creations were going to win the coalition this war, not like my creations. I know what it takes to get the job done. I am a true genius. A true genius who needs to be aware of his surroundings. Caesar's eyes widened as a massive fiery club wielded by a hollow mask-wearing Love Akawa was slammed onto his head, flooring him and causing him to explode as well. Captain Akawa. Lizana was shocked to see him okay. He used the power from his hollow mask to cushion the blow. Levi realized. Love stood over the chart and knocked out Caesar. He was holding a burnt Darui over his shoulders. Smarts are good to have, but that ain't the most important thing in the long run. Love pointed to his heart. What really counts is in here. He said, my manga is good for something you know. Like life lessons. Love then reached into Caesar's pocket and took out the remote he used to start the labyrinth initiative. And here's the off switch. Love flipped the switch. From all across Clover Town, the gas suddenly switched off. A loud voice suddenly sounded out. Attention, the labyrinth initiative will fully shut down in 30 minutes as the gas clears out. Atsui's eyes widened. Whoa, someone managed to shut this thing down. Samui nodded. Seems so, she said, now that's cool. With Sabo. Sabo chewed over the defeated mountain of coalition soldiers. He smiled in satisfaction. Good work, guys. By now, the rest of the division is probably forming up. That means, this battle is almost over. He said. Sabo's words held true. The second division had formed up for the most part and were now pushing right through the coalition lines. Caesar's defeat and the shutdown of the Labyrinth Initiative had almost completely demoralized the army. With the intelligence division, just got word, Kazuki Urahara grinned, that gas attack has been stopped. Yes, but what about our subordinates trapped inside the gas? Can they be saved? Mavis Vermilion inquired. Shikaku Nara looked over at Ben Beckman. Well, Beckman, any chance we can save our comrades? If this is Caesar's gas we're dealing with, then we can still save them. Beckman replied. This is probably the same gas he used back on Punk Hazard. That kind of gas simply petrifies the victims and slowly kills them. That's horrible. Mavis' eyes were wide. Caesar Clown is a sadistic bastard. Of course his inventions are going to be centered around torture. Beckman shrugged. Anyway, we've got plenty of time to get them out of that gas and break them out. Just tell Perliuzica to have a ton of beds ready. Something tells me we had a lot of people caught in that gas attack. Not just our own, but also coalition soldiers. Mavis pointed out. Make sure every soldier is saved. I agree. Shikaku nodded. They shouldn't have to die slowly and painfully just because their commanding officer is a total ass. Kazuki nodded. All right then, let's be sure to tell Perliuzica. That way she doesn't get a not-so-nice surprise when she starts curing those men. Meanwhile, in an unknown location. Lord Zirf. Lord Zirf. A cultist exclaimed frantically, running into Zerif's chambers. I've just received word that Caesar Clown has been beaten. The loss of Clover Town is imminent at this rate. The cultist's eyes then widened in surprise when he noticed something. Zirf was nowhere to be seen. Lord Zirf. There was no response. The Black Wizard was gone. Back in Clover Town, as the second division pushed through Clover, their advance was suddenly halted by a sudden surge of dark magic energy. A portal suddenly appeared in front of the advancing army. What the hell is that? A soldier wondered. I don't know, but do you feel that power? It feels so evil. Another replied. With Sabo. As Sabo moved to meet up with his troops, who had taken a different route through the city, he felt the dark energy as well. Oh, that can't be good, he said, speeding up. At the medical tents, this power. Gajiel's eyes widened. Hey, Gajiel, Gajiel turned to see Renji Abarai running towards him. What the hell kinda power is that? I know it's definitely magic energy, but something about it seems evil. Gajiel actually looked worried. It is evil, he replied, it's pure evil. I can feel its darkness, Gajiel thought to himself, just like with Tartarus. But, it far surpasses the members of the Tartarus Guild. That means, Renji, we need to get moving. Gajiel told him. Renji's eyes were wide at how urgent Gajiel was sounding. That bad? He inquired. Gajiel grimly nodded. That bad. Gajiel started running, with Renji following close behind. If I'm right, our new enemy has a connection with the Dark Guild, Tartarus. Gajiel told him. Tartarus, the guild full of demons. Yeah, Gajiel nodded, but this power level is far past even the most elite members of that guild. Well, if that's the case, who's the one behind all this power? Renji wondered. Stop being so secretive. Gajiel narrowed his eyes. Someone with just as much darkness in his heart as a demon. He replied. With Luffy. Whoa, what is that? Luffy wondered. Hinata scanned in the direction the dark energy was with her Byakugan and gasped in fear. My god, the power emitted from that area. It's unreal. Nobody should have that kind of power. Even Hidan and Kakuzu could not help but shivering. Hey, Kakuzu, is that? Yes, Hidan, it is. Kakuzu interjected, knowing who Hidan was going to mention. I don't know why he decided to show up. Kakuzu admitted, but if he's here, that means we have won. Luffy looked at Hidan and Kakuzu curiously. Who's here? He inquired. Who the hell is coming out of that portal? Kakuzu chuckled darkly. Someone you don't want to cross, Straw Hat. Someone whose power far exceeds even yours. Back at the portal, a young man with dark hair dressed in very old garb stepped out of the portal. He smiled calmly at the on-guard 2nd Division. Zirf, the Black Wizard spoke. His voice was calm, yet so full of malice. Now then, he said, I believe it is high time I end this farce and begin the one-sided slaughter I promised this world. Omake. Firing the laser. Caesar Clown grinned at Darui. Love and everyone else as he prepared for battle. You are all going to die. He promised them. The quartet all readied themselves for battle. Prepare yourselves, he said, because, Caesar opened his mouth. I'm a-firing my laser. BWAH. The quartet leapt to the side, dodging the attack. Shoo ro. Caesar cackled. Shoo ro. I truly am amazing, aren't I? You are such an idiot. Lizana and Levi yelled comically. The 2nd Division looked at their new enemy in shock as he stepped out of the portal he had created. A soldier up front looked at an officer. Captain, is that who I think it is? The officer looked at him. Is that Zirf, the Black Wizard? The officer nodded. Yes, it is him. Zirf, one of the 4 acts of chaos. Several coalition soldiers all looked at Zirf in shock. However, that shock quickly turned to relief. Lord Zirf is here, a soldier pointed out. We're saved. We'll win this battle for sure. Luck is on our side. Lord Zirf has come to help us. Zirf looked at the soldiers behind him. I am here to help you. He seemed surprised at the notion. Tell me, where did you get such an idea? The soldiers all now looked confused. That is why you are here, right, Lord Zirf? One asked. You're here to help us win this battle. Zirf frowned. It is certainly true that I am here to win this battle. He admitted. However, please understand that I have no intention of helping you. Every soldier present, Alliance and Coalition alike, all gasped in shock at Zeref's words. Sir, I don't understand. Zirf turned his full attention to the Coalition soldiers and started forming signs with his hands. Do not worry so much, my friend, you do not need to understand. Trash does not deserve to understand anything, especially when they are about to die. Everyone's eyes widened. You're going to kill us. The now dark look in Zeref's eyes told them he was serious. Please, Lord Zirf, don't kill us. You don't have to kill us. We don't want to die. Zeref's dark look remained as he sent a wave of Anksarim black magic at the soldiers. The soldiers had no time to scream as they were instantly killed by Zeref's attacks. Everyone in the Alliance gasped in shock at Zeref's actions. He actually did it. One stammered in fear. He killed his own comrades. Another added, I am building a world worthy of him. You are nothing more than trash that is unworthy of that world. Zirf told the corpses of his subordinates. Actually, now that I think of it, you are not trash. That is insulting to trash itself. Considering that you have failed to defeat this trash makes you even lower than trash. Zirf continued, and those who are lower of trash have no right to life. They'd waste it otherwise. Yes, you are truly not worthy of my new world. The Alliance officer then growled and gave an order. Get him. We're going to end this monster. The soldiers bravely charged Zirf, their weapons raised and prepared to kill the Black Wizard. Fools, all of you. Zirf said with genuine pity. You attack an enemy that is far beyond your skill level in a foolish show of bravery. Zirf prepared another wave of black magic. Now, pay for your foolishness and perish. He told them. Death predation. The allied soldiers only had time for their eyes to widen as they were struck by the wave of Zerif's black magic, killing them instantly. Zirf watched in morbid satisfaction as the bodies of the allied forces fell all around him. He smiled slightly as he took a seat on the ground. Corpses were strewn all around him. There is no hurry, he said. My enemies will come to me. With Samui and Atsui. Okay, what the hell was that all about? Atsui sharply wondered out loud. Suddenly, everyone's energy in that area just disappeared. Stay cool, Atsui, Samui told her brother. They're probably dead, and it has something to do with that extremely powerful dark energy in the same area. You're being a bit too calm about this, sis. Atsui pointed out. What choice do I have? Samui looked at her younger brother. We've got a dangerous enemy ahead that probably just wiped out several of our men in one shot. If I don't remain calm, I may end up like them without making a difference in this fight. You're right. Atsui's eyes narrowed. All right, let's keep moving. With Love Aikawa, Levi Magarden, Lizana Strauss, and Darui. Love Aikawa still had his mask on, so Levi Magarden and Lizana Straw. USS could not see the worried expression on his face. Darui lied unconscious on the ground, while Lizana tended to him as best she could. I need to go where that power is. Love said. Whatever's going on, the division's going to need all the help it can get against whoever that is. Lizana, Love said, get Darui to the medical tents, tell them what the current situation is. If they're not prepared, things are going to get even worse than they already are. Lizana nodded. Animal soul. Harpy. Lizana quickly scooped up Darui into her talons and flew off. Levi, I need you to restrain Caesar while he's unconscious. If he starts to stir, douse him in water, he won't escape that way. Levi nodded. Solid script. Restraints. Several restraints appeared and wrapped around Caesar's body. Keep watch of him, all right. I'm heading out. With that, Love vanished with flash step, leaving Levi alone with Caesar. Be careful, Levi said to herself. I've never felt magic energy that evil before. With Sabo, Abo narrowed his eyes at the sudden absence of everyone's energy in that particular area. Definitely not good, Sabo muttered as he ran towards the area where the dark energy was. Whoever did this is gonna pay. Sabo growled. With Perliuzica, everyone in the medical division was desperately trying to remain focused, in spite of the noticeable fear on each of their faces from the dark energy from Clover Town. Perliuzica had a very concerned look on her face. Such horrible darkness, she thought, and to think that it comes from magic of all things. Magic, something that was meant to be one of the purest things on this planet. Then humans just had to go and make it a tool for war. Perliuzica looked down in sadness. What possesses humans to create tools for war? What causes them to turn something pure into something dark? Perliuzica sighed. This is why I hate humans. Miss Perliuzica, I'm not sure if that is something you should say out loud. A timid voice pointed out. Perliuzica narrowed her eyes and turned to see a nervous-looking Azane Katetsu looking at her. Why are you just standing around? Perliuzica yelled. Get back to work. Azane shrieked. Yes ma'am, she squeaked. Back with Zirf. Zarif's eyes were closed as he sensed around the area for new enemies coming towards him. Several are coming towards me, he noted. Some powerful, some not as much. Zirf opened his eyes, revealing a somewhat disappointed gaze. But all of them are not strong enough to survive, he said. How tragic. Zirf then smirked when he noticed that the strongest of these enemies was coming towards him the fastest. This one must be a division commander. He noted. Good, I could use a test. It's been a long time since I've exerted myself. This enemy was indeed coming quick. Zirf got to his feet and waited for him to arrive. He chuckled slightly when his enemy did arrive. Fire Fist. Zirf quickly leapt away from the giant fireball coming towards him. He gave his new enemy a taunting look. Come now, it's rude to simply skip the formalities, he said. Sabo glared at him. You killed a bunch of my men, he pointed out. Formalities are the last thing on my mind at the moment. Ah, and I take it revenge is? Zirf inquired. I think you know the answer to that, Sabo replied. After all, you're one of the main causes of this war, Black Wizard. Zirf smirked, tilting his head to the side. So you've heard about me. And I've heard of you. You're the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, correct? Yeah, I am, Sabo said. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, Commander Sabo, but I find myself curious as to why you and the revolutionaries oppose us. Don't you desire to go against the status quo and ally with the world government? I don't think so, Sabo growled. I refuse to be affiliated with those monsters in any way. Any government that allows its so-called nobility to burn down a populated area with no negative repercussions is no government I'll support, and neither will Dragon. Really, if that is all that it would have taken to get you to join us, I'm sure Kontan would have gladly gone against the world government. Zirf admitted. After all, we are the same, are we not? We both desire destroying the status quo and rebuilding it with something better, right? Sabo narrowed his eyes. Yeah. Well, when we do it, it's because we want the world to improve. When you do it, you just want to put yourselves at the top and crush everyone beneath you. Let me tell you something, pal, from where I come from, that's not an improvement, that's just the same damn thing as before. That's nothing but a lateral move. My, that's a rather black and white view you've got of the world, Commander Sabo. Zirf pointed out. I mean, really. Haven't you ever once considered the possibility that you are in the wrong? I mean, consider this. Commander Sabo, Zirf continued. Revolutions are born from hatred, one of the darkest emotions in the human heart. An emotion that constantly causes me to forget the value of human life and regain the power that has made me so feared over the centuries. While I certainly won't deny that I am no saint, can you truly say the same? Zirf wondered. If revolutions are born from such a negative emotion, are they truly as noble as you make them out to be? Sabo looked down silently. Zirf chuckled darkly. Do you see now, we're more alike than you realize. In the end, we are nothing more than two devils that seek to destroy out of hate. The only difference is, I've been cursed to live to see what world the coalition creates. You, on the other hand, have the honor of dying. Sabo sighed and took a deep breath. Yeah. You're right, he said. Revolutions are indeed born from hate. I'll even admit that there's darkness in my heart. Darkness that desires to see the celestial dragons burn for their crimes against the world. So, I guess I'm really no better than you in the end in that regard. However, Sabo looked up and glared at Zirf. I also like to think that revolutions are also born from something else, a more positive emotion. Oh, and what emotion is that? Zirf inquired. Sabo smiled. Desire, he replied. Desire to leave the world a better place than it was when you entered it. Desire to do all that you can so that the people you love can live a better life, even if you're not around to experience it. So you see, revolutions really aren't as black and white as you may think, Zirf. Sabo told him. And while it is true that there is darkness in my heart, there is also light. Interesting. Then how would you describe yourself? Zirf inquired. Neither black nor white, Sabo answered. Simply, gray. Zirf could not help but smirk at this. Gray, huh, he repeated. I'll admit, that isn't the answer I was expecting from you. In fact, I might as well give you credit. You did not fall into despair like I had hoped. Your mental fortitude is quite impressive. Oh well, black, white, gray, it really doesn't matter what you are. Zirf admitted. What does matter? Is what you are going to be by the time I am through with you. And that would be, dead. Sabo raised his hand and performed a, come on, gesture. Then fight me already. Sabo told him. I was getting bored with the philosophical debates anyway. Oh, trust me, you're going to wish we had kept debating. Zirf assured him, gathering magic around his hands. Because now you face all of the black arts this world has to offer. Now then, why don't I make the first move? Zirf slammed his palms on the ground. Living magic, he yelled. For a brief moment, nothing happened, which left Sabo to wonder if the spell actually worked. However, the ground then started to shake. Zirf raised both of his arms and started to chant. Hear me, mighty ground that I walk upon. Accept my power and live. Live and smite my enemies. Come forth, mighty golem. Sabo cried out in surprise as a massive rock monster came up from the ground. What the hell is that? Sabo's eyes were wide. This is one of the many black arts I have mastered in my 400 years of cursed life. Zirf explained. This, Commander Sabo, is known as living magic. It is forbidden magic that allows me to breathe life into inanimate objects, and use them for battle. Coward, how about you fight me one-on-one? Sabo growled. Okay, that was probably a stupid thing to say. This was Zirf the Black Wizard after all. Zirf chuckled slightly. As much as I like your spirit, Commander, might I remind you that we are at war, and in war, not using all of the powers at your disposal is foolish. Sabo sighed and composed himself. Yeah, you're right, he said. It would be stupid. Sabo raised his free hand in the manner of a claw. He coated it in armament hockey. That being said, Zirf, you really shouldn't send your toys after me. Zirf smirked. So you claim, but we'll see soon enough, he said, gesturing for the golem to attack. The golem roared and pounded its chest as it charged Sabo, intent on smashing him to the ground. Sabo sent his palm forward. Dragon Claw, he yelled, striking the golem in the chest just as it was in front of him, ready to attack. The golem cried out as it was shattered by Sabo's attack. Zirf narrowed his eyes at the effortless destruction of his creation. You know what's sad, Zirf? Sabo began. I could have survived that thing easily. My Logia powers would have allowed it. However, I couldn't afford to waste any time with that thing, so I destroyed it. Sabo continued. Now are you going to fight me one-on-one, or are you going to hide behind another one of your useless creations? Zirf let out a long, tired sigh. Commander, he said, I do believe that you are going to regret forcing me to fight. Your bravado is slowly causing me to forget the value of life. Don't give me that crap, you never once valued life at all. Sabo said accusingly. Any man who'd go against nature and actually create a spell that actually creates life has no respect for it at all. Zirf chuckled slightly. Very true. I had long forgotten the value of life. In fact, I might have done just that a year before this war had begun. Zirf leaned his head to the side in confusion. However, I'm curious as to why you appear opposed to my work. You who actually eat something like a devil fruit. Is it truly wrong to disrespect the laws of nature? Zirf inquired. I've actually never found such laws to be helpful in the world. All they ever do is restrict us. Restrict us from achieving our full potential. My professors back at my old academy, brilliant as they were also fools. Zirf continued. They were so afraid of nature, they refused to expand their minds. Free them from the superstitions they had allowed the human race to entrap them in. Imagine. Zirf was now starting to raise his voice. Expelling me from the academy because my experiments disrespected nature. Dared to blur the lines between life and death. Worst of all, offend a god. They had no appreciation for me and what I intended to do with my research. Sounds like they were on the right track, actually. Sabo noted. That may be the case to you, Commander, but I took it as an insult. An insult to all of my hard work and what I was trying to do with it. Zirf growled. All I ever wanted was to see the only person I ever truly cared for one more time. Is that so wrong? Sabo's eyes widened at this. Zirf actually had pure intentions. That certainly was a surprise to hear. So, Zirf said softly. I'll ask you again, Commander. Is it truly so wrong to go against nature? Is it truly so wrong to conquer death? Think on your answer carefully. Zirf continued. After all, I know you have a brother that you lost 2 years ago in your world. Sabo gasped. Ace, he thought. Ah, you know who I speak of. Zirf smiled. Yes, Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace, the son of Gold Roger, king of the pirates. It truly is a tragedy that he had to die at Sakazuki's hands, such a waste of potential if you ask me. He shouldn't have had to suffer death, and those who loved him shouldn't have had to grieve. I can bring him back for you, Commander. What's more is that he will be under neither Chitsujo nor Kanton's control. He would be his own person again. Zirf continued. Just ask and I will do it for you. I can do it. I am not lying. Sabo froze at this. The coalition is well aware that Fire Fist Ace is currently in Chitsujo's possession. There was no way he was going to allow someone of his power to fall into our hands. Not if he could stop it. But is that really living, though? Being brought back just to fight a war? You're doing the same thing. Sabo reminded him. So true. Zirf shrugged uncaringly. But we're not talking about the others right now. Right now, we're talking about Ace. So what do you think, Commander? Zirf asked again. I can bring Ace back for you, and he won't even be subjugated to fight in this war. Him, you, and Straw Hat can run away and live a happy life. That's what brothers want for each other, right? I will do it for you, you know. Zirf smiled. After all, I sympathize with you. Believe it or not, I too know what it is like to lose a brother. It's truly a devastating feeling that no one should have to experience. Sabo's eyes widened. Zirf could actually relate to him emotionally. The only thing I require is you owing me a favor. Zirf continued. Considering how powerful Ace is and how close he is to you, I'm sure you can imagine the importance of this favor. Shut up. Zirf blinked in surprise. Excuse me, I said shut up. Sabo yelled, sending 2 fireballs at Zirf. Zirf leapt into the air, dodging the attack with ease. Well, it appears negotiations have gone south. He noted mentally. Zirf landed on the ground and frowned at Sabo. I do hope you realize how big a mistake you are making at the moment. Maybe I am, Sabo admitted. I'll admit. There's nothing I'd love more than to see Ace again. Not just that, but to live in peace with my 2 brothers. However, Sabo continued, even though not having him with me physically is painful, he still lives on in my heart. And I don't need Lord Chitsujo to bring him out to fight to be satisfied. Besides, I am not going to trust whatever deal you're offering me, Zirf. Zeref's frown deepened. So, that is your answer. Sabo nodded. As long as Ace lives on in my heart, then that's just fine with me. I don't need you bringing him back, Zirf. Sabo then noticed Zeref's fists clench. Then he noticed the shaking. That is, Zirf began. By far, a massive aura surrounded Zirf. The most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Sabo barely dodged the massive blast of death magic coming his way. People living on in each other's hearts. Zirf yelled. How foolish. Something like that is impossible. The only way to truly live is to exist, not some idiotic form of existentialism that you're preaching. Zirf then started firing more blasts of black magic at Sabo. That is why I set out to conquer death. Why should people have to suffer the pain of death? Why suffer and grieve when those you love can simply be brought back? The idea is so obvious yet so brilliant. Tell me, why do people have a problem with such a brilliant idea? Sabo landed as Zirf paused in his onslaught. Because, he said, even with all your knowledge you still know absolutely nothing about humans, Zirf. Zeref's eyes widened. You may bring back the body, but can you truly bring back the person? It's practically impossible to truly bring back a person completely because our hearts and minds are so unique. Hell, the only reason Lord Chitsujo and Kanton were so successful in the business of resurrection is they went fishing for souls in the Styx dimension, where the actual people reside. If they didn't have that luxury, there's no way they would have been completely successful. And you know what, even with that power, such a thing is considered taboo, and you clearly never figured out why that is. Silence. Zirf yelled. I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you. Well, it looks like I've got you riled up enough. Sabo mused. Gathering blue fire. Holy dragon flame. Sabo sent the blue flames towards Zirf. The black wizard created a black orb in his right hand. An attack that weak means nothing to me, he declared. Death's harbinger. Zirf tossed the orb at Sabo. Sabo immediately sensed danger from that orb and leapt away from it, just as it expanded and exploded, consuming Sabo's holy dragon flame in the process. Zirf smirked at this. I see you've noticed it. While it is true that my living magic cannot harm you, thanks to your flame fruit, even you cannot escape a power that comes from an actual god's curse. Sabo landed on the ground and frowned in anger and frustration. Damn, that must have been the danger I sensed earlier, he thought. But who wouldn't sense danger from an attack like that? I've never felt anything this evil before. And to think all of that resides in just one attack. Death's Harbinger finally vanished, revealing to Sabo the extent of the damage it had caused. Sabo's eyes widened as he took a look at the skeletons of the dead soldiers that had lined the battlefield. What the hell? Their bodies. Death's Harbinger is very thorough, Zirf explained. It steals life from everything. I see. A spell that destroys anything living in its path, and in their case, even if that thing is already dead. Sabo realized. That is correct, Commander, well done. Zirf complimented mockingly. You know, for a guy that wants to conquer death, you really have no problem with taking lives. Sabo noted. What you call taking lives, Commander, I call cleansing the world of the unworthy. Zirf retorted. I don't think I need to tell you that this world, no, this universe, has become very corrupt. War, famine, corruption, hatred, all of the horrors that our ancestors feared, would one day consume their children's children. And they all came true. While I curse my immortal life, I have come to realize its importance. I may have been cursed for breaking outdated laws, but at the same time, I was given a unique opportunity. The opportunity to use the power of Anksharam, the god of life and death, to judge humanity like an actual god. Sabo's eyes widened. Anksharam. Zirf nodded. Correct. As I'm sure you may know by now, many did not appreciate my attempts to conquer death in the name of progress. Nobody hated my efforts more than Anksharam himself. He cursed me with his power and this immortality. But in doing so, I was given the chance to go even further in my intentions than before. I could not only conquer death, but I could also use my knowledge to improve the world. That's insane, Sabo yelled. Did you even learn anything from that experience? It's obvious that this Anksharam did not intend for such a thing to happen. Learn, Zirf repeated. Why do I need to learn anything when I did nothing wrong in the first place? What I may have become was not what Anksharam intended. I never once had any intention to be a slave to his whims. And, while this is still a curse in the end, it has provided me the chance to learn more and more about the world, even though I grew to hate what I found. As I lived on and continued my research for centuries, I grew to hate the world for its darkness. It seemed as though with every passing year, people valued their lives and the lives of others even less than the year before. I hated it, Zirf snarled. Why do good and innocent people have to die early while the wicked live full lives? The unfairness of this world, the unfairness of Anksharam, the one who has the power to change that, it infuriated me to no end. So, after my many failed attempts to kill myself with my Aetherius, and a self-imposed exile, I decided to act upon my hatred, and resolved to destroy everything and rebuild with something more pure. So, you teamed up with Kontan to make that happen, right? Sabo growled. Indeed, Zirf replied. Do not think ill of me. You have seen the darkness of your world as well. I am not in the wrong, Commander. That much is clear. My world simply has to die and then be reborn again. Zirf sighed. It may be cruel, but it is the only way. In order to improve the world, humanity must be massacred and rebuilt from scratch. Anksharam would not do that. So I will. And you'll be leading them in this new and reborn world, right? Sabo furiously inquired. Does this extend to the other worlds as well? Zirf surprisingly shook his head. No, he replied. I am bound to rule this world and this world alone. I am forbidden to involve myself in the governing of the other three worlds. What you watch, Madara, and Blackbee Road choose to do with their worlds is their business. I have no right to question their decisions. Fireworks. Zirf casually leapt to the side, dodging Sabo's next attack. I take it that you still do not approve. Why do you care? This isn't your world after all. You're right, it's not. Sabo admitted. But I still have friends who call this place home, and I'll be damned if I let someone like you rule over it. Zirf charged black magic in his hands once more. Now, let Anksharam strike you down where you stand. he chanted. Death sentence. Zirf fired a concentrated beam of Angsharim black magic at Sabo. Sabo's eyes widened at how fast it was coming towards him. No time to dodge, he thought, and my powers won't save me either. Damn it. Sabo instinctively put his arms up. They started to blacken, just as he was struck by the beam of death magic. Zirf smirked victoriously as Sabo fell to the ground. Farewell, Commander, he said in mock respect. Zirf was then surprised when he heard Sabo groaning. Oh man, Sabo lifted his head up. Am I actually alive right now? Zeref's eyes widened. What? Sabo looked himself over. Huh, well what do you know, I am. He said. Sabo got to his feet. Well I'll be damned, my armament hockey actually protected me from that attack. It acted as a shield. You mean to tell me that willpower is enough to stop a curse from a god? Zirf was shocked. Sabo shrugged. Yeah, I guess that is what I'm saying. He smiled sheepishly. Zirf narrowed his eyes. I'm going to kill you. He said. I'm definitely going to kill you. I have lived with this curse for over 400 years and I will not allow you to make a mockery of it. You have a very confusing set of emotions, you know that. Sabo pointed out. Die. Zirf yelled. Death sentence. Sabo was prepared this time and ran to the side. If hockey is the key to stopping your black magic. Sabo grinned. Then clearly I need to use that form. With that, Sabo's entire body became coated in armament hockey. Dragon scales. Zirf growled in annoyance at this. Now that I've effectively nullified your strongest magic, I've got the upper hand. Sabo smirked. Zirf sighed. You know, he said, I do believe you're declaring that a bit too early. After all, you seem to forget that I have mastered every form of the black arts over the years. He reminded Sabo. Hundreds, no thousands of spells that had been forbidden by those who feared their power. Why don't I show you a few? Zirf suggested darkly. With that, Zirf went on the offensive once more and charged Sabo, holding his palms out. Sabo narrowed his eyes, almost immediately sensing the danger in Zeref's intent, which was probably because he was the Black Wizard. Zirf swiped at Sabo, who ducked underneath the attack. Zeref's palm struck a building near Sabo. Sabo's eyes widened as the building started to corrode. Corrosion magic. Sabo was surprised. This magic will allow me to corrode anything I touch. Zirf explained. Oh yeah, and you think this will allow you to get through my dragon scales? Sabo inquired. Even willpower can be corroded over time, Commander. Zirf told him. All you need is the right buttons to push. That is reality. So, Zirf continued, I'd wager. Now you look incredibly stupid for declaring yourself to have the upper hand, right? Sabo narrowed his eyes. Damn, he's right. Sabo thought in frustration. If he really can get through my hockey with that corrosion magic, then I need to fight more carefully. That's almost never a good idea. I'm overusing my hockey as it is with my dragon scales. Zirf continued swiping his palms at Sabo. Sabo then lifted his leg up. Dragon Talon. Sabo yelled, planting his foot into Zeref's stomach. Zirf grunted in pain as he slid back several feet. Sabo raised an eyebrow at the fact that the Black Wizard was not bleeding from his attack. You know, that attack usually makes people bleed. Sabo told him. I'm immortal. Zirf replied. I don't bleed. Sabo grinned. Who knows, maybe it's because you just haven't been hit hard enough yet. He suggested. You just don't get it, do you? Zirf frowned. Blood has more meaning than you realize. The spilling of blood implies that you are capable of killing someone. You cannot kill an immortal. Therefore I do not bleed. Sabo was now getting annoyed with Zeref's arrogance. Yeah, but you can still feel pain, and all I need is to cause you enough pain for you to pass out. That's fine with me, as long as I've got you beat in the end. Sabo retorted. Zirf narrowed his eyes. There is only one person in this world who is capable of beating me, well, 3 with the existence of Chitsujo and Kanton. Sabo grinned. Well now, I think we can add a 4th person to the mix with me now, although I am curious as to who the other person is. Not telling, Zirf replied, even he does not know he is capable of beating me. After all, if the report I received from his first battle is any indication, he is still not ready to face me. Zirf and Sabo leapt at one another once more. Zirf attempted to clamp down on Sabo's head with his hands to corrode his head, only for Sabo to duck down. Dragon Claw. Zirf gasped and stumbled backwards again. Sabo frowned slightly. Is this guy really one of the 4 acts of chaos? He's not really that impressive so far. Zirf growled in anger. Time to change tactics, he thought. Zirf leapt back and waved his arms. Future, he yelled. Sabo raised an eyebrow in confusion. Future, he repeated. Zirf raised his arms. I foresee buildings around you collapsing on top of you. Wait, what? Sabo was now really confused. How is that even possible? Sabo then noticed several buildings cut diagonally. His eyes then widened as they all slid and actually fell towards him. Sabo barely had time to curse in frustration as he was suddenly buried in debris. Meanwhile, Hiashi, Marco the Phoenix stated, how is Sabo doing against Zirf? Well, he just got buried in rubble. Hiashi Hyuga replied with his Byakugan. But other than that, I'd say he's actually holding his own very well. Hiashi then watched Sabo come out from the rubble. That form of his is incredibly impressive. To think that he has this much control over his haki. Marco looked at him. Why? Oh, you said he had covered his entire body with armament haki, right? Hiashi nodded. Marco sighed. That's not good, he said. Sabo is overusing his haki. If he keeps this up, he's going to exhaust his body, and that'll leave him at Zeref's mercy. Hiashi's eyes widened at this. Damn it, we need to help him then. Before that, Marco said, are there any others who are still fighting? Hiashi looked around. He gasped slightly at what caught his eyes. Straw Hat is nearby fighting 2 members of the Akatsuki. I recognize them from the bingo book as Hidan of the village hidden in hot water, and Kakuzu of the village hidden in waterfalls. My daughter is currently providing treatment to Don Shinjao, Don Sai, and Boo. Marco narrowed his eyes at this. Marco, what is it? Hiashi inquired. What are you thinking about? Change of plans. We're going to where Luffy is. What? But you said the commander was in the most danger right now. Hiashi reminded him. I know what I said. Marco said sharply. But I stand by what I'm saying now. Why? Hiashi was confused. Marco, you're easily the strongest in the division behind the commander himself. So, why? Call it a hunch. Marco admitted. But I think we need to bet on Luffy this time. Have you lost your mind? Hiashi was shocked. As strong as Straw Hat is, he is nowhere near Zeref's level yet. Have you forgotten who he is? Marco asked. He's one of the 4 acts of order, created by Lord Chitsujo. Just as Zeref is one of the 4 acts of chaos created by Kanton. They're destined to fight, and you're going to send Straw Hat against the Black Wizard based on this hunch? Hiashi asked incredulously. Marco sighed. I'm not a superstitious man, Hiashi. He admitted. But, I am a man who will put his faith in those he believes in. I believe in Luffy, so yes, I'm going to send him against Zeref. There are 2 members of the Alliance, attack. Hiashi and Marco looked to see several coalition soldiers running towards them. Ah crap, Marco muttered. Why now? Hiashi immediately got in front of Marco in a gentle fist stance. He pointed in a certain direction. Just keep going in that general direction, Marco. He ordered. You'll run into Straw Hat soon enough. What about you? Marco asked. I'm going to hold these fools off. They are no match for the head of the Hyuga clan. Hiashi told him confidently. But, what you said earlier. Marco, I'll admit that I do not share your sentiments. Hiashi admitted. However, Straw Hat holds the same status as Uzumaki does. I put my faith in Uzumaki in regards to many things. Hiashi continued. And if I can trust him to do anything, and I suppose I can do the same for Straw Hat. Marco grinned slightly. Thanks, Hiashi. Just promise me you'll go and help him if things get too difficult. Hiashi told him. My daughter for some reason thinks of him as a friend. It would break her heart to see him die. No problem. With that, Marco took flight. Sabo versus Zeref. Okay, not going to lie, Zeref, that was kind of a cheap shot. Sabo frowned. What the hell was that, anyway? Zeref smirked. All of the black arts have the ability to manipulate life in some way. Future is a forbidden magic that allows me to manipulate immediate events in the future. The only limitation is that this magic cannot directly kill someone, only indirectly. That being said, I can still cause you plenty of pain. Zirf continued. Observe. I foresee your right tibia breaking in half. Sabo's eyes widened as the bone in his body snapped like a twig. He screamed in pain as he struggled to stay on his feet. Damn it, he's going to break every bone in my body at T's rate and then I'll pass out from the pain. Sabo thought. What's worse is that I'm running low on time. I can use dragon scales. I'm overdoing it on hockey. I need to slow down the process and allow me to move better. Sabo then came up with an idea. Oh, I've got it. Zirf watched as the hockey on Sabo's legs faded. What is he planning? Zirf wondered. The black wizard got his answer when Sabo's legs transformed into fire. Sabo used the fire to propel himself towards Zirf. Ah, so that's his plan. Zirf smirked. Very well, Commander, you give me no choice. Zirf said, dodging a claw that was slam Ed into the ground by leaping in the air. Now, Zirf began, I foresee your. Sabo quickly propelled himself into the air towards Zirf. Dragon Claw. Zirf gasped in pain as he felt Sabo's claw dig into his stomach. Sabo eventually disengaged and aimed his fiery legs at him. Flame Dragon Tail, he yelled, firing flames from where his leg was. Zirf cried out as flames wrapped around his body and sent him into the ground. Sabo did not let up. He held up two claws and flew at Zirf, striking him repeatedly with Dragon Claw. Zirf gasped in pain continuously as the crater around him grew bigger and bigger. Zirf eventually managed to recover enough and aimed his palm at Sabo's chest. Die, he screamed. Sabo managed to dodge just in time as a white-colored light was fired from Zirf's palm. Bo watched as it went through the top of one of the ruined buildings. His eyes widened when he saw the part it hit was completely destroyed. Not a single trace of it remained. Zirf managed to get to his feet. That was the black art known as destruction magic. Zirf explained. It is actually the progenitor of the magic used by Fairy Tail's ace, Gildart's Clive. As you can see, this magic destroys whatever it touches. Zirf continued. Now hold still and die, Commander. Zirf fired several beams of destruction magic at Sabo. Sabo expertly weaved through the beams, using the flames that were where his legs were as jets once again. Time's still not on my side at the moment. Sabo lamented. Once time runs out, I'll be defenseless against him. Sabo clenched his fists. So, he continued, I need to try and end this with one final attack. Sabo continued flying through Zirf's attacks, much to Zirf's frustration. Annoying fool, Zirf thought. If he thinks he can keep this up. Zirf brought both of his hands together and fired an even greater blast of destruction magic. Sabo quickly rocketed upwards and dodged the attack. Zirf narrowed his eyes at this. Damn him. Sabo rocketed towards Zirf once more. Dragon Breath. Sabo yelled, slamming both of his fists into Zirf's chest. Zirf gritted his teeth as the sheer force of the attack sent him into a wall. Zirf groaned as he fell to the ground on his stomach. Sabo grinned at the success of his attack before feeling the hockey around his body failing and his legs turning back to normal. Sabo grunted in pain as he hit the ground. He could feel his entire body writhing in pain. Did I get him? Sabo wondered. Sabo got the answer to his question when he saw Zirf struggle to his feet. Sabo's eyes widened. No way. Despite struggling to his feet, Zirf looked completely unharmed for the most part. You know, Zirf growled, just because I am immortal and cannot bleed doesn't mean that last attack was painful. Sabo sighed in disappointment, knowing he was probably doomed. However, he decided to be defiant to the end. Well, you know, he said, I did want to cause you so much pain you'd pass out. Zirf narrowed his eyes in anger. I will murder you, he said. Meanwhile, Luffy, Hidan, and Kakuzu all panted slightly as they continued to stare one another down. Unfreaking believable, Hidan snarled. How the hell has this stupid brat managed to survive this long? Kakuzu frowned at his partner. Did I not tell you that this boy is worth every berry in his bounty? While the trio had a stare down, Hinata's wide eyes looked out in the direction of the fight between Zirf and Sabo. Her Byakugan activated. She knew how close Luffy and Sabo were. She had to warn him. Luffy, she called out. Yeah, Commander Sabo is in trouble. The man he's Ghtting is going to kill him at this rate. Luffy's eyes widened as he found himself flashing back to Ace's death. He turned to the direction Sabo was fighting. What? Hidan and Kakuzu both smirked and took their chance to charge the distracted Luffy. Kakuzu did some hand signs and Hidan raised his scythe into the air. Before the two could get any closer to Luffy, they were suddenly stopped dead in their tracks by blue flames. Luffy, a familiar voice called out. Go help the commander. Luffy looked up to see a familiar face on a rooftop. Phoenix Guy. Don't worry about these two, they're not going anywhere. Marco yelled down to him. Luffy nodded. Thanks, Phoenix Guy, I'm gonna go help Sabo. With that, Luffy ran off. If he thinks I'm going to let him escape, he's a bigger idiot than I took him for. Kakuzu yelled angrily. I will not let such good money escape me. Kakuzu resumed his hand signs, only to be struck in the chest by a club. Kakuzu. Hidan yelled in worry before being struck by an extended, strangely shaped blade. You know, Marco said, I wasn't joking, and I really don't appreciate that you think I was. Renji Abarai and Gajeel Red Fox soon stepped up and joined Marco. You two are staying right here. Marco continued. Back with Zerf. Zerf made his way towards Sabo with a steely glare on his face. You irritating fool, Zerf snarled. Did you really believe you had me beat? Me, the infamous Black Wizard and one of the 4 acts of chaos. I recognize your strength, Commander, but my power is still far beyond your own. Zerf continued. Zerf began preparing his Angsharam death magic. You know what's sad though? I truly do sympathize with you. I would have done it, you know, I would have brought back Ace. He would have been free from Shitsujo. Screw you, Sabo muttered. Zerf frowned. You know, there are plenty of better choices for last words. He pointed out. How about, forgive me for my failure, everyone. What about, looks like you're stronger than me after all, Zerf. But, screw you, not your best decision. It's actually upsetting. You humans arrogantly remain stubborn until the bitter end. It's actually one of the many things I hate about you. You'd think you'd have a moment of clarity in your final moments, but I suppose that is too much to ask of you. Goodbye, Commander. However, before Zerf could strike Sabo down, a fireball cut him off. Zerf's eyes widened as he was enveloped by the flames. Attack! Love Aikawa yelled. Love led the way with Samui, Atsui, and several Alliance soldiers. Someone get the commander, immediately. Samui added. A messenger. Sabo managed to yell. Get me a messenger. Said messenger ran to Sabo and took him away from the fight, out of range of Zerf's attacks. Commander, the messenger said, is there something you'd lick? For me to inform the intelligence division. Sabo gripped the messenger's uniform. You need to tell them that Zerf's Angsharam black magic has no effect on Haki. We can develop countermeasures against him that way. Sabo tried to call out to the men charging Zerf. Get away from Zerf, he yelled. He's too strong for any of you. Everyone seemed to ignore Sabo's warnings as they were all incredibly determined to fight Zerf, who came out of the fireball shot at him by Love Aikawa like it was nothing. And I just keep getting reminded of how much I hate humans. Zerf said in annoyance. Choosing to fight an enemy that is leagues above you under the belief that you can win is the epitome of arrogance. Well, screw you too, Love retorted, swinging Tengumaru downwards. Zerf leapt away and then ced several other soldiers lunging towards him. Fools, he said, every single one of you. Zerf quickly sent a wave of Angsharam death magic at the lunging soldiers, killing every single one of them instantly. You bastard, Love screamed in anger. Slam. Zerf looked at the club coming down on him. He lifted a hand up. Augmentation, he said simply, catching the club with no effort at all. Love's eyes widened at Zerf's suddenly display of strength. Zerf smirked and tossed Love to the side. He quickly fired a beam of destruction magic that went straight through Love's chest. Love cried out in pain as he hit the ground hard. Captain Aikawa, Atsui yelled. Not cool. Samui muttered. I really don't have time to test if the power of Angsharam actually works on someone who is technically already dead. Zerf admitted. Perhaps another time. Hate to break it to you, but there ain't gonna be another time. Atsui suddenly yelled. We're ending you right now, and it's gonna be hot. Multi-binding jutsu. Several shinobi suddenly yelled. Zirf frowned as he was suddenly bound by cloth. Do you think this will hold me? He inquired. The black wizard then watched as several ninja, including Atsui, started shooting fire-style jutsu into the sky. What are they trying to pull? Zirf wondered. He then grunted in pain as several pirates started shooting at him. The bullets did not penetrate his body due to his immortality, but they still hurt. Atsui grinned, as the sky darkened as though a storm were coming. I think everything's ready, sis. He said. Do your stuff. Samui nodded. Lightning users, ready, she yelled. The ninja all went through the same hand signs together as they started channeling their chakra into the same area in the sky. Lightning style, everyone yelled in unison, raging storm. Zir. F looked up to the sky and watched as several massive bolts of lightning rained down on him. He gritted his teeth as he was struck by lightning, creating an explosion in the process that blinded the gaze of everyone surrounding him. Did we get him? Atsui wondered. Don't know, stay cool. Samui replied. When the smoke cleared, everyone shared a collective gasp. Zirf was burnt in a few places, his cape was ruined and falling off his body. But, other than that, he looked completely unharmed. Zirf frowned at them all. My turn, he said simply. Zirf had the perfect attack to wipe these fools out. Death predation, he said, as a deadly black miasma was released around him. Everyone barely had time to scream as they were enveloped by it. Atsui, frozen in fear as he came to realize what the attack did, watched the attack speed towards him and his sister. There's no time, he realized, we're in its range. We'll never get out of it in time. Atsui looked over at his sister, who seemed to have realized the same thing. She too had been frozen in fear as she came to realize what Zeref's spell did. Time seemed to slow down for the both of them. Samui looked at Atsui, as Atsui came to terms with what was happening, and what he had to do. He gave Samui a sad smile. You're gonna hate me for this, he thought sadly as he grabbed her by the arm. Samui's eyes widened at Atsui's actions. With all the strength he could muster, Atsui tossed his sister away as the miasma neared him. Samui's eyes widened even further. Atsui, she yelled in horror. Atsui's sad smile remained as he closed his eyes. Looks like my flame's about to burn out, sis. He thought sadly. You know sis, earlier you said that those who die for a cause are among the coolest. Cooler even than those who die for family. Well, I'm dying for both today. I'm dying for what we're trying to do, and I'm dying for you, the only family I have left in this world. So what does that make me? Atsui could not help but still smile, as all the memories of being practically raised by his strict sister came back to him. Hey, sis, what am I to you? He wondered. With that, Atsui was enveloped by the miasma, while Samui landed on her back. The miasma continued towards her, only to stop just inches away from her. Samui's eyes widened as realization hit her. Her brother had managed to toss her out of the range of the attack. When the miasma faded, Samui saw something that made her heart stop. Her brother was lying on the ground, pale, motionless, and not breathing. Samui quickly crawled over to him. She immediately started trying to wake him. Atsui, she called to him. Atsui. Atsui did not respond. His final smile was still etched on his face. Tears came to the normally unshakable Samui's eyes. No, she said in disbelief, before yelling no, 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 no. Atsui. Atsui. Tragic, isn't it? Zirf said softly. Samui glared at Zirf. You bastard, she screamed, charging him with her tanto. Zirf sighed. Augmentation, he said before ducking under Samui's swing. Samui then gasped in pain as Zirf punched her with what felt like Tsunade's enhanced strength. She felt several of her bones shatter from the impact. Samui fell to her knees from the punch. That man was your brother, was he not? Zirf inquired. Samui, still in physical and emotional pain, did not respond. I sympathize with you, I really do. Zirf continued. As I told your commander, I too have lost a brother. And that pain far trumps the pain of living with the curse I live with. Zirf pointed his hand at Samui. Why don't I ease your pain? I will send you to meet your brother right here and now. Samui still did not respond. Samui, Sabo called out to her. Samui, snap out of it. Get away from him. The messenger tending to Sabo remained frozen in fear of Zeref's immense power. All of our men, he muttered. All of our men, wiped out just like that. We're doomed. Smile, my dear, Zeref said. You will reunite with your brother soon enough. Now, death, jet pistol, interrupted a boyish voice. Zeref only had time to turn to his left as he was suddenly struck by a rubber fist at high speeds, flooring him instantly. Monkey D. Luffy landed in front of Samui, who looked upon her savior in absolute shock. Straw, Luffy, she muttered. Sabo and the messenger were in shock. Luffy, Sabo called out. Straw Hat, he's here. The messenger muttered. Luffy looked around and saw the carnage Zeref had caused. He paused briefly when he saw that Sabo was okay and nodded curtly. He then looked at Samui. Hey, Sam lady, did the guy the first just punch do all this? He asked. Tears still on her cheeks, Samui nodded. He did, she choked out. Luffy noticed that Samui was crying. He made you cry, he noted. Samui nodded again. He killed Atsui, Luffy. She said sadly. He killed my little brother right in front of me. Luffy's eyes widened in shock at this. His eyes then narrowed. I see, he said. Luffy looked to where he had knocked away Zeref. Don't worry, he said. He's not going to get away with any of this. He's gonna pay for hurting Sabo, hurting everyone else, and making you cry. Samui blushed slightly at this. Meanwhile, Zeref got to his feet and dusted himself off. Okay, he thought, who just punched me in the face? Zeref then noticed who actually did. He smirked darkly at who had done the foolish deed. Finally, he had come across one of the 4 acts of order. It was time for a true test of their strength. Straw Hat Luffy, he said, smiling evilly. Omake. Erinierro's fan club. Great work today everyone, several people said in unison, thus bringing an end to today's session. Sabo stretched out as he walked outside. Man, that was a tough session today, he said. Indeed, Zeref nodded in agreement. I did not hurt you too badly, did I, Sabo? Nah, I've had worse. Sabo shook his head. He too then noticed Erinierro Urusei, still in the form of Kai and Shiba, sobbing on the side. Ah geez, Sabo muttered, walking over to him. Sabo sat down next to him. What's wrong, Erinierro? He asked. Are you still pissed that ND decided to kill you off this early? Erinierro shook his head. It's not that at all. Then what's eating you, buddy? Sabo asked. It's all over, Sabo, it's all over. Sabo raised an eyebrow at this. What's all over? Our fan club. Sabo took a moment to register what Erinierro had just said. What? Sabo yelled. We loved using this body for many reasons, Sabo. Erinierro explained. We weren't exactly kidding when we told Rogue that women flocked to us in this body. We ad-libbed that line. You ad-libbed a line, doesn't ND hate it when you do that? That's beside the point, it was all true. Erinierro looked up at the ceiling as memories of his glory days came back. Oh, those were such great days, Sabo. He said. Women would crawl all over us, and embrace us from all sides. One would feed me grapes and another would give me wine. The lines for my autograph were massive. Oh, those were the days. You used a dead man's body to get girls. Sabo raised an eyebrow. Dude, that is messed up. It was for a good cause. What cause? My cause to get women, and that damn Rogue ruined it. Erinierro. Chaney. Erinierro screamed to the heavens. As Erinierro screamed, Sabo sighed. Just walk away, Sabo, just walk away. And so, Sabo did just that. The few survivors of Zeref's rampage looked at the new scene before them, wide-eyed and in shock. An act of chaos and an act of order were about to go head-to-head on the battlefield, and so early on too. Both titles had carried so much mystique ever since they had been first revealed to the Alliance by Chitsujo himself. When not fighting the war, the soldiers would often converse on what the titles meant for the people who held them. The general consensus ended up being that if 2 acts from opposite sides met on the battlefield, nothing good could possibly come out of it. Now, they were about to see if that consensus held true. Luffy and Zeref continued to stare down one another. Are you that Zeref guy that's a part of the same group Blackbeard is in? Luffy inquired curiously. Zeref nodded. I am Zeref, The Black Wizard, yes. Luffy slammed his fists together. So, then I've another reason to beat you up. Once I've kicked your ass, I can see if I'm strong enough to take down Blackbeard. And the other reasons. Luffy narrowed his eyes angrily. You killed my comrades, hurt Sabo, and made Samui cry. I won't forgive you for any of that. Zerf smirked at this. Really? That's disappointing to hear, because I was going to extend to you the same offer that I gave Commander Sabo. Frankly, I was hoping you'd be a bit more reasonable than he was. I guess your personality really does match what the dossiers say about you. Gum Gum Jet Bazooka, Luffy yelled, interrupting Zerf. Zerf gasped in pain as Luffy's attack suddenly sent him back several feet. He clutched his stomach in pain. So, that's the power of the Gum Gum fruit. He mused. Quite impressive, but still not enough, unfortunately. That being said, that speed of yours may prove to be troublesome. I must match it. Zerf continued now, augmentation. As Zerf prepared for battle, Sabo decided to address his brother. Luffy, he yelled. His death magic does not work on armament hockey. Use it as a defense. Zerf frowned at this. Now, that spoils the surprise. He reminded Sabo. Nobody likes people who spoil surprises. Zerf pointed his arm at Sabo. Why don't I show you what I do to people like that? Hey, bastard, your fight's with me, got it? Luffy yelled angrily. Zerf lowered his arm. You know what, you are absolutely right. He said. Killing you Surtai, NLY does take priority over the division commander. It's actually quite strange, when you think about it. It's usually never that way, but you are a special case, Luffy. Luffy blinked in surprise. I am. Zerf looked surprised. Well, yes, you do know that you are one of the 4 acts of order that Shitsujo created, right? You know, the 4 heroes destined to try and protect their respective worlds from the acts of chaos. Like myself. Luffy still looked confused as he racked his brain for a point in time where he was told something like that. He can't be serious. The messenger muttered, sweat dropping. Never mind Luffy racking his brain right now. Sabo ordered him. Inform the intelligence division that he's about to fight Zerf. Sir, I can understand the need to inform them about Ank's harem death magic being unable to breach armament hockey, but why about Straw Hat fighting Zerf? The messenger questioned. Because this is Zerf we're talking about. Sabo replied. And if things start to go to hell, Luffy's going to need some help. I'll be fully healed in several minutes, but with how powerful Zerf has proven himself to be, we're going to need more backup to definitely be able to beat this guy. Ah, I understand. As you wish, Commander Sabo. Meanwhile, in the intelligence division. The intelligence division had been in an uproar ever since being informed that Zerf had chosen to enter the battlefield. The information they had received from Sabo concerning Zerf's weakness had the 4 commanders of the intelligence division already thinking of countermeasures. Do we have any idea on how many of our forces are still capable of fighting Zerf? Shikaku Nara inquired. Hibiki Lates, who had reported to the 4 commanders on the matter, shook his head. Unfortunately, no, he admitted grimly. Caesar Clowns, Labyrinth Initiative, not only incapacitated most of our forces, but scattered the ones still fighting as well. We have no way to tell who's left and who can actually fight Zerf amongst that small group. Damn it, looks like that mad scientist had a second objective as well. Ben Beckman snarled in frustration. I wouldn't call it a second objective, Beckman. Kazuki Urahara interjected. Caesar Clown strikes me as the type who expresses full confidence in his invention's primary objective. If anything, he kinda reminds me of an even more twisted version of Mayuri Kuretsuchi. I heard that, Urahara. Mayuri Kuretsuchi yelled. So what do we do then? We can't just let Zerf go on a rampage. Mavis Vermilion got everyone back on track. Commanders, I've just received new information on the situation in Clover Town. A soldier came running up to them. Just now, Monkey D. Luffy has confronted Zerf. The 2 are preparing to do battle as we speak. I say again, Straw Hat Luffy is about to fight the Black Wizard. Hibiki's eyes widened at this. An act of order and an act of chaos are fighting already. That's insane. To think that a fight like that is already happening. Yes, he came just in time to save those who managed to spare themselves of Zerf's rampage. This was relayed to me by the same messenger who informed us about the Anscarum death magic being unable to breach armament Haki. Hibiki could not help but smile at this. Thank goodness, he said, it looks like the problem has solved itself if that's really the case. I wish I could share your sentiments, Hibiki. Mavis admitted sadly. Shikaku raised an eyebrow at Mavis. What's with the negative attitude all of a sudden? You're usually the most positive out of the four of us. Mavis nodded. That is certainly true, she admitted, however. I must take a realistic attitude when it comes to a battle with Zirf. The situation can't be that dire, can it, Commander Vermilion? Hibiki interjected. I mean, if Straw Hat Luffy is on the same level as someone like Ichigo Kurosaki, who is said to have defeated Active Chaos Yhwach, shouldn't he be fine against Zirf? Mavis shook her head. You don't know Zirf, she said. He's a terror in just about every way possible. It saddens me to think that an old friend and teacher of mine has fallen to the point where he'd openly seek slaughter and destruction, but that is the reality I must live with. Mavis has a point, Kazuki admitted. We don't know if those boys truly are ready to fight the acts of chaos. But what about Naruto and Madara, or Ichigo and Yhwach? Wasn't that a success? Shikaku interjected. Naruto lost the powers that allowed him to go toe-to-toe with Madara. As for Yhwach, his unique abilities allow him to continuously grow in strength. As he is now, Ichigo could not defeat Yhwach, even if his current strength permitted it before. Kazuki grimly admitted. And then there's Kanten. Beckman added. If he's really as strong as Lord Chitsujo claims he is, and if the report we got from Naruto's battle with a fragment of him is any indication. Beckman let that last statement hang in the air. Everyone within earshot got the point, evidenced by the now grim looks on their faces. Okay, so what's the plan then? Shikaku inquired, breaking the silence. If we're going to defeat Zirf, we need numbers. Mavis said, numbers that won't fall instantly to his death magic. Perhaps it's time we bring out some of our leaders for this fight. Kazuki suggested. I'm sure Shanks wouldn't mind aiding Luffy in a fight like this. If one of the four emperors were out there, the tide could be turned in our favor. And I'm sure we can bring in a few others who can use armament Haki for help as well. That's not a bad plan. Mavis nodded in agreement. We can either overwhelm Zirf or force him to retreat. Either way, it will be because we have sheer firepower and numbers on our side. Belay that plan. A new voice spoke up. Everyone gasped in surprise as two new people entered the room. Lord Chitsujo. Shikaku was surprised. We didn't expect you back from Edelus so soon. The situation has been resolved, thanks mostly to Retsu here. Chitsujo gestured to Retsu Unohana. Jiraiya is remaining behind for a while longer to help the royal city get back on its feet. Back on the subject at hand, did you seriously just order us to belay the order concerning I.D. for Luffy's upcoming battle with Zirf? Kazuki inquired curiously. You heard correctly, Kazuki. I'm asking you to belay that order and hold off on sending aid to Luffy in his battle with Zirf. Mavi S. could not restrain herself upon hearing this. Have you lost your mind? She yelled. He may die if we don't send help immediately. The messenger is still alive, is he not? Chitsujo inquired. Yes, sir, he still is. Beckman replied. But I don't understand what that has to do with. Tell that messenger to keep us updated on Luffy's battle with Zirf. If the battle starts to tip in Zeref's favor, then we will back up Luffy. Chitsujo told him. You have lost your mind. Mavis shook her head, or perhaps you haven't. Maybe this is the real you. Is it, Lord Chitsujo? Someone prepared to make cruel and completely unnecessary sacrifices like this. You're assuming a bit too much, Mavis. Kazuki interjected. Am I? Mavis turned on Kazuki. He's gambling with Luffy's life. How can anyone approve of this? How can Supreme Commander Dragon approve of this? Dragon trusts me in regards to his son and the other 3 acts. Chitsujo told her. He has already made that perfectly clear. Well, that was clearly a big mistake. Mavis retorted. Mavis. Shikaku interjected. Kazuki is right, you are assuming too much. Chitsujo smiled a bit. I see Shikaku and Kazuki figured out my intentions here. Well done, both of you. Mavis looked at Kazuki and Shikaku in surprise. Hold on, am I missing something here? Mavis wondered. Chitsujo nodded. It's just as you've said, Mavis, Zirf is extremely dangerous. This goes for all of the acts of chaos. While it is certainly true that Ichigo, Natsu, Naruto, and Luffy are all meant to defeat the acts of chaos, and 2 of them already have, it still doesn't change how dangerous all 4 of them are. I don't get it. What's your point? Mavis asked. My point is there's a chance that all 4 are stronger than they were before. Now that Zirf is fully committed to his, justified, slaughter, he's gotten stronger. No doubt part of it is because that he's now got Kantan encouraging him on the side. Blackbeard has grown in strength for the past 2 years to the point where I am almost certain he could have taken on Whitebeard single-handedly 2 years ago at Marineford. And who knows what's happened to him with my brother's help. Madara is the wildcard of the group. We don't have much information on how strong he's become. However, as he is strong enough to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki without going through the issues Obito Uchiha went through, it is fair to assume that he is incredibly dangerous. And with Naruto lacking the power that he needed to face him evenly before, that makes Madara even more dangerous. Finally, there is Yhwach. Now that Yhwach has fully awakened all of his power, it is fair to assume that he has grown stronger. To put Yhwach in simple terms, he's a monster whose power grows with conflict. And with such a widespread conflict happening right now, I fear that he may be even stronger than when Ichigo defeated him. So what you're saying is, Mavis began. What he's saying is that as Luffy is right now, hell, as any of the acts of order are. None of them stand a chance against the people whom they are destined to fight. Naruto's fight against Kantan proved that. Kazuki interjected. Shitsujo nodded. That is correct, Kazuki. He admitted. All the more reason to help Luffy then. Mavis declared. Shitsujo shook his head. And we will, but not until Luffy understands something. Understands what? That he's still not strong enough. Mavis asked incredulously. I'd like to think that needing help from Shanks would prove that. Shitsujo nodded. I may be trying to prove a point to Luffy and the others, but this isn't just about motivating them to become strong enough to defeat Zirf and the others. Do you really think that sending Shanks is going to give Luffy that kind of motivation? Same with the others, for that matter. If so, then you really don't know those boys well. We don't know them. Mavis asked incredulously. This is for Luffy's benefit, Shitsujo insisted. This is for the benefit of all 4 for that matter. Right now, this isn't about winning. Then what is it about? Kazuki narrowed his eyes. You're preparing them for the final battle, aren't you? Kazuki asked. You're preparing them for Kantan. Shitsujo nodded. Yes, he said, I am. I don't want to, but I have no choice. If I fail in ending this war when the time comes, I need them to take my place. It's the only way should it come to that. But if we all work together in the final battle. No, Shitsujo interrupted. The more people involved in a fight against my brother, the more danger they are in. You need to trust me on this. Shitsujo said. Right now, only I am capable of fighting my brother in a one-on-one battle. If I fail, those boys need to be ready, as they will be our last hope should that happen. Shitsujo had a rather far-off gaze as though a memory were running through his mind at the moment. Mavis' eyes widened in understanding. Beckman decided to speak up. All right then, so what do we do? Like I said, we'll stay updated on Luffy's fight with Zirf. If he wins, then Fury is as good as ours. If not, then all that means is that the boys still need to train more. Shitsujo reminded them. I'm not going to let Luffy die, I promise. Understood, Mavis said softly. Shitsujo looked over at the soldier. Tell that messenger to keep us updated on the battle. He ordered. Understood, sir. Luffy versus Zirf. Yes, I understand. The messenger said. What did they say? Sabo asked, still immobile. The messenger looked nervous. Well commander, you're not going to like this, but Lord Shitsujo has belayed the order, and wishes to see how Straw Hat handles himself against Zirf. Why? Sabo asked incredulously. Please, calm down, commander. The messenger said. Lord Shitsujo won't let him die. He has given his word that he won't let that happen. Sabo looked at the 2 warriors about to fight. He better keep that word. I will kill him if he lets my little brother die. Sabo thought. Back with the battle, Luffy cracked his knuckles. Alright, I'm gonna beat the crap out of you, you hear? I'm going to enjoy crushing that hope of yours, Luffy. Zerf replied. With that, the two leapt at each other at incredibly high speeds. Their fists collided, reading a massive shockwave that stunned everyone still alive. Samui's eyes were wide as dinner plates at the sight. When Zerf punched me, it felt like I was being hit by Tsunade's super strength. Lu, FFY. I can't believe he's actually matching it. While Luffy's physical strength was indeed impressive, what really helped him match up against Zerf's newfound strength was the addition of his haki to his punches. Not only that, but the increased speed from second gear gave him extra force in the attacks. Sabo, on the other hand, was focused on something else. What the hell is with Zerf all of a sudden? He wondered. His physical prowess was nowhere near this great when he fought. Did he boost his strength and speed with magic or something? Luffy and Zerf continued to trade unsuccessful blows with one another. Neither were able to land a direct hit. Gum gum, Luffy began, Hawk Pistol. Zerf easily dodged the attack, even though it was at point-blank range, much to Luffy's surprise. No way. Luffy was surprised. Nobody dodges gear second that close up. Zerf maneuvered behind Luffy at high speeds. He cocked his fist backwards, intent on snapping Luffy's spine in half with one punch. However, Luffy sensed the attack coming and spun around quickly. Gum gum Hawk Bullet, he yelled, punching Zerf square in the face and knocking him backwards. Zerf was flung into the air by Luffy's punch, but showed no signs of pain. Instead, he only smirked. Useless, he said, death sentence. Luffy coated his entire arms in armament haki and blocked the beam of death magic. Zerf's smirk started to look more amused than confident, as though he were enjoying this fight. Upon landing on the ground, Zerf resumed his assault on Luffy, charging him once more at extremely high speeds. Luffy barely managed to block Zerf's punches and now found himself grappling with the Black Wizard. Okay, Luffy said, you're really fast. Fast enough to keep up with second gear. I don't really see why. I mean, you don't really look that fast. That, Luffy, is the power of the black art, augmentation magic. Zerf explained. It pumps magic energy throughout the muscles in my body and increases my strength and speed. Such powerful magic became forbidden in the first place because using magic in such a manner tore wizards' bodies apart from the inside out. Eventually, the strain would simply kill the wizards who dare use it. And you're still using it. Luffy was confused. That sounds kinda stupid, actually. I'm exempt from such a side effect. Zerf explained. My immortality allows me to use augmentation magic, without having to worry about its side effects. Luffy frowned. Well, that's not fair, he complained. I don't remember the laws of combat being fair. Zerf countered. If you have an opportunity to use something to your advantage, then you should, by all means, use it. With that, Zerf slammed his fist into the ground, cracking it in several places, causing Luffy to lose his balance in the process. Luffy cried out in surprise as he tried to regain his balance, only to be punched in the stomach by Zerf. Luffy coughed up blood as he was sent flying by Zerf's punch. However, he stretched out his arms and grabbed onto the two buildings. Zerf watched as Luffy's arms stretched. Gum gum jet rocket. Luffy propelled himself forward. Zerf charged forward at imperceivable speeds to meet Luffy flying towards him. Samui watched in absolute shock as the two combatants moved at speeds that she seriously doubted anyone could keep up with. She certainly could not. While all ninja were capable of moving at high speeds thanks to the use of chakra, these two were moving at speeds that far surpassed the speed a ninja was granted. This is unreal, she muttered. Luffy is so cool. He's moving at speeds at even a cage might have trouble keeping up with in that kind of form. I wonder, she continued, could he be a match for Lord Raikage in terms of speed in this second gear of his? The messenger next Sabo was having similar thoughts as he watched the two barely visible forms that were Luffy and Zerf. Unbelievable, he muttered, so this is what a battle between two titans looks like. Sabo looked at the messenger in confusion. How is this a shock to you? Haven't you seen Lord Chitsujo fight? I'd like to think that he's more of a titan than Luffy and Zerf are. The messenger shook his head. As far as I know, not many have. He admitted. I think only the highest-ranking soldiers and those who have been with Lord Chitsujo the longest have ever seen him fight before. Sabo went back to watching the battle. Well, enough about that. I hope Luffy knows what he's doing. Zerf isn't fighting as aggressively as he did with me, which means he's toying with Luffy at the moment. Sabo narrowed his eyes. I can probably use that to my advantage. He thought to himself. The longer Zerf drags out this fight, the greater chance I have at recovering my haki and helping Luffy in this fight. Just keep surviving him, Luffy. If you win before I recover, that's great, but if you can't, don't worry, your big brother is going to come help you, I promise. Just please, for my sake and your own, do not use that technique. Sabo continued. I saw what it did to your body. If you use it against Zerf, you may have the perfect offense and defense against him, but if time runs out, you will be at his mercy. Don't take that gamble, Luffy. Luffy and Zerf continued to move at their own respective high speeds. Luffy created some distance between the two and brought his arm back, twisting it in the process. Gum Gum Hawk Rifle. Luffy sent the twisted rubber arm forward. Zerf quickly leapt into the air and dodged the attack. He then pointed his hand at the still outstretched arm. Luffy immediately sensed danger with his observation haki. He quickly hardened his entire arm, causing it to immediately snap back thanks to the haki nullifying his stretching ability. This happened just as Zerf fired a blast of destruction magic that destroyed part of the ground beneath him. Luffy gasped at the results of that attack. Whoa, that would have been painful, he said to himself. Luffy prepared another attack as Zerf charged towards him. Gum Gum Hawk Gatling. Luffy yelled, sending a flurry of outstretched, haki-enhanced punches Zerf's way. Zerf easily sped through the attacks in spite of their immense, incomprehensible speed. Luffy's eyes widened. The regular version of this attack had managed to defeat Lucci of all people because the amount of punches were too fast and numerous to dodge. Yet here was Zerf dodging them all like they were slow. There's no way the gap between Luffy and Zerf was that great, right? Zerf appeared in front of Luffy and punched him square in the face, sending him right through a building that collapsed from the impact. Zerf kept his eyes on where Luffy had landed. Arrogance, weakness, and foolishness, the three things that I hate the most in humans. He remembered. While I will acknowledge Monkey D. Luffy's potential, he is still far beneath me, and the other acts of chaos for that matter. Blackbeard will be so disappointed when he hears this. He was so looking forward to the day him and Luffy could clash for the right to become king of the pirates. Such a fight would have been laughable to watch. Zerf continued. Luffy is nowhere near Blackbeard's level either. Luffy is held back by the arrogance, weakness, and foolishness that humans like himself exhibit. First, he arrogantly challenges an opponent much stronger than he is, thinking that he has a chance to win. Then, upon seeing that his opponent is stronger than he is, he foolishly continues the battle, thinking that by some miracle he can pull off a victory. And through it all, the fact of the matter is he's far too weak to measure up against me. Luffy stood up and glared at Zerf from afar. Bastard, he growled. That hurt. Luffy narrowed his eyes. Damn it, second gear isn't doing anything against this guy, he thought. He's moving too fast for even my Hawk Gatling to hit. Luffy sped towards Zerf and stopped 10 feet away from him. Zerf frowned at the determined look on Luffy's face. Judging by that look, I'm going to say you have not given up on your foolish attempts to beat me. Zerf noted. Even though at this point that is probably the best decision you can make at this point. Shut up, you haven't won this fight yet. Zerf. Luffy glared at him. I've still got plenty of moves left, so don't go thinking you've got me beat. Oh, Zerf cocked his head to the left. And just what do you intend to do? You can't even catch me in your fastest form, second gear. What can you possibly do at this point? If I can't catch you with speed, then I'll just have to hit you with an attack so big you won't be able to get away from it in time, Luffy declared. With that, Luffy bit his finger. Third gear, he declared. Bone balloon. Zerf's eyes widened slightly as Luffy's fist suddenly inflated. Third gear, bone balloon. Zerf got over his surprise and frowned. Such things matter little to me. Now stay still and die. Death sentence. Gum Gum Elephant Gun. Luffy sent the large, haki-covered fist towards Zerf. Zerf's eyes widened as the haki-enhanced fist tore right through his death magic. Before Zerf could get over his surprise, he was struck by the massive fist. Zerf cried out in pain. and as he was sent through a building just like Luffy was. Luffy quickly ran to where he had punched Zerf and inflated a second fist. Zerf got to his feet and glared at Luffy. "Death predation," he yelled. Luffy leapt into the air, dragging the two massive fists with him and dodging the wave of death magic in the process. He then brought both of the massive fists back and coated them in Haki. "Gum Gum Elephant Gatling," Luffy yelled, sending both fists downwards at high speed. Zerf gasped and attempted to get away with his enhanced speed, only to be struck down by one of the giant fists, then another, and another, and another. Luffy was right, he was hitting him with attacks so large that he could not get away from them in time. Zerf cried out in pain repeatedly as he was hit with giant fist after giant fist. Luffy eventually let up and landed on the ground, deflating both fists in the process. He was panting slightly from the amount of times he had punched at Zerf and from second gear starting to wear him down. Not just from this fight, but from his drawn-out battle with Hidan and Kakuzu. Luffy's eyes widened slightly as Zerf got to his feet. He was now glaring at Luffy. "This changes nothing," he said. "Take a look, Luffy, you haven't even made me bleed yet." Luffy frowned. "That's odd, I always make people bleed with attacks like that." "That's because I am immortal, Luffy," Zerf reminded him. "I can't be beaten by the likes of you." "What? No way," Luffy denied. "Even if you are immortal, that doesn't mean I can't beat you." Luffy inflated his fists again. After all, the king of the pirates should be able to beat anyone, even if that person is immortal. Zerf glared at his straw hat-wearing adversary and his confidence. He truly does represent the foolishness of humanity, he thought. "Gum Gum." Luffy brought his fists back, Grizzly Magnum. Zerf watched as the two massive fists came towards him. He simply stood his ground and held both of his hands out. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise as Zerf caught his Grizzly Magnum with relative ease. He watched as Zerf was only pushed back a few inches, digging into the already damaged ground in the process. Zerf then gripped the two fists and pulled on them, sending Luffy towards him. Luffy cried out in surprise at this. Zerf held out his hand and created a black orb. "Die," he said, "Death's Harbinger." Zerf tossed the orb, sensing the danger. Luffy deflated his fist and inflated his body. "Gum Gum Giant Balloon," he shouted. Just as the orb was about to expand, Luffy let out the air in his body and blew himself away from the attack. Zerf narrowed his eyes and pointed his hand at Luffy as he let the air out. "Death Sentence." Zerf fired another blast of death magic at Luffy. Luffy's eyes widened again, armament hardening. He shouted as Haki formed around his chest and stomach. Luffy's quick thinking managed to save him as the death magic harmlessly bounced off of his body. Luffy landed on his feet and prepared to attack once more. Not wanting to allow Luffy another chance to go on the offensive, Zerf started attacking rapidly with several beams of destruction magic. Luffy effortlessly dodged the beams with observation Haki. The few observers they had in the audience watched in shock as the beams tore through the area behind Luffy, leaving behind holes where magic had torn through. Zerf narrowed his eyes and charged Luffy again at high speeds. Luffy twisted his arm back and then inflated his fist once more. "Gum Gum Elephant Rifle," he said, launching the giant fist forward and untwisting in the process, making it look like a massive corkscrew. Zerf quickly ran to the side and dodged the speeding attack. Luffy quickly deflated his fist and then inflated his leg and raised it in the air. Zerf was near Luffy when he brought his giant foot down. "Gum Gum Rhino Axe." Luffy leapt back and slammed his foot down on Zerf just as he was only a few feet from him. Zerf quickly reacted and caught the giant foot. The impact had created a massive crater beneath him. Luffy quickly deflated and inflated his free foot. Before Zerf could react, Luffy struck. "Gum Gum Rhino Stamp." Zerf's eyes could only widen as he was suddenly slammed into by the giant foot, sending him skidding across the ground. Zerf groaned in both pain and annoyance. The pain was from the attack, obviously, and the annoyance was from the fact that Luffy was still not dead yet. "Annoying brat," Zerf growled as he got to his feet. Luffy was now grinning at the fact that he now had the upper hand against the Black Wizard. Let him think that for now. For Zerf was not done yet. "I have long since grown tired of the farce this alliance is putting on," Zerf said. "And do you know what else, Luffy?" Zerf continued. "Somehow you've managed To push me far beyond my breaking point. Perhaps it is because you represent everything I hate about humans. Perhaps it is because you just won't die. Or, perhaps it is because you cannot seem to understand and appreciate the generosity I attempted to show you before our battle. Whatever the case, I have had it, Zirf told him. And now, I am going to make you regret the day you challenged me. Zirf got back into his fighting stance. So let me show you something, he said, the ultimate power of augmentation magic. Secret augmenting technique. Second origin release. With that, Zirf exploded. In massive power that actually blew away and in some cases even destroyed the debris that had accumulated all around him and Luffy during their battle. Samui found it hard to stay in place due to the explosion of power. The messenger grabbed onto Sabo, afraid that the commander's still immobile body would blow away from the blast. Love Akawa's barely conscious body skidded across the ground and aimed to rest against the remains of a building. This immense boost in power was not only felt where Luffy and Zirf were fighting, but practically all over Clover Town. With Levi Magarden felt this boost in power as well. What is going on over there? Levi wondered out loud. Levi was so focused on the power being exerted by Zirf, she was neglecting to watch over Caesar Clown, who had woken up upon feeling Zerif's massive power. Caesar quickly turned into gas and got out of his restraints, laughing all the while. Levi gasped, realizing her mistake. Oh no, she yelled. Shoo ro. It appears I live to fight another day. Caesar cackled. Well, of course I do. I am a genius among geniuses after all. I may not have any power to fight you once again, but I will be back. Caesar declared. Kako. With that, Caesar vanished into darkness. Levi wanted to scream in frustration. Love had given her the job of watching over Caesar and she couldn't even do that. However, she could not afford to dwell on her mistake. Not when that massive amount of power had her so worried. Renji Aburai, Gajeel Red Fox, and Marco vs. Hidan and Kakuzu. Hinata Hyuga worriedly clutched onto Luffy's straw hat, afraid that it might blow away from the exertion of power. Luffy, she muttered worriedly. Hidan could not help but grin at Zerif's display of power. Holy crap, Hidan laughed. Zirf is really going all out against that damn kid. Indeed, Kakuzu said in agreement. I almost find myself worrying if Lord Kantan will get the opportunity to execute Straw Hat publicly after all. Kakuzu then gasped as he suddenly felt himself get cut by Gajeel Red Fox's Iron Dragon sword. Shut your trap, you freak show. Gajeel said with much disdain. Your boss will never get the chance to have any public executions. Because there's no way in hell Straw Hat's going to lose to Zirf. Kakuzu quickly reformed himself, much to Gajeel's surprise. Oh, and what makes you say that, Dragon Slayer? Kakuzu's answer was blue fire from Marco the Phoenix. He barely had time to react as he was enveloped in the blue flames. Because, jackass, Marco interjected, we believe in Luffy. That's all we need in order to willingly put our faith in that boy. Hey, Kakuzu, Hidan called out to his partner. How about you stop criticizing me for letting my guard down when you do the same, huh? Hidan then blocked another strike from Zabumaru. So, you got something you wanna say about the rubber bastard too, Soul Reaper? Hidan asked. Hell yeah I do. Renji Aburai frowned. Luffy may be an idiot, but he's still one of the strongest and most reliable guys I know. And I barely even know the guy. If anything, he's almost as reliable as Ichigo is. Renji added mentally. So let's get something straight. Renji continued out loud. Luffy's going to beat Zirf. And there's nothing you or your ugly ass partner can do about it. Now, name calling is a bit uncalled for, don't you think? Kakuzu leapt out of the fire and stood next to Hidan. You can make all the hopeful statements about believing in your comrade that you want. Kakuzu said. Such idiotic things mean nothing to me. I don't subscribe to hopes and beliefs. Kakuzu continued, I subscribe to facts. For example, there is a certain fact that is absolute. Do you know what that is? Kakuzu smirked. Straw Hat's fate against Lord Zirf, his fate to lose and then die. Just take a moment and feel Lord Zerif's power. Kakuzu continued, and then see if you can state with certainty that Straw Hat will defeat him. Go on, do it. We'll wait. We have all day after all. Hinata, unfortunately, listened to Kakuzu and took a moment. Her eyes went wide. When you actually did indeed take a moment to feel Zeref's immense power, only then could you truly understand just how powerful he truly was. It was almost like being on the bottom of the ocean floor, feeling the water pressure beat down on you. Almost immediately, despair filled her heart. There was no way Luffy could. Wipe that look of despair off your face, Hinata. An older voice spoke up. Hinata looked to where the voice had spoken and gasped. 3 familiar figures had risen from their unconscious states, ready to rejoin the fight once more. Don Chinjiao. Hinata was surprised. Don Sai, boo. Sai gave Hinata an encouraging smile. You did well, Hinata. He said. Thanks to you, our injuries are healed and we get to live another day. Not only that, but we're ready to return to the fight right now. Boo added. What? Hinata was surprised by this. But you can't. I've only provided first aid. You need to retreat to the medical tents, they can fully heal you. My dear girl, Chinjiao said, smiling, if we allowed a few injuries to stop us when we can still fight right now, we are not worthy to fight for this world, or any world for that matter. The same goes for fighting an enemy as strong as Zeref. Sai added, if we stopped moving forward just because of how powerful one man was, then we might as well have already lost the war. Garp's grandson understands this, Chinjiao told her. That's why he's still fighting, in spite of the odds. So stop looking all depressed, you hear? Sai grinned. Because Straw Hat isn't, and we should follow his example and do the same. Not only that, but believe in him as well. Boo added. Chinjiao nodded in agreement. Believe in the boy, Hinata. He said. Believe in him. Hinata took a look at the straw hat in her hands again. I do. She said, I do believe in him. That's the way. Sai grinned. Chinjiao, Sai and Boo turned their attention to Hidan and Kakuzu. Now then, why don't we make this 3-on-1 each, boys? Chinjiao inquired. Wait, let me help you. Hinata tried to get up, only to stumble a bit. Whoa now, rest kiddo. Sai said, you've used up a lot of chakra healing. Those life-threatening injuries we all had. You've done a great job today, Hinata. Chinjiao added. Now rest, we'll take it from here. With that, the 3 members of the Happo Navy turned their attention to the immortal pair, who also still had Renji, Gajeel, and Marco to deal with. More sacrifices for Jashin. Hidan grinned. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. This may be turning into an unfavorable situation. He thought to himself, oh well, as long as Lord Zeref resides on this battlefield, victory is assured. Luffy vs. Zeref. Luffy could feel the power radiating off of Zeref. Zeref was actually giving off a visible dark aura. Despite the massive amount, however, Luffy did not look the least bit concerned. He was fearless, after all. Zeref frowned at the fact that Luffy had no visible fear on his face. Oh well, that would change the minute he started breaking every bone in his body with every new blow made to his body. You are not afraid, Zeref noticed. No way, Luffy said, I can't be afraid of you. I have to beat you to protect everyone. It doesn't matter how tough you are, Luffy continued, I have to beat you, and that's all there is to it. Luffy prepared to inflate his fists once more. Now, gum. Before Luffy could continue any further, Zeref suddenly appeared in front of him and planted a fist right into Luffy's chest. Luffy cried out in pain, feeling several bones break instantly from the impact. The internal damage hurt like hell. Luffy flew backwards a great distance from the impact. However, as he continued flying back, Zeref suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him in the back, sending him upwards. Zeref then appeared above him and punched him in the stomach, sending him sailing down to the ground, only to be punched to the side again. Sabo, Samui, and the messenger watched in horror as Luffy was knocked through the air by Zeref and his further increased strength and speed. Samui wanted to get to her feet and help him, but every time she attempted to move, pain would shoot through her body. Samui may have been no stranger to pain as a seasoned kunoichi, but Zeref's strength was unlike anything she had felt before. Sabo wanted to help as well, but his haki still had not recovered from the use of his dragon scales. It was so frustrating. Sabo could see that his little brother needed his help, but he still could not move a muscle. Zeref then knocked Luffy into the air one more time and then appeared above him to deliver a dropkick to Luffy's head that floored him instantly. Luffy gasped in pain, coughing up blood in the process. Zearf landed on the ground and smirked at Luffy. When Conton told us that he would like you and your brothers spared to be executed publicly in order to set an example, he certainly didn't tell us to bring any of you to him in good condition. Luffy slowly struggled to his feet. Zearf sighed in annoyance at this as he watched Luffy straighten himself out. This is starting to become pathetic, he admitted. I mean, look at you. You can barely stand after that hellish onslaught I put you through. Luffy panted in absolute exhaustion. Why do you even bother trying anymore? I told you that it was arrogant of you to confront an enemy stronger than you, and yet you foolishly continued anyway. You put in a commendable effort, Luffy, but in the end, even you had to have known how this fight was going to end. After all, when it's all said and done, you can't possibly measure up to someone like myself. To be honest, you couldn't even measure up to Blackbeard. Just shut up already, Luffy panted. Zearf frowned. I already told you, Luffy continued. It doesn't matter if you are stronger than me. The only thing that matters is that I'm going to beat you, because I have to beat you. You've hurt my friends, made some of them cry, and even tried to kill Sabo when I've already lost him once. I'm sick of it, Zearf. I'm sick of you thinking you can get away with pissing me off. Oh, and what are you going to do about it? Zearf inquired. Luffy coated his arm in armament hockey. Simple, he said, I'm going to crush you right here and now. I was hoping I wouldn't have to use this because of the strain it puts on my body. But if I'm going to protect everyone from you, then I have no choice. Fourth gear. Luffy bit into his forearm and expanded the size of his arm. This caused Zearf's eyes to widen in surprise. He's using the trump card that enabled him to defeat Doflamingo. Zearf thought. Interesting, he can still use his elastic properties in spite of his hockey covering his body. Luffy then distributed the air throughout his body as his hockey covered everything except his head. Bounce man, Luffy declared as he was, strangely, bouncing constantly. Muscle balloon. Zearf chuckled at this. So this is what fourth gear looks like. Conton was not joking when he told us how comical you looked in this form, Luffy. Laugh it up, Zearf. Luffy threatened. This move I'm using is going to kick your ass. Zearf smirked. We'll see about that. After all, I am still using my second origin. With that, Zearf vanished from Luffy's sight with his speed and charged towards him once again. Luffy stood his ground as Zearf punched him in the stomach. Zearf's eyes widened as his fist bounced back. However, Luffy was still pushed back several feet, causing the straw hat to grit his teeth slightly. He's definitely stronger than Mingo. To be able to push me back in fourth gear, Luffy thought. Luffy then propelled himself forward towards Zearf, who was still in the middle of recoiling from that attack. He twisted his right arm and pulled it inside of his balloon-like body. Gum Gum Falconet, he shouted, launching it outwards like a cannon. The attack twisted outwards like a tornado, striking Zearf and sending his body twisting and sailing in the air. Samui's eyes were wide in shock at Luffy's sudden display of power. I can't believe Luffy's got that much power stored up inside of him, she said breathlessly. He is the coolest. The messenger was shocked as well. We might actually have a chance after all. Sabo, however, was looking worried. Damn it, Luffy, why did you have to use fourth gear? He wondered. You know as well as I do that you're timed now. If you don't finish off Zearf while you're in this form, then you may actually die after coming out of it. Luffy comically bounced at high speeds after Zearf. He knew he had a strict time limit in this form, so he could not afford to waste time against the Black Wizard. Meanwhile, Zearf hit a tall building, causing it to topple down. Several coalition soldiers watched in shock and scrambled out of the way. The hell was that all about? One soldier wondered. Never mind that, another said sharply. We need to form up with everyone who's left and launch a counterattack. They then gasped as a familiar face got up from the rubble. Lord Zearf, is that you? A soldier said in surprise. What the hell? Who could have knocked Lord Zearf into a building like that? Aerith was in no mood to be reminded of what just happened to him, if the look on his face was of any indication. Yelling in anger, Zearf let loose a wave of death magic that killed all of the soldiers nearby. will not stand for this, he screamed. He then saw Luffy bouncing towards him. Die, he yelled, firing a wave of destruction magic at Luffy. Luffy quickly bounced away from the attack. Gum Gum Culverin. Zeerf leapt to the side to dodge, only to be surprised when the attack suddenly changed directions. Before he could move again, he was punched in the face by the culverin and knocked over. Luffy continued bouncing towards Zeerf. Zeerf got to his feet and delivered a roundhouse kick to Luffy's side, knocking the bouncing pirate away. Zeerf fired another beam of destruction magic at Luffy, only for Luffy to bounce high into the air. Zeerf snarled in anger and frustration. He's moving too fast. I can't use my destruction magic against him. Zeerf leapt into the air towards Luffy at high speed. Zeerf threw another roundhouse kick at Luffy, only for the straw hat to bounce higher into the air. Gum Gum Rhino Schneider. Luffy kicked Zeerf with both legs. Zeerf cried out as he was floored at incredibly high speeds, creating a massive crater in the process. Luffy then bounded towards him. Gum Gum Kong Gun. Luffy yelled, driving his fist into the ground and into Zeerf, increasing the size and density of the crater in the process. Zeerf managed to recover and sent his fist into Luffy's stomach, sending Luffy back into the air. Zeerf created another black orb. Not all of your body is covered in haki, Luffy, he yelled. All I have to do is envelop one of your exposed body parts in Anksharam's magic and you'll be dead. So, let's see you survive this. Death's Harbinger. Luffy Key. CKLY flew towards the ground and out of the attack just as the orb expanded. Luffy then bounced towards Zeerf. Gum Gum. Luffy began bringing both of his arms inside. Zeerf's eyes widened. Ballista. L. Luffy shouted when he was a few feet from Zeerf. Zeerf had no time to react as he was suddenly struck by rapid-fire fists from Luffy. It was the fourth gear version of the Gum Gum Gatling. Zeerf screamed in pain as he was struck repeatedly by Luffy's fists. Luffy then brought them both back again and delivered one final double punch to Zeerf, sending him flying right back to where they had been fighting before. Everyone present looked on in shock as Zeerf landed on the ground, immobile. Samui gasped. Did Luffy just beat Zeerf? She wondered. Sabo was thinking along similar lines. Luffy, he said, good job, but don't ever gamble like that again while I'm your commander, please. They then saw something that wiped their happiness away instantly. Zeerf was getting to his feet. You've got to be kidding me. The messenger was stunned. What the hell is he made of? Sabo narrowed his eyes. Damn it, so immortality really isn't anything to sneeze at, huh? He thought angrily. Only 3 minutes before I recover my haki. Sabo thought. Then I can help Luffy. Luffy saw Zeerf get to his feet and narrowed his eyes. I'm almost at my limit. Luffy thought. I need to hurry. Luffy started flying towards Zeerf at high speeds again. As he got closer, he got a good look at how Zeerf looked from the beatdown he had just given him. He certainly looked like he had just been beat up, judging by his disheveled appearance. However, much to Luffy's frustration, there was no blood or any indication of a wound. As Luffy neared Zeerf, Zeerf panted and growled angrily at Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, I'm going to make your death excruciatingly painful, he said. I don't think so, Zeerf. Luffy yelled as he bounced into the air. You're never gonna hurt anyone again after this attack. Luffy looked over at the messenger. You, he yelled. Get Sabo and Samui out of here. Hurry, I don't have much time. I'm gonna finish him with one final attack. Right, the messenger said. Yes sir, Luffy. Not much time. Sabo's eyes widened, and as the messenger moved to pick him up. Oh no, wait, leave me here but get Samui out of here. Sabo yelled. Come on. Sabo thought in frustration. Just 2 minutes left, please just hold out for 2 minutes Luffy. Zeerf chuckled. One final attack, huh? Alright then, since you're going to use your strongest attack, why don't I show you mine? And to do that, of course, I'm going to need some outside assistance. Zeerf placed his hand on the ground. Now Gum Gum. Luffy began inflating his arm. I shall now call upon the strongest of the black arts behind Anksharam's own power. Zeerf declared. King Kong. Luffy continued. At that moment, everything went to hell. Sabo, Samui, and the messenger all watched in horror as Luffy's body suddenly deflated. Luffy cried out in surprise and horror as His body suddenly came crashing down to the ground. Luffy, Samui and Sabo yelled in unison. With Hinata Hyuga. Oh no, Luffy's down. Hinata Hyuga yelled in worry. He's down. Renji Abarai repeated. Eve, Ryon present on the Alliance's side of battle all gasped in horror. Hidan cackled madly at their misfortune. Ah, where did all that believing crap go, huh? Kakuzu could not help but chuckle as well. It appears that in the end, such foolish beliefs amounted to absolutely nothing. He said in agreement. This battle goes to us. Back with Zerf. Zerf could not help but be surprised at the sudden turn in events. He then started to chuckle. That chuckle turned into full-blown laughter. Where did all that bravado of yours go, Luffy? He asked mockingly. Don't tell me it deflated along with your body. Zerf continued to laugh at his opponent's misfortune. I told you this would happen, he said. In the end, you simply can't measure up to someone like myself. In fact, I'd say things would have ended like this even if you didn't suddenly run out of power. There was simply no way you would have lasted against what I had in store for you. Zerf pointed his hand at Luffy. Kanton had told us that he old like along with your brothers brought to him for a public execution to demoralize your pathetic alliance. He said, but I'm afraid you're simply too dangerous to be allowed to live. He'll understand. No, Sabo thought. I just need 1 minute, damn it. Yes, the situation has become dire. Zerf is about to kill Luffy. Sabo suddenly heard the messenger say before he cut his link. Sabo looked at the messenger. I'm going to buy some time. The messenger said simply, drawing a longsword. The messenger yelled as he charged Zerf. No, don't, Sabo yelled. Barely looking, Zerf changed his aim to the messenger. Death sentence, he said simply. The messenger could not get out of the way and was struck by Zerf's death magic, killing him instantly. Now then, if there are no more interruptions. Zerf aimed his hand at Luffy once more. I think I will get back to killing you, Luffy. Tears started to come to Samui's eyes. Don't kill him, she pleaded, but to no avail. Zerf smirked darkly. Long live the king, he said mockingly. Damn it, there's no more time, Sabo thought. Is there nothing I can do? Sabo tried to concentrate, but found that only his devil fruit powers were still working. However, he old not raise his arms and attack Zerf. He was too weak at the moment. That was when he got an idea. It was definitely a last resort, considering what it entailed. However, considering the situation, it was definitely time to use a last resort. Yes, he thought, that will work. I have no choice, but I will at least save Luffy's life in the process. Sabo turned his legs into fire and used them to propel himself forward. Death sentence, Zerf said, firing the beam of death magic at Luffy. Sabo rocketed in between Luffy and the beam of magic and used the flames to prop himself upright. Luffy's eyes widened in horror as he found himself in a familiar position from 2 years ago. Sabo, Luffy yelled. Sabo closed his eyes as the beam of magic neared him. Luffy, he thought, I'm sorry I have to do this to you again. It breaks my heart knowing that I'm going to have to put you through the same pain you felt at Marineford 2 years ago. It breaks my heart even more to know that I won't see you become king of the pirates as well. I know it's selfish, Sabo continued, because I know you'd rather die than see another one of your family die again. But, I don't want to lose another member of my family either. I hope you can forgive me. Luffy, my precious little brother, I love you. Sabo, Luffy screamed again. No, Samui yelled. Sabo smiled sadly as he awaited his death. A few seconds passed. Sabo opened his eyes and gasped. Yet again he was not dead. A figure stood in front of the 2nd Division commander. Zeref's eyes widened at who had blocked his attack. Samui's as well. She simply could not believe who had entered the battlefield. Chitsujo, the being of order, stood in front of Sabo and Luffy with his hand held out. I promised that I would come and help the minute the situation became dire for Luffy. Chitsujo said. I promised that I would not let him die. Chitsujo narrowed his eyes. And I'm not the type to break a promise. Omake. ND and Goku. ND sighed as he looked at the man in front of him. Look, Goku, buddy. I'm not going to lie, I would love to put you in 5 Worlds War, I really would. He admitted. Son Goku smiled. Oh, well thank you. He said. But the thing is, I can't. ND said sheepishly. Goku looked sad at this. What? Why not? If you want to put me and the gang in, then just do it. It's not that simple, Goku. ND said sadly. Well, how is it not that simple? Goku inquired. I mean, I read the latest chapter. They clearly need my help. Especially against that Zerf guy. It's not really whether you could help or not, it's that you would help a bit too much. ND explained. Are you saying I'm too strong? Goku was surprised. ND sighed again. Goku, I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but you are too strong for this series. Well then, I'll slack off for a bit and weaken myself for a while. Then I can be on everyone's level and you'll have to put me and everyone else in. Goku tried to reason. And what happens when you regain that level? Goku, I want this story to last. Not end abruptly because a Super Saiyan 3 entered the battlefield. And, it's not just your own strength that has me worried. ND continued. I'm also concerned about your friends and family. Why? They can hold their own. Goku frowned. Well, Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks and Goten can. But I'm actually a bit more concerned about your human friends. ND retorted. It took a moment for Goku to realize what he was talking about. But when he realized it, a look of understanding crossed his face. Oh, he said, Chaozu. ND nodded. Yes, Chaozu. I don't want him blowing himself up again. That would be bad. Goku's face fell. Tien. ND nodded again. The Shin Kikoho won't do much in the grand scheme of things. Goku groaned a bit. Krillin. You can't revive him again, Goku. ND reminded him. You've revived him with both the Earth Dragon Balls and the Namekian Dragon Balls. And besides, I think everyone would get bored with beating him up all the time. Goku then sighed. Yamcha, he said in an almost defeated tone. ND's face almost looked sad. Especially Yamcha, Goku, especially Yamcha. Rogue Cheney only just started moving when the sounds of battle suddenly went silent. What's going on? He wondered. Did we win? This is frustrating. The normally unflappable Dragon Slayer groaned. He then noticed a new presence appear out of nowhere. Who is? Rogue began before his eyes widened in shock at his new guest. With Samui. Samui could not believe her eyes. Just when all hope had seemed lost, a savior had arrived in the form of what could honestly be seen as a literal god, considering that what Chitsujo was in the grand scheme of things. Now here he was, staring down Zerf, preparing to do battle with him. But why do I barely sense anything from him? Samui wondered. The rumors say that Lord Chitsujo is incredibly powerful, even further beyond the level of a cage, and yet, with Hinata Hyuga, everyone stopped fighting when they suddenly heard Hinata Hyuga scream in pain. Her Byakugan, and seemed to shut down almost reflexively. Hinata, what's wrong? Renji Abarai asked in concern. Are you okay? Marco had something else on his mind. How is Luffy? Is he okay? He wondered. Yes, Luffy is fine. Hinata clutched her head in pain. He was saved just in time. You're in pain? Don Chinjiao noted. Why? What happened? I don't know. Hinata admitted, letting go of her head. Lord Chitsujo sudden. Lee appeared and stopped Zeref's attack and then. Wait, Lord Chitsujo is here. Gajeel Red Fox was shocked at this. Damn, talk about good luck on our part. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at this. The being of order has arrived here. Damn, just when I thought things were about to go in our favor. Hinata nodded at Gajeel's words. Yes, he's here, and just when I got a good look at him with my Byakugan, my head started to hurt. Why? Renji wondered. Does it have something to do with your Byakugan? Well, I do have a theory, and it's only because of what I saw inside of Lord Chitsujo's body. Hinata replied. In the brief moment I looked inside his body with my Byakugan, I saw an incomprehensible amount of power. Power that even surpassed Lady Tsunade and Naruto. Whoa, and those two have insane power levels. Don Sai remembered. Hinata nodded. Normally, chakra levels are well restrained because of their concentrated flow through our body. This is called a chakra network. She explained. While most of you lack that network, it is not blinding to my Byakugan, for the most part. However, as soon as I looked at Lord Chitsujo's power, all I felt was pain. I think it was because he had so much power stored inside his body. It blinded my Byakugan and forced me to shut it down. Whoa, Lord Chitsujo is that powerful. Renji was stunned. Hinata nodded. Stronger than any of us by miles. And more importantly, he's even stronger than Zerf. Kakuzu looked over at Hidan. Hidan, it is time to retreat. We are outmatched here. What? Hidan was angry at the thought of it. We can take them. 60N2 is a tall order for even you and I together. Kakuzu reminded him, especially when there are so many strong opponents for us to face. Not only that, but Chitsujo is now on the battlefield. You and I are nowhere near his level. Kakuzu continued. Screw that, Hidan screamed. I'm going to kill that bastard right now and prove that Jashin is the true god, not him. Kakuzu glared at his partner and walked towards him. We are retreating, Kakuzu told him. And you are not going to complain about it. Well now, since when do you care whether I live or die or not? Hidan grinned smugly. I don't, Kakuzu replied, it's just that Road Zerf would be furious with me for letting a valued war asset die. If you die, I die as well. My 5 hearts cannot protect me from his wrath. I didn't realize I was so valuable. Hidan's smug grin did not leave his face. Only because of your immortality, Hidan. Kakuzu reminded him. Only because of your immortality. You were worthless otherwise. Whatever you say, old man. Hidan replied as he wrenched himself from Kakuzu's grip. Kako. Hidan vanished into darkness. Kakuzu clapped his hands together. Kako. With that, Kakuzu vanished as well. Ah, damn, we let them get away. Renji growled. Forget it, they're not important. Marco said. All that matters right now is seeing what Lord Chitsujo's next move is against Zerf. With Chitsujo and Zerf, Sabo could not believe that he had escaped death today yet again. This time, he had been saved by the leader of the alliance himself. Lord Chitsujo, he muttered in shock. You shouldn't be so eager to die, Sabo. Chitsujo told him sternly, before adding in a gentler tone. Especially for someone whom I had promised I would save. I'd appreciate it if you'd have more faith in me. That being said, I am genuinely happy to see how much you love your brother. Zerf watched closely as something on Chitsujo's hand vanished. He smirked at the sight of it. So, he said, that is the power of the heavenly art of creation. How interesting. Chitsujo turned to Zerf. Kanten had warned us that your power was unique, to say the least. I never expected to see that being used. Zerf admitted. I must say though, he continued, I can sense your power inside of you. Don't you think you're restraining yourself a bit too much at the moment? I am your enemy after all. Even gods need to show restraint sometimes, Zerf. Chitsujo replied. Something my brother and you creations of his never learned. Oh, but he is showing restraint. Zerf smirked. He's not on the battlefield right now, after all. Chitsujo could not help but grin at this. Indeed he isn't, he said. I know my brother, Zerf. He was kind enough to restrain himself from entering the battlefield because he wants to crush everyone's hopes by having the coalition achieve victory without his direct involvement. A decision he will regret by the end of this war, I promise you that. If you believe that, then why do the same he is? Zerf wondered. Until now that is. This isn't going to become a habit, Zerf. This is just to make sure that you stay right where you are next time. Chitsujo said. Like I said, gods need to show restraint sometimes. Very true, you are quite the deterrent. Zerf admitted. Even I cannot hope to beat you. As you far surpass me in power. You know this as well as I do and yet you won't fight. Why is that? And stop giving the excuse that gods need to show restraint, it's already gotten quite old. Because what would it accomplish if I solved every problem the universe has to offer? Chitsujo asked. If I constantly interfered in the universe, people would become stagnant and become weak in body, mind, and soul as a result. To have your leader constantly solve your problems for you means that you gain nothing as a result. A leader, a king, or even a god does not exist. He is a sword or a shield for people to use. He exists as a guide so that they can learn. My, that is quite the unexpected statement from a supposed god. Zerf said. You know, most people would say that is negligent of you. What with all that power you possess? And they can say that all they want. Chitsujo retorted. All that matters is that they find the strength they have inside them for the sake of keeping the peace in their worlds. If they can do that, then I've succeeded as their leader. Zirf could not help but laugh at this. You are far too noble for your own good, Shitsujo. He noted. It's no wonder that Kantan hates you so much. That attitude of yours is almost sickening. Perhaps if you paid more attention to the people of this universe, you'd see what I see. And what I see is a pathetic race that deserves to be destroyed and rebuilt with something a bit more pure. If what I think you're planning to do afterwards is correct, then you have a very twisted definition of the word pure. Shitsujo replied. What you see is twisted, I see as pure. Zirf shrugged. In the end, it's just proof that it's impossible for us to reconcile our differences. Zirf opened a portal for him to exit in. Whatever the case, it is time I take my leave. Clover Town is yours, Shitsujo. I do hope your alliance savors this victory, considering the fact that they only won because their god came to save them. Shitsujo narrowed his eyes at this. Oh, and do be sure to remind them that they almost lost because their savior lacked the power to stop me. Zirf continued. Shitsujo could not help but smirk at this. Zirf noticed this and frowned. What now? He inquired in annoyance. Yeah, he did, Shitsujo admitted, but I think it is you who should savor your victory, Zirf. Oh, and why is that? Because by the time you fight Luffy again, hell, by the time you fight any act of order again, that act will be strong enough to beat you. Shitsujo stated with absolute certainty. Zerif's eyes widened briefly at this. He quickly got over his surprise and scoffed. You were really not meant to show such arrogant bravado. He said. It makes you sound foolish. We'll see who the arrogant one is by the end of this campaign. Shitsujo replied. Yes, we will. Zirf turned away and prepared to walk into the portal. However, he was stopped by Shitsujo's voice once more. Zirf. Zirf looked over his shoulder. Leave Natsu alone, Shitsujo ordered him. That boy wants nothing to do with you, no matter what you tell him. Just let him live his life. Zirf chuckled darkly at this. I think not, Shitsujo. Zirf said. Natsu is far too important for me to just leave him be. I would think you of all people would understand that. Shitsujo sighed. Worth a shot, he said. Just know that you will regret it if you keep messing with his life, Zirf. I may not be able to see the future, but even I can see that. Those who care for Natsu won't stand for whatever it is you intend for him. Shitsujo gestured to Luffy behind him. And keep in mind, that group includes the boy who pushed you further than many of your previous opponents. Zirf smirked. We shall see, Shitsujo. We shall see. With that, Zirf stepped into the portal, which closed immediately afterwards. Sabo, who had reverted back to his normal form, watched this display happen, absolutely speechless. His eyes widened in shock as he finally found his voice again. You let him get away. Sabo was stunned that Shitsujo would do that. You let him get away. I gave him a choice, Shitsujo corrected. He could either leave now, or fight me. Why give him the choice? Sabo was still angry. Because I knew he wasn't going to choose to fight me. Shitsujo replied. Zirf knows that he's nowhere near my level of strength, so he chose to retreat. It's not easy to catch someone while they're retreating. Sabo. Shitsujo looked at Sabo. I know you're mad at me, Sabo, and I understand that. Shitsujo said. I put Luffy in grave danger when I held off on helping him, and I am sorry for that. But you need to know that what I did was for his benefit, along with the other acts. And that benefit was what you had said to Zirf, right? Shitsujo nodded. Sabo, what do you think benefits the world more? An accomplishment made by the many, or an accomplishment made by the one? Sabo did not answer, for he knew that answer. So did Shitsujo. I will fight by your side when the time comes. Shitsujo promised. But all I can do until then is guide you all and help you find the strength to win back your worlds. I understand, sir. Sabo replied. Sabo then felt something grip his leg. He turned and gasped. Luffy was weakly clutching onto him, crying freely. Luffy, he said softly. You were gonna die again. Luffy sobbed. Why you were gonna leave me again, Sabo? Sabo found hymns. Elf holding back tears at the sight of his little brother breaking down like this. Luffy, he repeated. Don't leave me again, Sabo. Luffy cried. I don't want to lose you again. Sabo started to cry as well. He picked up his immobile little brother and embraced him. I'm so sorry, Luffy. He sobbed. I'm so sorry to have put you through that. I didn't want to lose you either. I didn't want to lose another brother, so I decided to be selfish. I didn't mean to hurt you, Luffy, I'm so sorry. On the side, Samui found herself crying. She found herself crying for several reasons. The battle was over, meaning that some were tears of relief. However, many were dead thanks to Zeref's rampage, so there were also tears of sadness. Also, she found herself unable to stop crying in sympathy for Luffy and Sabo. Shitsujo looked at the scene before him in sympathy. This was why he hated conflict. All it did was bring tears to people's eyes. There was no glory in war, just sadness. Thus, the Battle of Clover ended in a cascade of tears. Later, in the medical tents, Retsu Unohana shook her head in disbelief as she finished curing another soldier afflicted by the strange gas used by Caesar Clown. Such a cruel way to kill someone, she mused. Perhaps I should tell the other captains currently in the field to put in a great effort to kill this man so he does not meet Captain Kuretsuchi. I would prefer if he did not get any ideas. Unohana then gasped in surprise as she suddenly found herself embraced from behind. She looked over her shoulder in shock to see Azane Katetsu, her former lieutenant, Embra, ching her with tears running down her face and onto Unohana's back. You're real, she sobbed happily. You're healing all of these people with no effort at all. You really are Captain Unohana. Unohana smiled. Yes, I am, she said. I'm glad to see you again, Azane. Azane let go of Unohana. What are you doing here, Captain? She asked. Lord Shitsujo brought me here with him, knowing that there would be any injured from Zeref and Caesar's actions. Unohana explained. Azane clapped her hands together. I'm so happy. She sobbed. Captain Unohana is back. She's back. Azane. Perliuzuka yelled sharply. Get back to work, damn it. Yes Ms. Perliuzuka. Azane scrambled away. We can catch up later, Captain. Unohana smiled as Azane ran off. I'm sorry for Azane, she's kind of scatterbrained. Unohana giggled heartily. Oh, it's no trouble at all. The girl is my former lieutenant when I was with the 13 court guard squads. The poor thing must have been devastated when I died. I completely understand why she did what she did. Perliuzuka grinned. Did she always act so neurotic with you? Unohana nodded. Oh, you don't know the half of it, Perliuzuka was it. As Azane ran to her next patient, she felt a chill run down her spine. As though her life in this section of the medical division was about to become more difficult. As Unohana and Perliuzuka conversed about Azane and her quirks, Unohana sensed a familiar presence entering. Ah, Lord Shitsujo, I didn't think you would be coming here. I was certain you'd return to headquarters as soon as possible. Unohana smiled pleasantly. I'm in no hurry, Shitsujo said. The battle is over and these three need medical attention. Shitsujo was carrying Luffy on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Sabo was next to him, supporting Samui with some difficulty due to his own injuries. Luffy was pouting, his eyes still red from his crying earlier. I keep telling you that I'm fine, Shitsujo. He spoke like a spoiled child. My hockey's almost completely back so I can move again at least. You have plenty of other injuries and your body is exhausted from your fight with Zeref, Luffy. Shitsujo reminded him. Rest, okay. Let Retsu heal you. Luffy still did not seem okay with Shitsujo's suggestion. Unohana then walked up to him. Luffy, she said, smiling sweetly, you should take Shitsujo's advice and allow me to heal you. Luffy frowned at Unohana. I don't like being treated like a kid. I'm fine. I just need some meat. Luffy, Unohana repeated with that same sweet smile, you should allow me to heal you. The tone was sweet, but it left absolutely no room for argument. Luffy went pale at Unohana's smile. Okay. You can heal me, Dr. Scary. Shitsujo's sweat dropped. Him too, he thought. And he has to call her Dr. Scary as well. Oh Luffy, you really need to be careful with who you insult on accident. Unohana nodded. I knew you'd see things my way. She said. Shitsujo, would you mind setting Luffy down on one of the free beds over there? Not at all, Shitsujo said, walking over to said beds. I'll take the commander and the blonde then. Perliuzuka said. Come along, you two. I have a name, Samui muttered. Not cool. Yunohana followed Chitsujo as they walked towards the free beds in the tent. Chitsujo gently set Luffy down. Yunohana then moved over Luffy. Now then, let's see what the damage is, she said. Thank you for coming here with me, Retsu. Chitsujo said. I really do feel bad for dragging you to so many places with me when I had assigned you to Crocus. It is no problem at all, Yunohana smiled. While I try to remain humble about my skills, I cannot deny that I am still one of the Alliance's best healers. As such, you need me in places that require extra skill. I understand completely, Chitsujo smiled. All the same, thank you, he said, placing a hand on Yunohana's shoulder. Yunohana barely managed to stop herself from flinching at Chitsujo's touch. Her eyes widened slightly as a familiar voice was heard in her head. He is stronger than you, said the familiar voice. Kill him. Prove your superiority, now. Well, you seem to have things under control here, Chitsujo said. I'm going to go gather up whoever's left in Clover. With their commander in the medical tents. They need some leadership right now. Of course, you do that, Yunohana said softly. Chitsujo removed his hand from her shoulder and left. Luffy had noticed the slight change in Yunohana's mannerisms. Is there something wrong, Dr. Scary? He asked. Yunohana smiled. Oh, it's nothing you need to concern yourself with, Luffy. Why don't we get started on your examination? Yunohana then noticed something that made her feel uneasy. To confirm, she looked down and her eyes widened. Her hand had subconsciously moved to her Zanpakuto at that moment. It was gripping the sword's hilt. Oh God, she thought in horror. I was actually going to do it. I was actually going to try and kill Chitsujo. Yunohana brought her hand up and looked at it in shock. Luffy was now getting confused. Dr. Scary, he said carefully. You said there was nothing wrong, right? Yunohana realized she was doing all this in front of someone and tried to recover. Yes, and that is because it is nothing you need to concern yourself with. She reminded him, smiling. With Chitsujo. Chitsujo was in his element. Almost immediately, the man took charge as he directed the injured to the medical tents to get looked at. ND the able-bodied to form ranks at the south and north ends of town. Make sure there are no counterattacks from the enemy, as those are the most likely places they would attack from. Chitsujo's tent. Ion was then brought to someone calling his name. Lord Chitsujo. Chitsujo turned to see Rogue Cheney stumbling towards him. Chitsujo ran towards him just as Rogue stumbled and nearly fell on his face. Easy there, Rogue, Chitsujo said. Don't push yourself. My apologies, sir, Rogue said. I may be able to move now, but my strongest attack still does take a lot out of me. Come on, let's get you to the medical tents, Chitsujo said as he started walking Rogue in that direction. I'm glad you're here though, sir, Rogue admitted. There's something I'd like for you to pass on to the intelligence division for me. Chitsujo raised an eyebrow. Something happened not too long ago that has me very concerned. It was right when all the battles seemed to stop. Flashback. Earlier, Rogue had been on guard, but here wasn't much he could do at the time. He was still exhausted from his battle with Araniero. The pink-haired bespectacled man smiled in a friendly manner as he made his way to Araniero's corpse. Easy there, Dragon Slayer. I'm not here to fight, he said. If anything, I'm the worst amongst the Espada when it comes to combat. Another Espada. Rogue was still on guard. Salutations, I am Zael Aporo Grants, Espada 8. Grants bowed mockingly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to collect my comrade's corpse for research. Grants took out a strange device shaped like a sphere and opened it up. Rogue W. watched as Araniero's body vanished inside the sphere. Now, don't mistake this as an act of mercy on my part, Dragon Slayer. Grants told him. In any other situation, I would be taking you as well. I've been wanting to experiment on the people outside of this world for quite some time and yet I've never had the chance to. So why not then? I'm at your mercy, right? Okay. Why the hell did he say that? Was he actually inviting Grants to take him prisoner? Stupid, stupid, stupid. Grants smiled. Can't you sense them? Your comrades are on their way here. They're close, in fact. He said. Like I said, I'm not exactly a fighter and I don't even have how you humans say, home field advantage. So, as much as I hate to do it, I'm going to have to retreat for now with what I've got. Grants said, although I will say this. With what I have planned for Erinniero's body, this is quite the consolation prize. End flashback. Chitsujo sighed. The concerned look was evident on his face. Zale Aporo Grants is a scientist, and an insane one at that. Chitsujo noted, if he had any interest in collecting and studying Erinniero's body, then nothing good can come as a result. Thank you for informing me of this, Rogue. I'll make sure the Intelligence Division is informed of this so that we may discuss all the possibilities of this happening. Meanwhile, Hinata Hyuga had been sitting on the ground for quite some time. The reason behind this was that she had been staring at Luffy's signature straw hat, which she still had. She knew she had to return it to him at some point. However, her mind was still reeling on the fact that Luffy had trusted her so much in the first place. Marco the Phoenix noticed this as he prepared to leave and fortify the north and south sides of town. You coming, Hinata? Everyone say has already gone their separate ways, you know. Ah, sorry, Marco. Hinata jumped to her feet and bowed respectfully. I was just. Marco sighed. You're worried about Luffy, right? He asked. Don't even bother denying it. The fact that you've been staring at that hat of his since the battle ended is proof of it, you know. Hinata turned red in embarrassment. It's not that I'm worried about Luffy, she said. I know he's in good hands with Lord Chitsujo. Marco leaned against the wall of a building. Well, what is it then? He asked curiously. I know this may sound, stupid. Hinata said, but I'm having trouble trying to figure out why Luffy would leave this hat with me. I may have only known Luffy for a short time, but I can tell that he treasures this hat greatly. And you're confused about why he'd leave his prized possession in the hands of someone who's practically a complete stranger, right? Well, yeah, Marco grinned slightly. It does seem strange when someone who doesn't know that kid at all looks at it, I'll admit. Especially when you look at the history behind that hat. A long time ago, I saw red-haired Shanks wear that hat as a symbol of pride and homage to his former captain, Gold Roger. The king of the pirates. Hell, I've seen that hat many times, considering my former captain has fought with both Roger and Shanks on different occasions. I'll admit, I was surprised when I had seen red hair without it when he visited Pops before our battle with the Marines. I was even more surprised when I saw Luffy with it at Marineford. After that battle ended, I ended up TTING 2 and 2 together and realized Shanks had entrusted it to him. So the hat is important, in more ways than one. Hinata noted. So then why? Like I said, Hinata, it only seems strange to someone who doesn't know how Luffy operates. Hell, I'll admit that I'm probably not qualified to say this about him considering I only know him from that day at Marineford. The fact is, Hinata, Marco continued, is that Luffy entrusted you with that hat because he already considers you a trusted friend. As far as he's concerned, you two are practically already like old friends. You're just as important to him as every other friend he's got in this big universe of ours, and believe me, he's got plenty. Marco smiled. That kid, he's got the ability to make friends with anybody. He even got Pops to recognize him as a worthy pirate and ally as the battle at Marineford went on. Marco moved out of his leaning position. I know it may not sound like much, but considering the history behind that hat, I get the feeling that him giving you that hat is the ultimate indication of trust. Our world hates us pirates, Hinata, Marco admitted, so it's hard for us sometimes to put our trust in anyone, even our own crew. Luffy may not be the typical pirate, but the fact that a pirate trusts you that much means that he really trusts you. Hinata's eyes widened in shock at this. She could not help but feel touched at the fact. Marco then gave her one last smile. One more thing, he said, as much as Luffy cherishes that hat, he cherishes his friends even more. They are his greatest treasure, and all things considered, I'd say you've joined that treasure. And to be honest, I'd cherish something like that. Hinata smiled, satisfied with that fact as Marco walked away. You were the same way, huh Roger? Marco thought to himself. As Marco left, Hinata got to her feet as well, that happy smile still on her face. Okay then, she said, I better give this back. It'd be wrong for a friend to keep something that isn't hers after all. Later, with Luffy, everything seems fine now, said Retsu Unohana. Other than the sudden absence of nutrients in your body, your worst injuries were the broken bones Zerf gave you. Monkey D. Luffy nodded. The poor boy still looked shaken up by the events that took place today. That always happens when I use my gears, he said, especially second gear, and I used it a lot today. While your injuries are healed, I advise you to rest a bit longer. Unohana said, your body still needs to recuperate from such a long day of fighting. That's okay, Luffy said. Like I said before, I just need a lot of meat. Luffy, I advise you to rest a bit longer, Unohana repeated. Luffy suddenly found fear creeping up his body once again. Yes, drive, scary, he said. Luffy, called out a familiar voice. Unohana and Luffy turned to see Hinata running towards him. Miss, Unohana gave her a stern gaze. I'm afraid you're going to have to wait to see Luffy. He needs his rest. Hinata bowed respectfully. My apologies, she said. I just wanted to return something to Luffy. Luffy then noticed what Hinata was holding in her hands. His mood immediately changed upon seeing what it was. Hey, my hat, he said happily. You kept it safe. Hinata handed the straw hat back to Luffy, who took it happily and placed it on his head. Thanks Hinata, you're the best, he said. Hinata blushed slightly. You did ask me to keep it safe for you, Luffy. She said, I know how much you love this hat. I would have felt bad if I let anything happen to it. Luffy's grin widened. Of course I asked you to keep it safe for me. I trust you, you know. We're friends after all. Hinata nodded. Right, friends. She smiled. Unohana could not help but smile at this. This may be a place that had no visiting hours, but it seemed that the G. Earl's visit had done a lot for Luffy's mental state. Thanks a lot, Hinata, really. Luffy said. Luffy's smile remained as he came to a realization. That's right, he said to himself, I can't forget why I keep getting stronger, not again. Luffy put his hat back on. Hey, drive, scary, he said. Any chance I could get out for a bit? There's something I need to do. Something you need to do. Unohana was surprised at the request. Surely such a thing can wait, Luffy. Nah, it's really important, so I need to do it now. Luffy told her. Unohana was about to convince Luffy to remain in bed, but relented. Perhaps it was best he be allowed to leave for a bit. All things considered, whatever it was that Luffy needed to do was probably some mental healing he needs to take care of. Very well, just return to this bed once you are done. Sure, just have some meat ready, because that's what I really need. Luffy grinned. Luffy then adopted a serious expression. Hinata, he said, do you know where they moved the dead? Meanwhile, Samui brought her hands together, still shedding tears of grief, as she stood over the covered body of her younger brother. The Cloud Kunoichi was by no means religious, mainly due to her matter-of-fact personality. However, she did respect religion and the religious, especially those monks from the temples. She always found them to be pretty cool for managing to keep their faith in the messed up, uncool world they lived in. When it was all said and done though, the pain that Samui was feeling was foreign to her, in spite of her experience. Never had she lost a family member like this. She needed guidance right now. Samui. Samui's eyes widened at the familiar voice. Samui looked over her shoulder. Luffy, she said softly. Luffy walked over and stood next to Samui. This right here is Atsui, right? Your brother? He asked. Samui nodded. Why yes. Luffy took a brief moment to look across the many bodies that were strewn about the area. I wonder how many there are. He admitted. Too many, Samui muttered. Luffy took off his hat and brought it to his chest. He lowered his head respectfully. Samui watched as the captain of the Straw Hats held his own moment of silence for her brother and the rest of the dead. Luffy's moment of silence ended and he looked at Samui. I'm sorry about your brother, he said. You don't have to be sorry about anything, Samui said. Atsui chose to die in order to protect me, his big sister. It should have been the other way around, Samui continued. The older sibling should die to protect the younger. That's how it works, right? Luffy found himself remembering Ace's death yet again. How many times has his mind flashed back to that day now? He shook his head and gave her a small smile. You know, maybe Atsui died because he loved you. I don't think it mattered who was older than who. All that mattered was that he was your brother and he loved you. Samui looked at Luffy in surprise. What? Luffy looked at her. I had another brother once, along with Sabo. His name was Ace. Sure, compared to Sabo he was definitely the mean big brother, but he was still a great big brother. When Ace sacrificed his life to save mine, I was sad. But, after I had some time to think it over, I realized why he did that. Ace died because we were family and he loved me. I don't think it would have made much of a difference if I was the big brother. Luffy admitted, because he still would have done the same thing. Even so, it was still sad. Luffy continued, so I decided that I would get even stronger so I would never lose anyone I cared about again. Atsui was the only family I had left though. Samui said, we lost our mother after she gave birth to Atsui. And our father died in the line of duty while I was at the academy. Samui looked down, sad at the memories. Now that I think of it, she thought, poor Atsui barely knew our parents. That's why his personality was so large. He didn't have parents to notice him, so he tried to get everyone to notice. By having the hottest personality around. But don't you have any friends left? Luffy asked. Surely you can get stronger so you don't lose them, right? Samui's eyes widened when she remembered Omoi and Karui. Luffy was right, she still had them. She then smiled softly. Luffy, she said, thank you. Luffy grinned. No problem, that's what friends are for, right? With that, Luffy walked away. Samui looked back at the covered body of her brother once more. This time, she was smiling. Atsui, she began, thank you. You gave me the chance to continue living my life with a renewed purpose. I'm going to get stronger, Atsui. She decided, so I can be of better use to the friends I have left in this world, and help the Alliance win this war. Samui leaned down and stroked the cloth-covered face of her little brother. You gave up the time you had in this world just so I could have more. I won't ever forget that, little brother. She continued, you not only died for your family, but you also died for the Alliance's cause. You know something, Atsui, you're the coolest. With Chitsujo, Luffy was surprised when he found Chitsujo standing by the medical tents. Chitsujo looked at Luffy. I'm surprised you came back. I was certain I'd have to send out Retsu to persuade you to return to your bed. We gathered up some food for you, if that's really what you need. Chitsujo continued. Hearing this, Luffy smiled. Thanks a lot, Chitsujo. He said. Chitsujo smiled back. The smile quickly disappeared however and he gave Luffy a serious look. How are you feeling, Luffy? He asked. Now that you've calmed down. Luffy nodded. I'm fine, Chitsujo. I'm still kinda upset that I almost lost Sabo again, but I'm fine. Well, it's not just that I'm worried about. Chitsujo admitted. I'm also concerned about how you are feeling after your battle with Zerf. I'm sorry for that, Luffy. I know it must have been a tough loss for you. Luffy did not respond for a moment. When he did, he smiled first, much to Chitsujo's surprise. Yeah, it was a tough loss. And I'm upset about it too. But that's okay. Chitsujo subtly made a hand gesture as Luffy continued, his voice strangely getting louder. Sure, I lost this time, but all that means is that I've still got a long way to go. The world is a big place, even bigger than what I thought it was. That means there are gonna be lots of strong guys still stronger than me after my training with Rayleigh. Luffy continued, all I have to do is not give up and keep getting stronger. The king of the pirates never stops getting stronger, after all. Luffy was now starting to get determined as he clenched his fist. And that way, when I fight Zerf again, I'm gonna kick his ass. Unbeknownst to Luffy, Chitsujo had cast a creation spell on him that had raised the volume of his voice. Chitsujo had broadcasted Luffy's speech to the entire second division. He looked around and noticed the change in people's demeanor. Before Luffy had shown up, the general mood had been rather solemn and dejected. Zeref's rampage had done much to the second division's morale. Now, thanks to Luffy's speech, the mood seemed to have improved. King of the Pirates, Chitsujo mused mentally. Well, you certainly have the charisma of a king. Shitsujo smiled down at Luffy. Looks like you got the message, Luffy. Well done. Meanwhile, Zerf sat alone in his room, meditating, thinking of the events that took place today. While several of his soldiers had thrown a fit upon seeing him return in such a disheveled state, he brushed them all off and returned to his room. The interference of Shitsujo was an unexpected turn of events. Zerf admitted to himself. However, the fact remains that if he had not interfered, Luffy would have died. That is good, Zerf continued, we have the advantage in the long run. Luffy simply lacked the strength to defeat me. That means the others do as well. Zerf sighed. That means Natsu does as well. Lord Zerf. A soldier called out. We've just received a message requesting your presence in a meeting. Who was it called by? Zerf inquired. Lord Kanton, sir. The soldier replied. However, he will not be participating in this meeting. And the other acts of chaos will. Zerf deduced. Very well, he continued. Leave me, I shall attend the meeting right now. Yes, Lord Zerf. With that, the soldier left the room. As Zerf made the necessary preparations, he still thought of recent events. Shitsujo can make all the statements he wants. Zerf concluded. But the fact of the matter is, there are certain obstacles that simply cannot be scaled, no matter what one does. The fact remains is that Luffy, no, all 4 acts of order, are not strong enough to defeat me, and they never will be. With that, Zerf opened a portal and stepped through. When he stepped out, he found himself standing in an familiar area, Kanton's castle. Such a breathtaking piece of architect this place is. Zerf mused. This castle is certainly fit for a ruler. Come now, Zerf, Sue. Rely Silburn can compete with this place in terms of aesthetic appeal, can it not? A familiar voice chided. Zerf turned to see a familiar and rather intimidating face already seated. Well, you'll have to forgive me. I've not seen Silburn yet, so I could not possibly be able to compare. Yhwach. Yhwach chuckled. Yes, I suppose that is true. Yhwach then took notice of Zerf's current disheveled state. My word, could you at least look a bit more presentable, Zerf? This is a meeting of rulers, after all. Not only that, but a meeting amongst comrades. What are our other 2 comrades going to think when they see you in such a state? Ah, you'll have to forgive me. Zerf frowned slightly. I had recently returned from battle, hence my appearance. Yhwach smirked at this. Did you now? And what caused one of the acts of chaos to enter the field of battle so soon? I was simply making a statement, Zerf said, smirking right back. In fact, I would call today a victory in the long run. That's quite the statement, especially since it also says that you lost some territory in the process. Yhwach noted, thus making it a tactical victory for the alliance. And yet here you are declaring a strategic victory for the coalition. Yhwach continued, forgive me for saying that I am skeptical. All will be revealed once the others arrive. Zerf replied, I especially want Blackbeard to be here when I explain everything. With that, Zerf took a seat. Now then, is there a reason why Kanton has called this meeting so suddenly? Considering the information you just gave me, I'd say you were the catalyst, my friend. Yhwach replied. Another portal then opened up. Zerf and Yhwach watched as Madara Uchiha stepped outside. This meeting could prove entertaining. Madara stated arrogantly, with the lack of fighting in the ninja world, I was starting to become bored. That is something we can agree on. The lack of conflict does make the universe rather boring. Yhwach said in agreement. Just another thing to be grateful to Kanton about. Madara then noticed Zerf. Speaking of fighting, you look like you have been in a great one, Zerf. At least he did not insult my current state. Zerf thought. Yes, actually, I was. I'll tell the story once Blackbeard arrives. Madara frowned at this. Are we certain that we actually want to wait? Blackbeard isn't exactly one who follows directions. Let's begin now. Blackbeard will not attend this meeting. Don't be so sure, Madara. Yhwach chided. Our comrade may surprise you. Let us give him a chance. He is one of us, after all. As if divine intervention was hellbent on Madara wrong and Yhwach right. Another portal suddenly opened up. Marshal D. Teach, aka Blackbeard, along with an attendant, stepped out. Good, we're here, Blackbeard said. The attendant bowed respectfully. I shall wait for you outside. Lord Teach. With that, the attendant exit. Well, just as I predicted, said Yhwach. Madara rolled his eyes and looked at Blackbeard. What brings you here, Blackbeard? He asked. I honestly didn't think you were going to show up. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed. I wasn't going to show up. Why wouldn't I, Madara? If a meeting has been called for the four of us, then clearly something interesting enough to warrant my attention has occurred. Well, I suppose that depends, Blackbeard. Yhwach interjected. Does Zerf fighting in a very recent battle interest you? Blackbeard took his seat. Hey, that would have to depend on who Zerf fought. Yhwach looked over at Zerf. Well, the floor is yours, Zerf. Zerf nodded and began. Gentlemen, he said, it is certai. NLY true that I entered the battlefield today. After losing several territories along with the discovery of Nirvana, I had grown weary of this farce and desired to put an end to it. So yes, it is true that I entered the fray. And I am most definitely responsible for the deaths of several Alliance soldiers. I also defeated the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army and 2nd Division Commander, Sabo. Ooh, you beat Sabo. Blackbeard interrupted. Not bad, Zerf. Even Burgess had trouble against him. Zerf narrowed his eyes in annoyance at Blackbeard's lack of manners. If you fought and won against him, that must mean he's dead. Blackbeard continued. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to wait for the flame fruit to return to circulation again. I guess that's just fate. Actually, Sabo lives, Zerf admitted, managing to calm himself in spite of Blackbeard's rude interruption. He was saved by the act of order, Monkey D. Luffy. Zerf looked at his three cohorts. Before any of you say anything, let me say what you are all thinking. Yes, I did go on to face Luffy in Mortal Kombat. And while he put up a good fight, as expected it was my victory in the end. Then the 4 acts of order are down to 3. Madara inquired. It'd be too bad if they were. Blackbeard admitted. I did want to see which of us two were most worthy to become king of the pirates. Oh well, I guess it was Straw Hat's fate to die in this war. Zerf shook his head. No, Luffy survived our fight as well. Chitsujo saved him in time. Madara narrowed his eyes in frustration. Blackbeard grinned excitedly. Yhwach grinned as well. But it was a more mysterious one. Ha ha. Blackbeard laughed. Looks like I was wrong, huh? I really don't think you're taking the right attitude with this, Blackbeard. Madara frowned at his comrade. Blackbeard stopped laughing and frowned back. Madara looked at Zerf. So let me just confirm this. Madara said, you failed to not only kill a division commander, but also one of the 4 acts of order. An action that would have severely demoralized our enemies. Zerf glared at Madara. Did content stressing the importance of eliminating such factors go right over your head, boy? Madara asked angrily. You disgrace the acts of chaos with such failures. Don't you dare insult me, Madara. Zerf retorted angrily. Especially when Luffy is no threat to us, and by extension the other acts as well. No threat, Madara repeated incredulously. Luffy lacked the power to stop me, just as Naruto Uzumaki lacked the power to defeat a fragment of content, which is significantly weaker than the real content. What's more, reports say that Ichigo Kurosaki failed to defeat the Oracion Cease Wizard, Midnight, while Natsu Dragneel failed to defeat the Espada, Grimmjow Jaegerjaquez. Zerf said. So yes, they are no threat to us. Gentlemen, calm down. Yhwach suddenly interjected. Like I've said before, we're all comrades. We should try to behave as such. After hearing Zerf's report, I have come to the conclusion that he is right about what he told me earlier. That today is indeed a victory for us in the long run. Yhwach decided. Blackbeard looked confused. A victory in the long run. Yhwach nodded. Indeed, he said. Do you 3 know the worst enemy an army can possibly have? Blackbeard obviously did not know the answer. Madara and Zerf, meanwhile, racked their brains for the answer. Yhwach smiled, seeing that none of them had the answer. Doubt, my friends, doubt is the worst enemy of an army. Doubt, Blackbeard repeated. Yhwach nodded. Zerf has done nothing to warrant such criticism, he said particularly to Madara. And while his actions did not salvage us a tactical victory, he still managed to plant the seed of doubt in the minds of the Alliance. Leaders can attempt to uproot that seed all they want. Yhwach continued. But once the seed is planted, no amount of morale boosting can stop it. Sure, it can be delayed, but never stopped. And once the seed fully matures, doubt will take over the minds of everyone, forcing them to question everything. Can we truly make a difference? Can we win? And most of all, are our best capable of delivering a win in the most difficult situations? And in an alliance that relies on its strongest fighters to deliver a victory, that last question is by far the deadliest. However, at the same time, Zirf, Yhwach suddenly added, Madara has shown appropriate concern. You did say that Straw Hat put up a good fight. How close did he come to defeating you? Zirf did not respond, his injuries from fourth gear still ached. Yhwach smiled at this. I see. It appears that had it not been for your immortality the fight would have been even closer. I don't think we're getting anywhere talking about what ifs. Zirf defended himself. Oh, but we are. The beauty of the world is that there are so many different realities that can occur until one actually does occur. Yhwach explained. That is why what ifs are always so important. What if you didn't have your immortality? Simple. The fight could have gone either way. Either you still would have won, or Straw Hat would have instead. So, in a way, Madara does have a right to be concerned with our reputation. Just like we should all be concerned about the growth of the acts of order. Yhwach concluded. So what do we do then? Madara inquired. I think it's obvious, we let fate take its course. Blackbeard replied. We're in no hurry. After all, if this seed of doubt Yhwach is talking about has been planted, we'll let it grow. If it grows, that should stop the growth rate of our supposed mortal enemies, the acts of order. Let fate take its course. Madara raised an eyebrow at Blackbeard's carefree nature. Actually, Blackbeard is correct in this regard. Yhwach said, with Chitsujo showing that he wants us to remain on the sidelines. All we can do is observe and see if the seed of doubt grows and destroys not just the acts of order, but the entire allied force. If not, then we will simply have to prepare ourselves. Yhwach concluded. Zirf, Blackbeard, and Madara all nodded in agreement. Another attendant came in, holding 4 glasses of red wine. Refreshments, my lords? He inquired. Why yes, that would be splendid. Yhwach replied. The attendant quickly set the drinks down and exited the room quickly, clearly terrified of the incredibly powerful people before him. Yhwach raised his glass in a toast. To our future victory, my dear comrades, he said. I can already see it, and it is glorious. Zirf, Madara, and Blackbeard all raised their glasses and toasted Yhwach's declaration. To our future victory, they said in unison. The war had been going on for quite some time now. During that time, the Alliance had accumulated several prisoners of war. Some were very high up, some were MPLY low-level peons who spilled what little information they had and then sent to the prison cells. However, in the case of the fighters who were higher up on the proverbial food chain, were personally interrogated by the Alliance's best. Today, it was the very sadistic Garo Knights. For the defeated and captured fighters of the Conqueror's coalition, life was not good right now. Of course, that was only true assuming that you had followed the coalition out of your own free will. For that particular category, these prisoners were detained within the Abyss Palace, the dreaded underground prison beneath the great halls of Mercurius, Fiore's royal palace. This included new arrivals such as Lupi Antenor and Kuro of 100 Plans, who were immediately introduced to the tactics of Fiore's best executioners. Whereas, if you were indoctrinated to begin with, such as Dan Kato, Urza Nightwalker, and Bairo, you'd be savoring a nice warm meal within the confines of a regular jail cell 3 times a day. There, you would be given a lighter form of interrogation. Just who would do the interrogation ultimately depended on who was available. Sadly, the other prisoners were not Dan, Nightwalker, or Bairo. So they were suffering right now. And in this case, suffering means being hung from the ceiling by Kamika's paper while being dipped in and out of Yuosuke's lava zone for 3 minutes. Separated by intervals of every other 2 hours. Clearly, there was no rest for the wicked, and clearly, the Garo Knights were enjoying themselves. Of course, what the prisoners did not know was at Chitsujo had specifically forbade the knights from behaving too barbarically in their methods. They could be doing so much worse right now. Now, tell us what you peons know about the coalition's plans. Kamika demanded. Buzz off, lady, my lips are sealed. Lupi Antenor, who was the most recent target of the night's mischief, snarled. And watch it. You're ruining my makeup. You should be glad that's the only thing I've ruined so far. Arrancar, retorted Kamika, who playfully lowered the paper rope that Lupi was attached to. If we wanted to, Yuosuke here could raise the heat level to the point that not even your precious Hiero could overcome. Lowering Lupi even further into the lava, causing further screams of agony from the former Espada, Kamika further commented, "And I am no mere lady, I am an emissary of the gods. Whichever gods you worship, I doubt they can compare in the face of Lord Aizen and Lord Kanton," taunted Dordani Alessandro del Socaccio, who was hung by the rope adjacent to Lupi's. "Are you sure you don't want to switch religions yet?" Kamika said nothing in response, but with a darkened expression on her face, she fully submerged Dordani into the lava for 10 full seconds and then pulled him out. "Care to repeat those blasphemous words again, Arrancar? Because as far as I'm concerned, your so-called gods are nothing more than devils who sit on a throne of wickedness." With a few more singe marks and slight burns on himself, Dordani gulped and for this time, stayed silent. "I wonder what kind of seafood you are," joked Yuosuke, who was directing his attention to Lupi. "Yellow croaker, tai, bass, tai, carp, tai, how about kraken?" Lupi snarled. "You'd be surprised how quickly I could poke you full of holes with my tentacles once I get out of these bindings." Cosmos folded her arms and frowned at Lupi. "How presumptuous of you. You're going to need more than empty threats if you wish to challenge the likes of us," she taunted. "Like the rest of your fellow prisoners, you are a wolf with no teeth." Meanwhile, Neppa was looking at his stopwatch, grinning like crazy. "This Lupi guy is sure cockier than I expected. Hey, how about we add another minute to his baptism by fire? I think another minute will teach this girly man the pecking order here." The leader of the Garo Knights, nodded. "Request approved. The baptism shall continue just a little longer for this defiant one. As for our other guests, Cosmos, now that they've had another fill of our housewarming gift, would you kindly escort them back to their cells?" "Sure thing, boss," said Cosmos. She then gave a signal to Kamika, who proceeded to detach the ropes carrying Dordani, Kuro, Yukio Hans Viralberna, Kuro, and Fubuki Suikazan. Checking their bindings, Cosmos then summoned vines to surround and wrap each prisoner. "Okay, off we go, you maggots." Once they reached the cells, rather than imprisoning the inmates in the same large cell, each inmate was confined to their own assigned solitary cells. With Dordani, Kuro, and Fubuki being dropped off to their respective cells, Yukio was the last one to go. The Fullbringer was not happy about the fact that someone of his standing was being imprisoned. There was no way the wealthy boy was going to let this stand. So, he decided to do something about it. "You know, Miss Warden, if you'd let me go," said Yukio, "I can make it worth your while." Cosmos scoffed in disbelief. "I doubt it, kid. You're fooling yourself if you think a little boy like you can bribe your way to freedom with lunch money." "I'm not that little," corrected Yukio, "believe it or not. I'm actually a self-made businessman of great wealth, and I can be very generous to my allies. I'm not exactly sure what the exchange rate is between jewels and yen is, but if you let me go back to my world, I'm sure we'll be able to reach some sort of agreement. Do we have a deal?" Cosmos had no words to respond with at first, but Yukio could suddenly feel her angry intent. As the vines around his body tightened even further. And it didn't stop there. Cosmos went even further by lifting Yukio off the ground with her vines, proceeding to gradually choke him. "Word of advice, little boy," warned Cosmos. "The only currency worth valuing these days in this vast universe is trust, a beautiful quality that you seem to dismiss so easily. No amount of money could ever persuade me from betraying the kingdom of Fiore's trust and the Alliance's trust." Gasping for air, Yukio clearly had no retort of his own to give. Cosmos Vines then tossed Yukio into the cage, slamming him into the wall with a large thud. Yukio found himself instinctively backing against the wall, away from Cosmos' wrath. He looked at her in fear. Switching back to an innocent smile, Cosmos asked, "Have I made myself clear? Or will I have to drill that lesson into your head over and over again?" Nodding his head fearfully, Yukio sat down and raised his bound hands behind his head in surrender. "Crystal clear," he said. "Sorry I even brought it up. Good boy. But one more thing I feel I should point out. Cosmos added, "You called me Miss Warden, but that's technically not even my exact job title." Yukio raised an eyebrow at this. "Which is?" he inquired. "Executioner." The woman grinned. "We Garo Knights are the strongest executioners that the Kingdom of Fury has to offer. We just happen to be your war dens since Lord Chitsujo sees value in keeping you maggots alive for now." Once again, Yukio found himself at a loss for words, even without the vines being there this time to choke him. This woman probably had more blood on her hands than Ginjo and Tsukishima did, and that was terrifying to think about. Cosmos smirked as she walked over to the terrified boy. Leaning over to Yukio's ear, she whispered, "Welcome to hell." At this point, Yukio just lowered his head in defeat, as if finally resigning himself to his current situation. "No amount of money is going to get me away from people like this," he thought to himself. "These people kill criminals for a living. And right now, in their eyes, I'm a criminal." Cosmos leaned back and returned to her usual cheery self once again. "Oh, and by the way, dinner will be served in 3 hours." "And the menu?" inquired Yukio. "Nothing different from yesterday's list. Bread, water, more water, some moldy potatoes, and even more bread." "Moldy potatoes? Really? You sure you're being honest about Chitsujo wanting us prisoners alive?" Yukio frowned. Cosmos' expression darkened once more. "Alive, yes, but I never said anything about keeping you comfortable." Yukio interrupted again. "We'd probably be dead from the food poisoning, assuming that the bland flavor of said potatoes doesn't kill us first. Calling it a discomfort is an understatement. Have you ever sowed the field to pluck the apples, oranges, and grapes with your own hands?" Whimsically reflected Cosmos. Yukio snarled as he instinctively got defiant again. "What the hell does this have to do with what I'm talking about? To carry your hard-earned harvest all the way back to your family," Cosmos continued, ignoring Yukio's outburst, ready to take that first bite out of that juicy apple. "Right before your bounty is forcibly taken from you by a bunch of low-life savages and murderers." Yukio's eyes lit up, as if finally understanding what point Cosmos was trying to get across. "You talking about the coalition's recent conquests, aren't you?" he said softly. "Lord Chitsujo and King Toma kept us executioners well informed of current events," explained Cosmos. "I mean, we don't exactly get out much. So we cherish whatever information we get about the outside world, good or bad." Cosmos glared at Yukio before continuing. "They told us of all the Fury farmlands, barns, and villages that your coalition has ravaged. Of all the incoming refugees who have become homeless and starving as a consequence of your faction's widespread chaos. Do you even realize how hard it is to feed an entire city when you also have refugees from half the country living here as well?" Cosmos' glare became a scowl. "So don't you dare act as if you're the one entitled to a proper, warm meal. You should be grateful that you and your fellow prisoners are even getting any food to begin with, maggot. If it were up to me, I'd let you monsters starve. Because we've got refugees outside of these walls who'd treat even those moldy potatoes like they're the food of the gods." Yukio was at first surprised and attentive towards Cosmos' impassioned speech, but soon found himself returning to his usual bored expression. "Are you done rambling? Or are you going to finally leave and give me my 3 hours of sleep and silent waiting?" "We're done here. I have nothing further to say to you for now." With that, Cosmos exited Yukio's cell. Yukio sighed in defeat as he heard the door slam shut. The sound seemed to echo in his ears. Meanwhile, in a different section of the prison. "This is quite the proper meal you've prepared for us," said Biro. "Roasted chicken with soy sauce, vinegar, peas, and carrots." His legs and arms were chained to a table, but he still had enough leeway to move his fork and knife just fine. "Glad you like it," commented Ibiki, who sat at the opposite end of the interrogation table. "But don't thank me, thank Black-Leg Sanji of the Straw Hats. He personally made meals for you 3 after hearing of your captivity." "Your alliance is being rather generous with us," added Dan, who was quietly enjoying his meal while also having the same chains as Biro, considering the amount of bloodshed that Kanton forced us to incur. Keyword being forced. Ibiki reminded Dan. "I would have thought your chat with Lord Chitsujo had made this clear to you, Dan. The Alliance perfectly understands the burden of your indoctrination. Hell, I personally wouldn't blame you either. especially after hearing about the horrors of the forbidden reanimation jutsu during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Well, good. To see that you people are in a forgiving mood, responded Nightwalker, who was eating her chicken at a more feral pace while chained like Biro and Dan until she noticed something strange about her dinner. Wait a second, why the hell is my portion bigger than both of yours combined? Dan and Biro shrugged in confusion, but as for Ibiki, he too noticed something strange. Nightwalker, there's a piece of paper taped below your porcelain plate. Nightwalker followed Ibiki's lead and found the folded paper, proceeding to unfold it and read, "To the lovely lady, Urza Nightwalker, whose beauty rivals that of my lovely shipmates. Nami and Robin, I've added some extra food just for you, get well soon. With a kiss from me to you, Sanji." Nightwalker put down the note in disgust while Dan, Biro, and Ibiki's sweat dropped. Nightwalker turned to look at Ibiki. Is this, Sanji, in the same category as Shinji Hiroko? A detestable, perverted womanizer. More or less, bluntly responded Ibiki, but based from what I collected from my sources, I'd say Sanji is the worse of the two. Anyway, back to our main topic. Did Kantan reveal any hint of his grand plans while you three were under his spell? The Rio looked at one another before responding. There's not much, other than what you already know. Urza Nightwalker admitted. My army had been sent specifically to delay any Alliance soldiers who were marching to Nirvana. Whether they knew of its existence or not. Biro nodded in agreement. Other than that, we don't know much. He added. Kantan was smart enough not to reveal much of his plans to those who were not serving him willingly. Ibiki sighed. Smart man, he admitted reluctantly. Any leader knows you don't tell your slaves anything. Hell, if that bastard Danzo had his way, he'd have done same thing to the nations we had conquered and the people he forced into service to the Leaf. Ibiki thought, terrified of the fact that the Leaf might have actually gone down that path and found him. Self-thanking Sasuke Uchiha of all people for killing him. Dan then spoke up. There is something you should know though, he said. We may not have much information on plans, but we do have information on locations. I'm talking about military bases. This got Ibiki's attention. Dan admittedly found it strange that the fragment of Kantan in his mind was not attempting to stop him, but paid it no mind and continued. One of their main bases of operation is at Mt. Hakob. Dan revealed. The second Espada, Baragan Luzenbarn uses it like a castle. Of course, Ibiki realized, of course their base of opera. Tyons would be a place difficult to reach. It's not their only base of operations, Ibiki. Dan admitted. And I'm not talking about Nirvana. Ibiki raised an eyebrow at this. What do you mean? He asked. Baragan has command of Mt. Hakob, not Zirf. Dan reminded him. Our main base of operations is wherever Zirf currently resides. Ibiki frowned. And do you know where Zirf is? He asked hopefully. No. Wing that such information may end this campaign earlier than expected. Dan shook his head. I'm sorry, but no. Dan admitted sadly. Such information was not given to us. As far as I know, Zirf kept High's location a secret from everyone except the higher-ups of the Fury invasion force. Ibiki sighed. I see, he said, disappointed. Even if I knew, I would not recommend going after Zirf just yet, Ibiki. Dan admitted. Going after a man of his caliber will require a great deal of manpower. If you were to go after him now, you'd leave those still campaigning to take back this country practically defenseless. I have to agree. Nightwalker nodded. Those who suggest cutting off the head of the snake first have never had to deal with men like Zirf. Take out the body first, then go after the snake's head. That's the proper path to victory in this case. All right, then we'll take the subject of Zirf and his location off the table for now. Ibiki decided. If you can't tell me, you can't tell me. Thank you for understanding, Ibiki. I really am sorry. Dan apologized. Don't be. The information you've provided will make Chitsujo's day. The man needs some good news if what happened in Clover Town is true. Ibiki admitted. But before I go, what do you know about Mt. Hakob's manpower? Something tells me it's still a very crucial stronghold, the top interrogator of the Leaf continued. Meanwhile, at Coalition headquarters, Kantan's palace, Wenstern Ritter v. Gremi Thumo had first been approached and told to make a clone of a certain wizard to spar against. he was surprised. Normally, he would have said no. But he was bored and he wanted to see what his comrade could do, so he said yes. So, for the past few days, Gremmy had been watching as Ikaruga, the leader of the assassination team, Trinity Raven, sparred against the clone Gremmy created. Gremmy had to admit, she had certainly improved from where they had started. The first time, she was literally wiped out in one shot. But now, she was holding her own. That was saying quite a bit, considering that Ikaruga was sparring against a clone of Urza Scarlet in her Nakagami armor. Ikaruga soon retreated to a safe spot. She was panting, clearly exhausted. Before the Urza clone could charge again, she sheathed her Mugetsu Ryu and held her hands up in the air. "I yield," she yelled. Gremmy ordered the clone to stop. Ikaruga turned to the Quincy. "How long did I last this time?" she inquired. Gremmy looked at the stopwatch he had imagined into existence to keep track of her progress. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. He replied. "You beat your old time from yesterday by a whole minute. Quite the progress, if I do say so myself." Ikaruga wiped the sweat off your brow. "And you're absolutely positive that your clone is an accurate depictio of Titania's prowess when she is wearing this Nakagami armor?" "I don't recall Titania having ever grown 4 additional arms, 2 machine guns, 5 pistols, and 3 shotguns." Gremmy smirked slyly at Ikaruga. "And when in the world did Titania learn the ability to suddenly grow dragon wings and spout fire?" Ikaruga asked angrily. Gremmy chuckled. "Well, the firearms and dragon's parts are definitely from my end. But I thought you of all people would enjoy the extra challenge." Ikaruga frowned at this. "Authenticity is important, Gremmy." Gremmy ignored this and continued. "As for her usual swords, manship and the design of the Nakagami armor, Sasori was very clear and concise with the details of his report. I have enough information to work with. Anyway, if you didn't trust in my ability to imagine, you wouldn't be here right now as we speak." Ikaruga sighed. "Well, I certainly can't argue with that. Your power has been very helpful, Gremmy. Anyway," Ikaruga continued, "when are you available for the next session?" Ikaruga abruptly stopped talking. A frown of annoyance graced her features. Gremmy noticed this and adopted a concerned expression on his face. "What's wrong? Do we have intruders?" There was no way that was the case. There was nobody in this world who was, well, stupid enough to infiltrate Kanton's castle. Ikaruga sighed and remained calm and collected. "It's worse than a mere intruder, I'm afraid," she said. "I spy a crouching lion." Ikaruga unsheathed and sheathed her sword in rapid succession. Gremmy's eyes widened in slight surprise as a hat suddenly fell to the ground. Ikaruga's frown deepened. "And a hidden pervert, Absalom," Ikaruga continued sternly, "if you wish to continue living, you will stop looking at my butt." The former member of the mysterious Four of Thriller, Bark and the user of the clear fruit suddenly materialized. "You can see me?" he asked in genuine surprise. Ikaruga sighed in annoyance. "You're invisible, not soundproof, you damn fool. You're pantin'." G and sighing could be heard from across the hallway. "In fact, why didn't you say anything, Gremmy?" Ikaruga asked the stern Ritter. Gremmy shrugged. "I thought that was you. You were working very hard, Ikaruga." A tick mark appeared on Ikaruga's forehead. Taking a moment to compose herself, she addressed Absalom again. "What is it you want other than ogling my body, you disgusting pervert?" Absalom nodded. "All right then. Perhaps I should stop beating around the bush." Absalom took a deep breath. "Will you be my bride?" Gremmy raised an eyebrow at this. Ikaruga gave the pervert a sweet, mocking smile. "You have my word," she said. "I'll date you." Ikaruga quickly changed her look to that of sheer annoyance. "When pigs fly." Suddenly, the sound of a squealing pig was heard in the room. Ikaruga and Absalom turned to see a pig flying around the room, courtesy of Gremmy the Visionary. Absalom grinned at this. Several other tick marks appeared on Ikaruga's forehead. "That doesn't count." Absalom's grin widened as he wagged his finger in a tisk fashion. "Nope, you gave your word," he reminded her. "So, what size dress do you wear?" Ikaruga unsheathed her sword again, causing Absalom to cry out in fear and leap back. "Did you really just ask a woman for her measurements, you disgusting pervert? I'm going to go out on a limb and say you in a wedding dress is going to remain in my imagination." Gremmy interjected. "You're next after I cut this imbecile in half." This is your fault to begin with. Ikaruga yelled angrily. I respectfully disagree, but you're welcome to try. Gremmy said as he imagined himself a chair to sit in and watch the show. Gremmy watched calmly as Ikaruga chased Absalom, hell-bent on cutting him up and forgetting she could launch air blades at him in the process. Someone else then entered the room. Mangetsu Hazuka rolled his eyes and shook his head at the antics his comrades were putting on. I'm surrounded by idiots, he realized. Ikaruga froze at this. Absalom breathed a sigh of relief as he realized he was not going to die. Gremmy frowned at Mangetsu. Really, that is his choice of words as soon as he enters the room. Gremmy thought disdainfully. My word, no wonder nobody likes that fool. He has no manners whatsoever. Ikaruga turned and glared at the former mist ninja, pointing Mugetsu Ryu at him. Choose your next words carefully, Mangetsu. Depending on how much you beg for mercy, I may decide to let you live. Mangetsu smirked confidently at this. Assuming you could cut me to begin with, he said arrogantly. Last I remember, you don't have a single lightning-related technique in your repertoire. Face it, Ikaruga, you're all smoke and no arg. Mangetsu was suddenly cut off as he was electrocuted by Gremmy. Ikaruga and Gremmy both watched in satisfaction as Mangetsu screamed in pain. Absalom simply watched, not interested in getting involved. Gremmy briefly led up to speak to Mangetsu. So, how does it feel to be suffering at the hands of a so-called idiot? He inquired. Before Mangetsu could respond, Gremmy started shocking him again. Now, while I'm pretty sure Lord Kanton won't appreciate us killing off our fellow comrade, we can still have our fun torturing Mangetsu. So, what do you say we tear him limb from limb, only for me to rebuild him so that we can do it all over again? Ikaruga grinned maniacally. Ooh, I like the way you think. Gremmy continued electrocuting Mangetsu, who was completely immobile at this point. Care to have the honors of inflicting the first blow? Ikaruga unsheathed her sword once again. With pleasure, she replied. Absalom turned invisible again. I'm staying out of this, he said. If anybody asks, I was never here. Ikaruga frowned where Absalom was. I never even wanted you here in the first place, pervert. Before Gremmy and Ikaruga could resume their tormenting of Mangetsu, the doors opened yet again. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, a messenger said nervously. Gremmy stopped electrocuting Mangetsu. Ikaruga sheathed her sword. No, you're not interrupting anything, right Mangetsu? Ikaruga said sweetly. Mangetsu wanted to say something, but his pride refused to let him admit that he let his guard down and got tortured as a result. Nope, nothing at all, he agreed through gritted teeth. I see, the messenger said, clearly not believing it. Well, that's good because I bear new orders. Lord Kanton has summoned all four of you for a very important matter. Absalom reappeared upon hearing this. Orders from Lord Kanton. The messenger nodded. Fine, Ikaruga said, we'll head there right now. The messenger nodded again and left the room. Ikaruga glared at Mangetsu. This isn't over, fool. She promised him. Mangetsu growled at her. Oh, believe me, the feeling is mutual, you bitch. I am one of the strongest in the history of the Hazuka clan. Just behind the second Mizukage himself. I refuse to be humiliated by some upstart bitch of an assassin, a nutcase, and a perverted freak. Kanton's throne room. Kanton looked as calm and composed as usual. He had that same amused smile on his face, showing that he was still very much enjoying the horrific war that was being fought across the universe at the moment. All four coalition soldiers respectfully lowered their heads and bowed before their leader. You wished to speak with us, Lord Kanton? Ikaruga inquired. Why yes, I did, Ikaruga. Kanton replied. I have a very important assignment. Kanton then noticed the state Mangetsu was in. Oh my, what happened to you, Mangetsu? He inquired with mock concern. Mangetsu glared at Kanton. None of your damn business, that's what. Kanton frowned. Oh come now, Mangetsu, the welfare of my soldiers is my business. Mangetsu had to laugh upon hearing this. Welfare. Don't make me laugh. We all know that you don't give a damn about us as long as the coalition wins in the end. Just remember, the only reason I'm here is because our interests align. Your interest is complete dominance of the universe, mine is gaining more power. Kanton smiled at this. Well, why should I care? If I had to choose between saving a soldier who agreed to fight for my ambition and doing something that will ensure victory, why would I save the soldier? He knew what he agreed to. Kontan told him, absolute victory is the ultimate goal of the coalition, anything less is a waste of all our combined efforts and an unforgivable sin in my eyes. Now you are certainly free to pursue that goal as long as you remain under the coalition's protection. Keep in mind, I gave you that freedom. Kontan reminded him. But don't forget, Mangetsu, your interests. No. The interests of everyone in the coalition are best served when you serve me. Keep talking, fool, Ikaruga thought disdainfully. Force Lord Kontan to kill you. At this rate, the Vis-Ual of Mangetsu's blood staining this room may just become a reality. Grem noted. Thank goodness he doesn't know that I've been peeping on his female soldiers. I'd rather not have him speak to me like that, it's terrifying. Absalom shuddered. Mangetsu could not argue with that. Yeah, I guess you're right. He said. Now what is this assignment you wish to give us? Kontan decided to get down to business. There is a mission that I want the four of you to undertake. A mission that I believe would benefit from your combined talents. Ikaruga looked at Absalom in surprise and confusion. Talent. From him. Forgive me if I speak out of line. But you've got quite the sense of humor, Lord Kontan. Absalom pouted at this. Hey, watch it. That's no way to talk to your groom. For the last damn time I am not going to be your bride. Ikaruga yelled. You gave your word, Ikaruga. Gremi reminded her. Silence, Gremi, this is your fault too. Ikaruga yelled. Before the argument could escalate, the quartet were suddenly silenced by an immense burst of power from none other than Kontan himself. 4 pairs of eyes widened simultaneously as they struggled to breath. My word, Gremi thought in sheer terror, this is worse than Kenpachi Zaraki's, no. It's even worse than His Majesty's. His power really does surpass His Majesty's. This is truly power fit for a king. Ikaruga thought. Kontan continued speaking as though nothing happened. Now that I have your attention once more, he said, it's not joke, I can assure you. The right people, in the right place, at the right time can make all the difference in the world. I'm certain that you will need Absalom's help. He is indeed a powerful ally that you can rely on. Absalom's bow deepened in a show of gratitude. You flatter me, sir. I am in your debt. Even if he is a pervert with more than a few eccentricities. Absalom's sweat dropped and collapsed to the floor in a manner similar to the victims of his comrade Perona's hollow fruit. No comment. Absalom said sadly. We're getting off topic. Mangetsu yelled. What the hell is the mission? Kontan smiled darkly. You 4 have been given an assassination job. This caught the interest of the quartet. An assassination job, my lord. Gremi raised an eyebrow at this. Mangetsu grinned. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Even Ikaruga could not help but smile in anticipation. I see, thank you for trusting in my abilities enough to offer me a job like this. Although I must ask why Fukuro and Vidaldus aren't involved in this mission. I'm far more experienced working with my teammates from Trinity Raven than these 3. Vidaldus and Fukuro lack the finesse required for this mission. Kontan replied. Ikaruga could not argue with that. Fukuro was far too loud with that jetpack of his and Vidaldus was, well, Vidaldus. As you know, there are several POWs currently being held in what is known as the Abyss Palace, an underground prison below Fiore's castle, Mercurius. Kontan began. These unfortunate souls were unlucky enough not to die honorably for the coalition's goals. Absalom's eyes widened. Wait, you're asking us to assassinate our own comrades? Kontan frowned. No, I'm asking you to execute weaklings who failed me and did not have the good fortune to die along with their failures. There is nothing more dishonorable than being a POW. I refuse to recognize such weaklings as part of my army, so you 4 will kill them. Also, Kontan continued, this must be done so that my brother cannot turn my indoctrinated soldiers to his side. Even now he's probably having his subordinates probe them for information while he studies ways to free them from my control. And there is no doubt they are giving away that information freely. Never mind that I allowed it to happen, considering that I had planned the beginning to eliminate the captured indoctrinated soldiers. Kontan added mentally. The worst they could reveal are locations, nothing important. Don't worry, Absalom, if you get squeamish, you see. And just turn invisible and pretend you're not there while we do the work. Mangetsu taunted. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Mangetsu. Kantan grinned. Hell yeah, I'm enthusiastic about this. I'm Mangetsu Hazuka, a master of silent killing. Finally, something that really brings out my talents. Not only that, but Fubuki is still captive there. I'm gonna kill him and take his copy of Shark Skin. Kantan nodded. Of course. Why do you think I chose you for this assignment? It simply saves me the trouble of having to bring it to you after the mission succeeds. Mangetsu's grin widened. Hey, I'm on board. You've got my thanks, boss. Kantan nodded. Yes, I'm sure the shark skin forged by my subordinates will make for quite the reward. Hey now, what about the rest of us? Gremmy inquired. Well, I would certainly offer the rest of you a reward. But the problem is a few of you seem to be hesitant about this assignment. Kantan looked at Absalom. Now, none of you have any reason to be hesitant about this. You have no real connection with them other than being allies for this war. So, what reason do you have to hesitate? Kantan asked. He's right, Absalom. Ikaruga told him. You really shouldn't complain. Besides, who knows? If things go to hell you can always take a few Alliance soldiers hostage. Absalom looked at Ikaruga in confusion. Why would I do that? So you can exchange the male prisoners for our freedom. Ikaruga replied. Absalom raised an eyebrow, still confused. The male prisoners. But what about? Absalom's eyes widened. There you go, Ikaruga said. Kantan nodded. Yes, a reward like that should suffice. He mused. Absalom, if you complete this mission successfully and return with or without any female hostages. Kantan smiled darkly. You will be rewarded with a harem of brides. I'm sure. There are a few women in my kingdom who'd gladly become brides for a soldier in the coalition. Absalom blushed at this. Oh my, you are quite generous, Lord Kantan. I look forward to this mission. Gremmy frowned. Okay, that's not fair. Why are Absalom and Mangetsu the only ones being richly rewarded? Kantan leaned forward from his throne and looked at Gremmy. I never said all four of you wouldn't be rewarded. He said. So speak freely. Gremmy, what is your heart's desire? Gremmy thought it over. The problem is I can imagine anything I want into existence. He said to himself. I won't deny I want what Absalom is going to get. But I can simply imagine a harem into existence. What can you give to a man who can imagine anything? The answer to that is simple, Gremmy. Kantan smiled knowingly. I will give you the one thing that even you can't accomplish, even with all of your power. Complete this task for me, and I will give you Kenpachi Zaraki. Gremmy's eyes widened. That's right, Kantan said darkly. As though Gremmy was being tempted by the devil himself. Kenpachi Zaraki is a difficult man to bring down, that much is true, but he isn't invincible. I seriously doubt that he would die, even if he is defeated. So he will be brought to me. And when that happens, Kantan continued, you will personally execute your most hated enemy. Gremmy bowed deeply. Despite your own claims, your generosity is immense, Lord Kantan. Thank you for this opportunity. Ikaruga had a nonchalant expression on her face. I'm not like these three. A large paycheck will be enough for now. Will it though? Come now, Ikaruga. Anyone can fight for money. Kantan told her. But search your heart for your deepest desire, and you will find something worth more than all the money in the world. Once you find that, you will fight harder than ever before. Ikaruga looked at Kantan. You knew what Gremmy's was, so I'm going to guess that you know mine as well. Indeed I do, Kantan said. I will reward you the opportunity to execute Urza Scarlet. Like Gremmy, Ikaruga's eyes widened. In fact, why don't you get some practice in? Kantan suggested. Her counterpart, Urza Nightwalker, is imprisoned as we speak. Give me Edenia Urza and that Soul Reaper lieutenant and you don't have to worry about paying me for this entire war. Ikaruga snarled. Those two will pay for humiliating me. I was the undefeated assassin who ever failed an assignment before Titania came along. And then that Soul Reaper had to ruin my mission in Chitsujo's palace. Consider it done, Kantan said. Urza Scarlet and Renji Abarai will both be executed by you personally. I'm sure my subordinates can refrain from dealing the killing blow to either of them. Provided nothing chaotic were to happen on the battlefield. Kantan added mentally. Anything can happen in a war. Mangetsu grinned. You know, for openly stating you don't care about us, you have no problem with rewarding us generously for our services. I always reward my followers, Mangetsu. Kanten said. Desire is a part of chaos, as it is held down by order. People should not have to be held back from their desires, so I will give them what they desire, as long as they complete the tasks I assign them. Fair enough, Mangetsu said. We accept the mission. Then the 4 of you are dismissed. Kanten said. Move out immediately. Meanwhile, in Yukio's cell at the Abyss Palace. After having finished his loaf of bread and glass of milk, Yukio carefully checked his surroundings to make sure that none of the Garo knights were watching him. Seeing there were none, Yukio sat down on the bench. He proceeded to close his eyes and uttered, "Private chat room." Yukio's consciousness. Yukio walked around in what appeared to be his internalized invaders must die. To the outside world, Yukio was taking a nap, when in reality, he was actually making his next move in secret. He sighed in frustration. These bindings on my wrist are restricting my spirit energy. He noted. How frustrating. Luckily my private chat room allows me to use what energy is stored on my invaders must die. They may have confiscated it, but they certainly cannot stop me from using it remotely. I should still have enough for brief communications. Yukio then heard the voice of his personal AI. Wi-Fi established. Current bars. 2 out of 5. Username. Yukio_the_badass. Password. Retinal scan confirmed. Fingerprint scan confirmed. Biometrics analysis complete. Content unlocked. Welcome, Master Yukio. How may I be of service to you today? Good day, Sheen. I need you to get me connected to Lord Kanten. As you command, sir. Which social media app would you like to use in this situation? Yukio thought it over. Facebook and Tumblr will take too long. He noted. Open the Skype app. Understood. Opening Skype. Sheen replied. Never have I been more grateful for Kurisaki's power. Yukio thought. It's making my Fullbring evolve and grow at a great rate, just like his own power does. Yukio watched as a screen in front of him opened up. Work. Damn it. Work. Yukio breathed a sigh of relief as Kanten's face came up on the screen. Kanten seemed pleased to see him. Ah, Yukio, I was wondering when you would contact me. Yes, forgive me, Lord Kanten. But I was busy being, what did they call it, baptized by the Alliance's interrogators. Kanten knew what that meant. Baptized, my dear brother, if you wouldn't act as viciously towards your prisoners as you could, I would call you a hypocrite. He mused. Well, whatever, we were in no hurry anyway. Kanten brushed the matter aside. But, now that you have contacted me, I have an assignment for you. This got Yukio interested, as it clearly had something to do with escaping this accursed place. I'm all ears, sir. I need you to orchestrate a prison break. Get as many prisoners as you can out of here and then meet a designated man of mine outside of Crocus. Do you think you can do that? Certainly, my lord. My digital radial invaders should be able to break us out with the energy it still has. My Fullbring is connected to my soul. While my spirit energy is cut off right now, I can still command it with the energy stored inside it. Yukio explained. Even if that doesn't work, I'll have Sheen take command over it. Very good, I expect great things from this prison break, Yukio. Kanten told him. Do not disappoint me. Yukio bowed respectfully to Kanten. I understand. With that, the screen vanished. Sheen, cancel the private chat room. Yukio ordered. We're going to see how much control I still have over digital radial invaders. Right away, Master Yukio. Yukio's eyes opened as the chat room was cancelled. Okay, he said, time to get started. Back with Kanten. Kanten laughed at the situation he had created single-handedly with nothing more than a few smooth words. This is going to be very interesting. He mused. It's too bad I'll miss most of it, since I know the indoctrinated are being kept in a different part of the prison. Chitsujo was smart in keeping them blinded for the most part when leading them to their cells. He admitted. Kanten then frowned. Now that that's over with, how long are you going to keep yourself hidden like that? The air seemed to be pulled open like a curtain as an illusion of sorts was dispelled, revealing a lanky man with blue eyes, shoulder-length silver hair, and the crimson-red garbs that belonged to one of Kanten's elites. The 9 dark circles. Really, Sagi, spying on your own master like that? Kanten shook his head. As one of your elite soldiers, it is imperative that I remain informed of your actions, my lord. Sagi bowed respectfully and gracefully. How can I possibly know how to serve you to best of my abilities when I cannot do that? Yes, I suppose I can excuse that irritating habit of yours with that kind of reasoning. Kantan frowned irritably. I take it my newest orders have piqued your interest. Oh yes, Lord Kantan. Sagi nodded. When I heard that you were personally assigning a mission to 4 rank-and-file soldiers, I was surprised. My lord, with all due respect, if you wanted an assassination job to be a guaranteed success, you should have sent me. I would have gotten the job done with ease, and maybe even did more in the process. No, your place is in the inner district along with your fellow circles until further notice. Kantan reminded him. I only made an exception with Yoku and Itan to send a message. Yes, of course, my apologies, sir. Sagi then got back on track. And, then I saw the orders you gave to the boy in prison. And what do you think of that? Kantan inquired curiously. Sagi smiled evilly. Well, I must say, my lord, you are certainly living up to your title with such actions. It was quite enjoyable to watch. Although if I may inquire, why did you give 2 different assignments? Sagi asked curiously. It does not make sense, my lord. You are free to ask such a thing. You are one of my best men, so I see no reason not to answer. Kantan said. While it is certainly true that I am infuriated with the POWs for being captured, I see no reason to simply discard them just yet. No disrespect, my lord, but your words from earlier said otherwise. Sagi pointed out. I meant what I said. Death is indeed kinder to those who are captured by the enemy. Kantan insisted. But if they wish to prove that they still belong in the coalition, then they must pass this test. A test? Yes, a test of natural selection. Kantan smiled. By ordering that quartet of assassins to kill the prisoners, and at the same time ordering Yukio to orchestrate a prison break, I have asked the prisoners a simple question. Who among you is worthy to return to the coalition and to me? While I will not recognize a POW as part of my army, they still have the opportunity to return and start over, should they pass the test. It is their only real right as prisoners. And even if either side fails, Kantan continued, the message this attack sends will be quite clear. We can attack you at any time in any way. Sagi's eyes widened in understanding. A most excellent plan, Lord Kantan. He praised. You're causing chaos on so many different levels. Your ability to make plans like this is astonishing. I'm so glad you think so. Sagi. Well, regardless of who passes your test, I would very much like for that Mangetsu to return with the copy of shark skin that I forged myself. Sagi stated. The idea of one of my creations in Alliance hands is disgusting. Indeed it is, Kantan nodded in agreement, but we'll see how this game plays out soon enough. It should be very entertaining. On the outskirts of Crocus. On the outskirts of Fiore's capital city, 4 figures stood calmly on the top of a hill. Ikaruga looked at her 3 comrades, who all looked ready to get the mission started. You boys ready? She asked. Hell yeah, I'm ready. Shark skin will be mine by the end of the day. Mangetsu replied. You need not worry, Gremi said. With power as great as mine, I am always ready. Absalom did not respond. He was simply panting lustfully and licking his lips. Absalom. Ikaruga raised an eyebrow. Harem, here I come, Absalom said absent-mindedly. Ikaruga rolled her eyes but took that as a yes. All right then, she said. Let us begin the operation. Omake. The Misadventures of Absalom the Pervert. Arankar 55, Francesca Mila Rose sighed happily as she stretched out in the hot spring. Now this is refreshing. Her master, Cheer Halibal, was truly a generous woman to suggest they spend a few hours relaxing in the hot springs together. Yeah, for once I have to agree with you. Mila Rose, comrade, Emilo Apache nodded. Boss may be a crazy bastard sometimes, but he certainly has good taste in decoration. Apache, Halibal said sternly, I'd advise you to be more discreet about the words you choose to describe Kantan. Master Halibal is right, Apache. The third member of the Fracciones, Cyan Sun nodded. One would almost think you have a death wish. Come on, Sun don't be such a pansy. Apache frowned. We're comrades, right? We don't have to hide anything from each other, right? A tick mark then appeared on the dear woman's forehead. That being said, she growled. Apache pointed a NGRILY at Mila Rose with an embarrassed blush on her face. Why the hell do you have to go around naked, Mila Rose? Put a damn towel on. Mila Rose was indeed completely naked. She had no towel covering her body and was only dipping her feet in the springs. In fact, she was the only one in such a state. Apache and Sun Sun both had towels completely covering their bodies. Even Hannibal, who could not find a towel to cover her entire body due to her chest size, was at least trying to cover up with a towel. Mila Rose laughed boisterously. "Ah, come on, Apache, if you've got them you flaunt them." Mila Rose grinned smugly. "Besides, you're just jealous that I am way bigger than you." Apache stood up. "That is total crap and you know it. I'll have you know I am proud of the body I've got." Mila Rose slyly walked over to Apache. "Then I suppose you won't mind me ripping the thing off and showing it to Master Hannibal and Sun Sun." Apache shrieked in surprise as Mila Rose reached for the towel. The two chased each other around the hot springs, much to Sun Sun and Hannibal's embarrassment. "Master, aren't you going to stop them?" Sun Sun asked. "They'll slip soon. That will be punishment enough," Hannibal said calmly. Apache desperately tried to hold her towel together while Mila Rose chased after her. Unfortunately, that slowed her down, which gave Mila Rose enough time to close the distance between the two. Unfortunately, in the process, Mila Rose slipped and skidded into Apache, tackling the girl and sending them both into the hot springs. The water splashed into the air. Hannibal then watched as some of the water seemed to stop in midair, almost as though it had hit something. Hannibal narrowed her eyes. "Girls," she said, "it appears that we have an uninvited guest." The water prepared to move, only for Hannibal to exert some of her spiritual pressure and concentrate it on that spot. "Reveal yourself now," Hannibal demanded. Absalom soon came into view, soaked to the bone. He looked nervously at the four women, who immediately glared at him upon seeing him. He was especially terrified of facing the fury of the woman who had been the third Espada. "Well, hello ladies," Absalom said nervously as Hannibal advanced upon him. "Fancy meeting you four here." Hannibal prepared a sero. "You are the reason I despise men so much," she said. Absalom's screams could be heard for miles. After taking a moment to scan the city, Ikaruga looked over at Gremi Thumo, Mangetsu Hazuka, and Absalom. "Okay," she said, "as far as we can tell, this city is crawling with Alliance soldiers and refugees who would gladly blow our cover at the mere sight of us." The three men could not argue with that. "Now, first things first," Ikaruga continued. "We need to infiltrate the city and then make our way to the castle, Mercurius." Ikaruga gestured to the large castle. "Unfortunately, as you can see, that is a very tall order," she admitted. "Usually I have Fukuro fly Vidaldus and me over our target and infiltrate from there. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to work. But we have other options, right?" Gremi inquired. Ikaruga nodded. "I've been running through a few plans on the way here. Unfortunately, they all have detractors," she said. "Our first option would be to use Absalom as a vanguard." "What?" Absalom was shocked. "Are you trying to get me killed? You have a devil fruit that turns you invisible, idiot," Ikaruga hissed. Absalom gasped. "Oh yeah, you're right, I do." Ikaruga face-palmed at her comrade's stupidity. She quickly got back on track. "Now, unfortunately, a plan like that would take far too long," she admitted sadly. "There's no doubt in my mind that there are Alliance patrols running around on the outskirts of the city as well." Gremi nodded in agreement. "Indeed," he said, "the longer we stay here, the more we run the risk of being spotted by these patrols. I could use the hidden mist jutsu to conceal our presence," Mangetsu suggested. Ikaruga shook her head. "That is out of the question," she said. "It's one thing to use that jutsu in a place where mists are common, but quite another to use it in a place like this." "She's right, Mangetsu," Gremi added. "We'd be attracting more attention to ourselves if we used your hidden mist jutsu." Mangetsu grumbled in frustration. He hated being downplayed like that, but he knew that they were right. "Now," Ikaruga continued, "our other option is to move across the rooftops to reach the castle. This plan has an even greater detractor." Gremi nodded. The soldiers patrolling around the city and the sentries on the flat roofs. He noted. Yes, Ikaruga said, that plan is even riskier. You could just grab onto me and I could make all four of us invisible. Absalom suggested. With that, we could all move undetected. Oh yeah, sure, Mangetsu said sarcastically. Because moving at high speeds while remaining hidden wasn't tough enough. Now we have to keep a hold on you in order to stay hidden. Hey, I was just trying to help. Absalom defended himself. Mangetsu is right though, Ikaruga admitted. We'd be moving too slow, and with such a large group turning invisible, we run the risk of having at least one of us bump into a soldier and blow our cover in the process. Ikaruga looked at Absalom in disgust. Besides, I would never touch such a disgusting pervert, no matter the situation. That is no way to talk to your groom. Absalom frowned. For the last time, I am not going to be your bride. Ikaruga snarled. But we had a deal. Absalom reminded her. A deal that was rendered null and void, because Gremmy here had to interfere just for his own entertainment, countered Ikaruga. Must you continue trying to weasel your way out of this? Absalom whined. I am so looking forward to our wedding. There's going to be bells. There's going to be cake. Ikaruga blushed with excitement and hunger. Wait, did you say something about cake? Absalom grinned. Oh yes, I did say something about cake. Yes, got her, Absalom inwardly exclaimed. Looks like the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach after all. Before this gets out of hand, perhaps I could make a suggestion. Gremmy interjected. Oh thank sweet merciful God, he intervened. Mangetsu thought. I came here to kill and to take shark skin. Not listen to Ikaruga and Absalom bitch and moan about their love life. Ikaruga turned her attention to Gremmy. You have a plan? She inquired. I do, actually, Gremmy said. And I believe this one lacks any detractor whatsoever. I'll believe it when I hear it. Ikaruga folded her arms and gave the Sternritter a stern gaze. Gremmy gestured over to the castle, Mercurius. Now that I have a visual on the castle, I can definitely imagine all four of us on the castle's roof. You can do that? Absalom was surprised. Gremmy nodded. The letter I received from His Majesty was the visionary. Gremmy reminded them. Anything I imagine becomes a reality. This also includes locations I wish to be in, as long as I have a visual of the location first. I may not be able to imagine us inside of the castle instantly, but going straight to the roof is a good start. Gremmy continued. From there, we can have Absalom seek out the entrance to the Abyss Palace. In fact, I will. I'll also imagine myself invisible and join Absalom in this search. That way, once we find the entrance, I can imagine us inside. Ikaruga thought it over. That plan actually works perfectly. She decided. We can avoid any needless conflict and simply concentrate on taking out our assigned targets. Gremmy nodded. Although, there still is the risk of being spotted by our enemies. Gremmy reminded her. Just in case, I will imagine some help into existence. That should keep our enemies on the surface busy while we take care of things underground. Good call, Mangetsu complimented. Can't have any nosy bastards interfering with our plans after all. All right then, Gremmy, we'll do things your way. Ikaruga decided. Is there anything you need from us? All I requires is for each of you to put your hands on me. Gremmy explained. Then, once I imagine us on Mercurius' roof, you will go with me. The other three did as told. Also, just in case, Gremmy continued, I would like to suggest that we place our DS on Absalom so that he may turn us invisible as well. That way, we are not spotted as soon as we reach the castle. Fine. Ikaruga really did not want to touch Absalom. Don't be like that, Ikaruga. As a bride you must get used to laying your hands on the groom. Absalom reminded her. Call me your bride one more time and I will cut your head off, pervert. Ikaruga promised. But if you kill me, there won't be any cake for you left. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Oh dear, young love is so great, isn't it? Mangetsu teased. Gremmy, Mangetsu, and Ikaruga all placed their hands on Absalom, who turned himself and the others invisible instantly. Now that that's settled, came Gremmy's disembodied voice, I shall now imagine us on Mercurius' roof. In a mere second, the quartet of assassins were on the roof of the great castle Mercurius. The infiltration of the Abyss Palace had begun. Meanwhile, with Yukio Hans Varalberna. Yukio Hans Varalberna concentrated what little spirit energy he could use and attempted to summon his digital radial invaders. He smirked when he saw it was a success. The young Fullbringer clapped his hands together as best he could, considering that he was still handcuffed. "All right, time to bust out of this cramped cell," he declared. "But first things first, there's a problem," Yukio continued. "I can't afford to fight against the Garo Knights directly. There's not enough spirit energy or electricity to work with. Even with my ability to remotely control invaders must die. Even if my console was at full strength, I doubt I'd be able to do much against them. They are trained killers and I'm not even a direct fighter." Yukio sighed. "I'll have to be stealthy about this until I can retrieve my console. Then, I'll bust out the rest of my fellow Prysone RS and we'll have them do the fighting while I support them on the sidelines." "A sound strategy, Master Yukio," Shin complimented. "Thank you, Shin," Yukio said. "The fact that I have access to my digital radial invaders is a plus. I can do this at least." Yukio summoned a digital blade and cut his handcuffs off. "Excellent, that should give me more access to my digital radial invaders. Unfortunately, accessing invaders must die at this point is out of the question thanks to the fact it's still out of power from that fight at Lake Willow." "Shin," Yukio addressed his AI, "do you have anything for me?" "Sir, I'm currently scanning the cell's surroundings, and so far, there's something peculiar you should know about." "And that would be?" Yukio egged her on. "Accessing Coalition databases. Downloading, match confirmed. Sir, it would appear that there is a barrier surrounding the cage you currently inhabit." "Only a barrier?" Yukio scoffed. "Please, that shouldn't be much of a problem." "It is no ordinary barrier, Master," Shin continued. "It's a miniature version of the Hidden Leaf Village's barrier. And I should care about this because," Yukio began. "The barrier is simple yet effective. Any unauthorized person who enters or exits the barrier sets off an alarm and is immediately located. Nagato, also known as Pain, of the Akatsuki, had to overcome this barrier during his invasion of the Leaf Village." Yukio frowned. "So we're basically facing the shinobi version of a motion sensor." "Brilliant," he said sarcastically, "as if I wasn't already discouraged enough from walking out the front door." "Shin, is there anything on how Nagato disarmed the barrier?" Yukio inquired. "Unfortunately, that's where the database ends on that particular matter," Shin admitted. "You're kidding, they put absolutely why nothing down on how to beat these barriers?" Yukio inquired incredulously. "Well, there were also some pen-written commentary added to the article margins." Shin remembered. Something about how Steel wasn't exactly high on Nagato's list of priorities for this invasion. "So I believe we can conclude that Nagato never bothered trying to find a solution." Yukio rolled his eyes at this. "Really? That's it? No master key or anti-barrier paper tag that can help me out? Couldn't there at least be some connection between the cage's keyhole and that barrier? Help me out here, Shin, I don't exactly have Nagato's raw power to get away with throwing stealth out the window, you know." "Actually, yes, there is," Shin realized. "There's a thin string of chakra connecting the keyhole to the barrier. If I had to guess, I'd say that unlocking the door from the outside will safely deactivate the barrier without alerting the knights." "All right then," Yukio said. "Shin, I'm sending you a mental image of the keyhole's shape right now. Is it possible that we could craft an artificial key with the necessary shape within the private chatroom and then use digital radial invaders to wear the key into reality?" "Splendid thinking, Master Yukio," Shin cheered. "I am automating the process as we speak. You'll have the key ready in no time." "Good, we don't exactly have all the time in the world," said Yukio. "If A.G. UARD makes his rounds here and sees me without handcuffs, we're in serious trouble." 5 minutes later, Yukio sighed in relief as a digital key materialized into his hands. However, he still had a frown on his face. "That took quite some time to finish, Shin," he chided. "I was buffering your Netflix movie at the same time that the key was being created, sir," Shin admitted. "While I do apologize for the delay, all good things come to those who wait, right? Especially when it comes to buffering a movie like Guardians of the Galaxy." "I understand completely," Yukio nodded. "Guardians of the Galaxy and this key are definitely worth the wait. In fact, I think I'll watch it when this whole mess is over. Although, I am surprised we're registering any Wi-Fi bars to begin with. What in the world would wizards need with Wi-Fi at all? Master, with all due respect, you live in a universe occupied by ninjas, zombies, cyborgs, dragons, pirates, wizards, and multiple existing gods. None of this makes any sense at all. Although if I had to guess, I'd say the sudden interaction of the multiple universes has resulted in this phenomenon. Yukio nodded in agreement. A sound theory, he said, but enough idle chatter. Indeed, we have a cage to escape from. Shin agreed. Let's hope your theory is correct and that the key works, Master. Yukio held the key up to the keyhole. Nothing on the outside was happening, so he could only guess that nobody was being alerted to his actions. He placed the key inside and turned it. He grinned when he realized the key was working and the cell door was being unlocked. Well, I'll be damned, he said. Open sesame. Yukio opened up the cell door and stepped out. But first, we need to make sure nobody suspects a thing. Yukio created a hologram clone of himself to take his place in the cell. Now, he continued, it's time to make ourselves scarce as we move to our next checkpoint. Shin, activate the camouflage hack. Certainly, sir. Yukio smirked as he turned invisible, MP camouflaging himself with his environment. You know, Yukio mused, it would actually be more fun to escape with only a cardboard box hiding me. For the last time, Master Yukio, beating the Met. Al Gear series doesn't make you Solid Snake. And do not forget, Master, the only reason you even got through the series was because I gave you the information on how to beat Psycho Mantis. You almost quit that series because you kept losing to him after he shut down your controller. Well, who wouldn't? Yukio countered. Who even does that? Please do not get mad about that, sir. Shin said. You had raised the company for such a unique twist, remember? Yukio frowned while camouflaged. Well, what about detective mode? That would certainly help. Beating the Arkham series does not make you Batman either, Master. Shin told him. Well, you know, it's not like you've ever seen the two of us in the same place at the same time. Yukio reminded Shin. It could happen. Yukio then remembered something else. Saiyan was about to speak up before Shin interrupted him. And no, beating the Assassin's Creed games does not make you Altair, Ezio, Connor, Edward Kenway, or any of the other assassins from the series. Yukio growled. I thought Ice weren't supposed to berate their masters. Sir, you made me self-aware. Shin reminded him. While it is true that I am your loyal servant, the fact that I am self-aware compels me to advise you as well. Yukio sighed. I didn't I? He lamented. An idea then came to Yukio. Shin, I've changed my mind about being invisible. Open up my private chatroom again and let my hologram stall for time while I plan for my next move. Certainly, sir. Private chatroom dimension. Inside the private chatroom, Yukio explained his plan to Shin, who almost immediately voiced her objections. Sounding worried about what the plan involves. Are you sure you want to go through with this as the next part of your plan? While I do not doubt your intellect, Master, it sounds incredibly risky. And it is, Yukio admitted. But the fact of the matter is we need reinforcements so that this prison break actually succeeds. Using Kako to escape is out of the question. Those bastards branded me with some sort of seal when we got here. Said it stops me from using the technique to run off. So, unfortunately we do have to fight our way out. The problem is, even if we get past the Garo Knights, we still have the soldiers outside of Mercurius to deal with, along with the actual Alliance leaders who are definitely hanging around this area. In other words, we're surrounded with a ton of powerful enemies. So, you wish to create soldiers with digital radial invaders? Shin inquired. Yukio shook his head. No, there's no way in hell imaginary minions are going to free us from this place. We need flesh and blood, ruthless, elite warriors who can carry us to victory. And what better reinforcement to summon than an act of chaos himself? Sir, I really don't want to though. Yukio admitted. They're all so creepy. If you ask me, Yuacha's always got that smile even when he's forcing you to the ground with his spiritual pressure. Madara's got that freaky Sharingan of his. And Blackbee, Rhodes a disgusting pig who won't shut up about fate. But, luckily, We've got Zirf. Yukio continued. He's definitely the most reasonable out of the four. Sheen sighed. It's your funeral, she said. Oh well. It was an honor to serve you, Master Yukio. A tick mark appeared on Yukio's forehead. Oh, stop whining, he yelled. Begin the reverse Kako already. As you wish, Sheen said, beginning the summoning. Yukio grinned in anticipation. This is probably the best plan I have ever come up with. He cheered mentally. With Zirf on my side, there is no doubt that this prison break will go over smoothly. Yuck. Io watched as a humanoid form began to materialize in front of him. However, the grin on his face was soon wiped off and replaced with one of comical shock as the form that completely materialized was not Zirf. No, it was a very busty woman with ram horns in a bathrobe. She was reading a book, appearing oblivious to the fact that wherever she was before, she was no longer there and was now somewhere else. Summoning complete, Sheen declared. No, it is not, Yukio yelled in disbelief. The woman finally realized what was happening and closed her book. What in the... She was shocked. What in Lord Zerif's name is going on right now? The woman then noticed Yukio and glared at him. You, she growled. You had better give me a good reason for interrupting my hobbies. Yukio was still shocked. You're not Zirf. The woman frowned and pointed to her horns. With these horns, then to her chest, and this bust, what sort of moron would mistake me for Lord Zirf? She asked. Speak now, or I will end your story immediately. The woman raised her hand to strike Yukio. Yukio waved his hands to stop her. No, 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 of course I already know that you're not Zirf. Indeed I am not, the woman huffed. I am Sayla, the goddess of the chilled moon. I am a member of Tartarus, Elite 9 Demon Gates. Yukio sighed. I see, he said, you'll have to forgive me, I was simply lamenting that I could only manage to summon a demon gate rather than directly summon Zirf as intended. Sayla frowned. Well, you can't have him right now. Lord Zirf is resting from his battle with that detestable brat, Straw Hat Luffy. And I'm sure he won't appreciate any disturbances to his beauty sleep. I do believe the urgency of this problem will require him being awake for this. Sayla's frown deepened further, before changing into a fake, sickly sweet smile. Do you know the name of the last man who foolishly tried awakening Lord Zirf at an inconvenient time? No idea. His name was Hades, continued Sayla, Grimoire Hearts Guild Master. Want to know what happened to him? He paid for the price for his arrogance with his life. At this point, Yukio shivered in fear. Master, are you certain that Lord Zirf is the most reasonable of the acts? Sheen playfully asked. Not the time, Sheen. Yukio said sternly. Sayla looked down on Yukio. Now, how in the world did a mere human like you manage to summon me in the first place? It is certainly quite the twist in this chapter. Hey now, I'm no mere human. Yukio tilted his head to the side. I'm Yukio Hans Varalberna, I'm a Fullbringer and one of your comrades. So the least you could do is treat me with respect. The only human I respect is my creator, Lord Zirf. Sayla replied. And even then, calling him a human is debatable. Lord Zirf at this point has ascended to godhood. Of course, Yukio got back on track. Anyway, you remember what Kako is, right? Come now, boy, who doesn't know about Kako? Sayla scoffed. Any officer of enough importance is granted the privilege of using Kako from Lord Kontan. Well, I was able to change some coordinates here and there in an attempt to reverse summon Zirf here. Yukio sighed. But it appears I made a miscalculation. The change I/N coordinates also change the intended summoning target to someone who in some way is connected with the original target, provided they are in the same universe. Sayla growled in anger. Trifling mortal, she yelled. Do you see me as nothing more than your plaything? Your arrogance will be your undoing. Yukio frowned at Sayla. Look, I just wanted to ask for Zerif's help. I'm trying to stage a break out from this Alliance prison we're in at the moment. This caught Sayla's interest. An Alliance prison, huh? What an interesting story I find myself in, she said, smiling. Sayla smiled at Yukio. Tell me, boy, why should I bother wasting my time on you and the rest of the failures who infest this prison? Yukio smirked. 2 reasons, actually. First, my invaders must die practically makes me the god of my own little universe. I can create whatever I want. Help me out as much as possible, and I'll introduce you to the biggest library ever. I'm sure a bookworm like yourself can appreciate such a thing. Sayla raised an eyebrow. And the second, Lord Compton himself contacted me and officially sanctioned the prison break. This is all happening on his orders. That should be reason enough, right? Sayla hummed in acknowledgement. You do have a point, she admitted. I certainly cannot ignore an official order from Lord Compton. If he believes that a prison break is in the coalition's best interest, then so be it. Very well, Sayla decided, I will indulge your little request. But first, we need to set some ground rules. Yukio nodded. I'm listening. Rule 1. You will not look at me in any lustful manner whatsoever. What the hell kind of a rule is that? Yukio deadpanned. You are a boy with hormones, I know what you fools think about. Sayla knew indeed. She often caught Jackal staring at her. And he was as close to a hormonal teenager as they come. Yukio frowned. Don't flatter yourself, lady, you are not exactly my type. The horns are kind of a turnoff. You would certainly think that Kyo would show a healthy interest in girls by now, but when you spend all your time playing video games and hang around a bratty girl like Riruka Dokugamin, you really can't blame him for his disinterest. Sayla frowned at this, but continued. Rule 2. I answer to no one but Lord Zirf and Lord Compton. That means no bossing me around. Yukio smirked. That's a rather unforgiving and poorly defined rule, don't you think? Actually, no, I don't. You have no right to order me around. There has never been and never will be a story in which a demon follows orders from a mere human. It's that simple. Hey, better not introduce her to a few certain manga back in my world if that's the case. Yukio thought. Well, if that's the case, allow me to elaborate on some crucial differences. Demanding that you shine my shoes is me ordering you around. Whereas advising you to follow my elaborate and well-thought-out strategies is me being a team player. Is that an acceptable revision to your rule? Sayla ado. Pted a very amused expression on her face. Oh my, you are quite the orator. She complimented. Say, would you be interested in writing my next story? Yukio shook his head. I'm more of a gamer than a writer, so I'll pass. He said, but I certainly understand your passion for your hobby, so long as you respect mine. Then enough of this idle chatter, my dear colleague. We've got lots of killing and liberating to do for this upcoming story. Hey now, we're in no rush, said Yukio. If you're worried about time, don't be. Like how Itachi Uchiha uses the Mangekyo Sharingan for Tsukuyomi, I control the FL. Out of time in this personal dimension of mine. This entire conversation has lasted less than a second in the real world outside. This caught Sayla's interest. Oh, so that means you would allow me to finish my book without uttering a single complaint. Yukio grinned and decided to grant this request, hoping to win points with the demon woman for the sake of the plan later on. Be my guest, he said. After all, mi casa es su casa. Meanwhile, back on the surface. Here's the entrance, Gremmy. Absalom grinned. Even though his comrade could not see it, he was still invisible after all. Perfect. I was getting worried we'd never find it. Yes, good work, Absalom. Gremmy added. The only problem, however, are those two guards at the entrance. Do you think you could take care of them? Hell yeah, I'm the great Absalom after all. Absalom ran between the two soldiers. He then held up his invisible arms and aimed them both at the guards. Hands of the dead. Before the two could react, they were blasted by some sort of concussive blast and sent into the wall, knocking them both unconscious. Absalom grabbed them both and turned them invisible. Hurry up and get Mangetsu and Ikaruga, Gremmy. Absalom told him. I won't dawdle too much. I understand that you must be concerned about blowing our cover with those two soldiers now, gone, from their posts. Gremmy assured him. Just know that I'm going to take some time to summon some reinforcements. A little backup, huh? Absalom grinned. Now we're talking. Make sure to give them this if that's the case. Absalom handed Gremmy a black box of sorts. Gremmy grinned at this. You certainly know how to plan ahead. Gremmy noted. And here I thought you were brainless. I'm Absalom. I'm an awesome stud that's full of surprises. Yes, quite, Gremmy said. Now then, I'll be right back. With that, Gremmy imagined himself back on the rooftop where Ikaruga and Mangetsu were waiting. Gremmy quickly found himself in his desired location and revealed himself. Ikaruga folded her arms at the sight of him. "Well, Gremmy," she inquired. "Phase 1 is a smashing success, Ikaruga." Gremmy smiled brightly. Ikaruga smiled. "Excellent," she said, "then imagine us at the lock Asian and we can get the next phase started." "Actually, might I make a suggestion before we do that?" Gremmy inquired. "Really? Now, we don't have all night, man." Mangetsu impatiently reminded him. "This is for the benefit of our mission." Gremmy told them. "Ikaruga, you mentioned earlier how you were concerned about the soldiers patrolling Crocus, yes?" Ikaruga nodded. "Then allow me to even the playing field," Gremmy suggested. "I can imagine my own real-life creations into existence. This includes warriors who can fight for us." Ikaruga and Mangetsu's eyes both widened at this. "Of course, they will interfere if the soldiers attempt to stop us," Gremmy assured them. "But having a few strong fighters keeping us guarded should be a boon to us." "Only a few?" Ikaruga raised an eyebrow. "I can only concentrate on 4 capable fighters," Gremmy admitted. "Anything else, and they would be rather weak." Ikaruga nodded in agreement. "Excellent idea, Gremmy. You may do just that." Gremmy nodded and closed his eyes. Instantly, 4 new figures appeared behind him. Gremmy gestured to them. "Allow me to introduce my dear creations," he said. A terrifying-looking elderly man with bug eyes, large teeth, and big hair. Gwenel Lee. A tall, ferrety-looking man with a pointed nose and slicked-back black hair. Gerhalv Rilton. A short and stout-looking man with mop-like brown hair. Gavro Dox. Finally, a young Ma-en of average height with spiky white hair. Gideon Alver. The 4 creations of the visionary bowed in respect to their creator. "We are yours to command, Gremmy," they said in unison. Gremmy smiled. "Excellent to hear," he said. "Because you 4 are going to be my eyes in this city. Find a place to stay hidden and remain there until it becomes clear the enemy knows of our presence. But don't leave just yet," he continued. "Before pulling out the black box and giving it to Gwenel, I've got a gift for you 4. Ikaruga raised an eyebrow. "What is that?" Gremmy smirked. "A little something from your groom." Gremmy then continued his orders to the 4 creations. "So anyway, if you start to feel overwhelmed by the enemy's sheer numbers, just slam the box as hard as you can, and you'll get some surprise help." "Understood." With that, the 4 creations vanished. "You think those 4 can hold their own?" Mangetsu inquired. Gremmy nodded. "I wouldn't bother creating them if they were completely useless," he replied. "Their own respective powers may certainly pale in comparison to mine, but they are quite strong." "Good, then they'll suffice." Ikaruga nodded, before stopping where she stood and asking, "Wait. What was with all that fuss with the box?" "Yeah, what sort of surprise help were you guys talking about?" asked Mangetsu. "I think the whole group here deserves some answers." Gremmy grinned maniacally. "The might of Thriller Bark's elite." "Thriller Bark? As in that creepy-ass place Absalom is from?" Mangetsu was surprised. "Let's just say that I used my imagination to store Absalom's soldiers into a box as potential reinforcements for this mission," Gremmy elaborated. "We don't have much manpower to work with, so we might as well take what we can, even if said manpower consists of my imaginary friends and Absalom's general zombies." Ikaruga smiled. "Oh, general zombies, Ikaruga said. "That'll work perfectly. If anything they'd work out better than that spineless, perverted oaf." "Don't be so mean to your groom, Ikaruga," Mangetsu teased. Ikaruga glared at Mangetsu. "Hey now." Gremmy frowned at them both. The 2 then remembered they had no time to argue. It was time to begin phase 2. "Okay you 2, Gremmy said, "you know the drill. Grab on and I'll imagine the 3 of us at the entrance." Mangetsu rolled his eyes. "Man, I'm not gonna lie, that is a weird experience," he complained as he grabbed onto Gremmy. "Oh quit whining, Mangetsu." Ikaruga scolded as she did the same. The trio quickly vanished and reappeared in front of the door to the Abyss Palace. "Anyone get suspicious, Absalom?" Gremmy inquired. "Nah," came Absalom's voice. "We're still good." Ikaruga nodded. "Good," she said, "then let us enter and start our operation." Mangetsu and Gremmy stepped forward and pushed open the doors revealing the stairs to the Abyss Palace. Mangetsu grinned. "Damn, looks like we're walking into hell. Never mind that, Ikaruga wanted to get started quickly. We need to enter before we draw too much attention. The quartet quickly entered. Mangetsu and Gremmy then closed the doors. You can drop your invisibility, Absalom. Why? We're still undercover, aren't we? Absalom inquired. We're safe at the moment, and frankly, I don't trust you to stay invisible and not stare lustfully at me. Ikaruga said disdainfully. Absalom, knowing that Ikaruga would try to hurt him if he did not comply, became visible, with the two unconscious soldiers still in his arms. Rest them against the wall, Ikaruga ordered. Absalom frowned in confusion but did as he was told regardless. Didn't Lord Conton say we could take hostages though? He asked. It would be better to only take hostages in the event that our plan possibly fails. Ikaruga reminded him. Until then, hostages are nothing more than baggage that will slow us down. We're on an assassination mission. Absalom. Speed and subtlety are of the utmost importance. Absalom stepped away from the two. He then gasped in surprise as Ikaruga unsheathed and resheathed her sword in quick fashion. Blood sprayed from the throats of both men in the process. Absalom looked at Ikaruga, who shrugged. No witnesses, she said simply. I was invisible, he reminded her, but you interacted with them. Ikaruga countered. Therefore, they cannot be left alive. Mangetsu grinned. Lord Conton never did give us any boundaries on what we have to do to get to our assigned targets. He noted. So, if we decide to kill anyone to reach said targets, then so be it. Nothing we can do about it in the end. Absalom sighed. All right, let's just get moving, he said. Ikaruga nodded. Proceed with caution, you three. She told them as they all started walking down the stairway. The Abyss Palace is occupied by 5 incredibly dangerous executioners known as the Garo Knights. How do you know about this? Gremmy asked curiously. I'm one of the finest assassins in Fury. Ikaruga reminded him. As such, I am also deeply rooted in the Black Market's information department. Smart move, it pays to stay informed. Information was very coveted back in Mist, whether it was used to help launch surprise attacks against enemy villages, or to carry out our own assassination missions. Mangetsu smirked before adding with pride. We were known as the Bloody Mist, after all. Oh my, I can only imagine what horrors were committed in a place called the Bloody Mist. Gremmy chuckled. Mangetsu chuckled as well. Remind me to introduce you to Zabuza Momochi. He grinned. The guy may have softened up now, but back when we were both a part of the strongest generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, he was probably the most bloodthirsty out of all of us. Of course, that changed when Kisame killed Fubuki and took his place in the group, but I digress. Ikaruga scoffed at the fact that Zabuza had softened up, according to Mangetsu. Disgraceful, she said. A killer has no use if he gains a heart. No kidding. Mangetsu nodded in agreement. You would not believe how painful it is to see him hang AR. Ound that stupid brat he took under his wing and act more like a father these days than a shinobi. Don't you have a younger brother, Mangetsu? Absalom inquired. I do, Mangetsu said, but I made it clear to him that as long as we were both in the service of the Mist, I would not be his brother, but a fellow shinobi. Suigetsu understood that. That's why I'll feel no regret whatsoever when I cut him down for siding with the enemy. You're as cold as ice, Mangetsu. Gremmy smiled. I can't imagine what goes on in that demented mind of yours. Probably isn't as bad as what goes on in your head, Gremmy. Mangetsu retorted playfully. Enough. All of you. Ikaruga cut them off. We're here. The quartet looked out at the vast area before them. It was the Abyss Palace in all of its desolate glory. Holy crap, Mangetsu said in shock. This is a prison. The Abyss Palace, Ikaruga muttered, home of many criminals who walk the kingdom of Fury. How does a place like this even work? Absalom wondered. The lowest ranked offenders are allowed to roam about the majority of the prison while serving their time. It simulates an environment of lawlessness as a means to rehabilitate them. By showing them what their Sessions due to the world around them and the danger it poses to themselves, the Abyss Palace is a scared straight program of the highest degree. And the more dangerous lawbreakers? Gremmy inquired curiously. They're isolated in different areas depending on the severity of the crime. Ikaruga replied. Sometimes they are just confined in different places for the remainder of their days. But the worst Criminals are placed in a certain part of the prison that serves as the execution ground of the prison. Ikaruga continued. That's where those Garo Knights hang around, right? Mangetsu asked. Ikaruga nodded. Those particular criminals are hunted until they are dead by the Knights. She explained. A fitting punishment, to fill a criminal with fear similar to the fear that he instilled upon his victim. I'm actually liking this place more and more, Mangetsu admitted. Still, it's probably best we avoid the area the Garo Knights are, right? Absalom asked. Theoretically yes, we did not come here to fight them. We came here to assassinate the prisoners. Ikaruga admitted. Unfortunately, we may have no choice. What do you mean? Absalom asked. Our main targets are those who are considered important to the coalition. Military officers if you would. Ikaruga reminded them. There's no doubt in my mind that they are being guarded by the Garo Knights. This is their domain after all. Mangetsu grinned at this. So to get to our targets, we need to get past the strongest executioners in Fury. Now we're talking. Then what should our next move be? Gremmy inquired curiously. We don't know the exact locatio of the prisoners and we could run into enemies at any opportunity. Not only that, but if prisoners are allowed to roam free, then some of the peons of our coalition are probably running around in E sections meant for the lower-ranked criminals. Absalom nodded. They're probably being kept watch of, just to make sure they don't do anything stupid. If we do anything to them, we'd only be attracting attention to ourselves. Gremmy nodded in agreement. He's right, the Sternritter said, we should find the officers first and eliminate them. Then we take down the lower-ranked soldiers. If we have the time. Ikaruga reminded them. This mission is meant to go quickly. We're in and then we're out. The quartet of assassins remained hidden in the shadows as they reached the entryway to a larger part of the prison. They stopped when they saw several guards standing in front of them. They saw several prisoners roaming in front of the guards. They realized they had reached the part of the prison where the peons had been placed. Ikaruga, knowing they could not kill these guards without chaos resulting, looked over at Gremmy. Gremmy immediately understood what she wanted and motioned for everyone to grab onto him. Gremmy imagined himself and everyone else in a shadowy spot on the other side of this area. A guard briefly looked behind him and saw that nobody was there. He shrugged and looked back out at the prisoners once again. Good work, Gremmy, Ikaruga whispered. It's what I do. Gremmy grinned. Okay, there are several diverging paths from here. Ikaruga told her comrades. I want everyone to spread out and take different paths. Let's all meet in the section of prison where they are holding our targets. Right. A few prisoners noticed four shadows move at incredibly high speeds in different directions but did not think too much of it. Many of them had been locked up in this prison for so long, they were convinced that they were starting to lose their minds and hallucinate. Meanwhile, with Yukio and Sayla. Yukio, Hans Veralberna and Sayla stood in front of the first cell door they had reached. Yukio had chosen this particular cell because of the occupant. Yukio knew that this particular prisoner would be important to his prison break plan. That was why he had to make sure, first. Sheen, Yukio communicated with his AI, are you absolutely certain that this is the correct cell? Yes, Master Yukio. My scanners indicate that this cell holds your chosen target. Sheen replied. Who the hell is bothering me right now? A male voice irritably asked. I don't want to be bothered. Yukio grinned. Well, you're in a good mood. Aren't you? Wait a minute, I recognize that voice. The male realized. You're that stubborn brat that participated in that damned baptism. Sayla frowned. Something about his voice sounds familiar. She noted. It appears that I must backtrack several pages now. Ah, that's not very nice. Yukio ignored Sayla's musings and grinned. Come on, are you sure you shush? Old be insulting the guy who holds the key to your freedom. This seemed to catch the prisoner's interest. Really, he seemed surprised. Forgive me for doubting the abilities of a mere child to free me from this prison. Well, prepare to be amazed, Yukio said. Sheen, construct a replica of the key to our friend's cage. Understood, Master Yukio, Sheen loyally replied. Yukio held out the gloves of his digital radial invaders as a key formed in his hands. That was quicker than before. Yukio noted. Well, I wasn't buffering Guardians of the Galaxy this time, Master. Sheen reminded him. Yukio walked Veer to the cell door and unlocked it with the key. Yukio grinned as it opened. There you go, he said, you're free now. So what are you going to do now, Kuro? Kuro of 100 Plans stepped out of the cell, flexing the claws that had become part of his body ever since he'd been demonized by the Tartarus Guild. Well, first things first, it's only fair that I listen to the reason why you set me free. Kuro replied. Sayla snapped her fingers as realization hit her. Ah, yes, I remember you now, you were one of the officers who volunteered himself for demonizing. Sayla remembered. You'll have to forgive me. We had forcefully recruited so many to be demonized under Lord Kantan's orders, it's hard for me to remember the names and faces of those who volunteer for demonizing. Kuro looked over at Sayla. And I remember you, you're one of the 9 demon gates, right? He asked. Sayla nodded. What an unexpected twist in the story. She mused. One of our own creations captured this early on. I can't help but feel embarrassed. Not only for you, but also for myself and the entirety of Tartarus and Lord Zirf. Kuro frowned at Sayla. Forgive me for not caring about how embarrassed you feel, he said sarcastically. Sayla creepily smiled. I can make you care, she suggested. Perhaps it's time for me to remind you why I'm the Demon Gate and why you're beneath me. Whoa, okay, let's not argue here, we're all in the same boat. Yukio reminded them. Sheen, Yukio addressed his AI, do I still have enough power to open up a private chatroom? He asked. Unfortunately, no, Master. Sheen admitted sadly. We used up the reserves of your invaders must die when you allowed Miss Sayla to read her book. Yukio frowned at Sayla when he heard this. He sighed, knowing that he had no other choice. Okay, the short version, he decided. Lord Kantan assigned me to orchestrate a prison break. I brought Sayla here on accident because I was trying to reverse summon Zirf. Ahem, Lord Zirf. Sayla interrupted. Right, Lord Zirf, Yukio continued, frowning slightly at being interrupted. Anyways, we're going to start a prison break and get back to our coalition's headquarters. Do you have a plan? Kuro asked. We do, Yukio nodded. First things first. We go find where they took away my game console and everyone else's weapons. After that, we get everyone else and get the hell out of here. So, how does the plan sound to you? Yukio asked. Kuro frowned at the young intellect. This is clearly your first time coming up with a plan of this magnitude. He said. There is nothing about your plan that is efficient. Yukio glared at Kuro. Oh, then what would you suggest? Haven't you heard of divide and conquer, boy? We'd get things done quicker if we did just that. Yukio sighed. I would have liked to have done that earlier. The problem is I'm not a direct fighter, so I'm going to have to be the one who frees our comrades. But, unfortunately, the longer we take, the greater chance we have at being found and I'm going to need my invaders must die at that point. Idiot, Kuro said sharply. You've made yourself far too important for the plan's success. No plan can succeed like that. Yukio glared at Kuro again. You are not that grateful, you know that. Oh, believe me, I am. But I do believe there's a line between grateful and blindly obedient. I am just absolutely livid at the fact that I'm just going to end up in this prison cell again because you can't seem to plan a proper escape. Okay, now that's just rude. Well, isn't this a surprise? Yukio, Sayla, and Kuro turned to see a familiar face walking towards them with a dark grin on her face. Oh man, not you again. Yukio complained. My little boy. Cosmos said. I know you weren't crazy about having moldy potatoes for dinner, but I didn't think you'd try to escape from this prison. And you're even trying to take a friend with you along with. Cosmos raised an eyebrow at Sayla. I'm sorry, I don't seem to recall baptizing you in this prison. Who are you? Sayla raised an arm. Your new master, she replied. Cosmos suddenly froze in place. You, what did you do to me? She asked. My, you have sufficient will. Sayla smiled. It appears I may have raise the level of control my macro provides so you will keep your mouth shut. Cosmos tried to call out to her comrades, only to find her mouth not obeying her. It appears luck is smiling on you, Yukio. Sayla noted. I'm sure our dear friend here has keys to every cell in this prison. Indeed she does. Yukio smirked. All right then, Sayla, I have a new suggestion for you. I wouldn't call it new, see. Considering it most definitely falls in line with your previous advice to follow your plans. Sayla noted. Whatever, Yukio said, I advise you to escort the lady here to each of the other cells. Kuro and DI will track down where they're keeping our weapons. We'll meet up back here after everyone's gathered together. A good suggestion. Sayla nodded. Alright, human girl, your new master commands you to take her to the other cells. Cosmos wordlessly obeyed her by turning and walking away. Sayla followed her. Kuro looked at Yukio. You got lucky, boy. He told him. Yukio smirked. Whatever you say, Catman. Meanwhile, Defense Division Commander Juraniki suddenly looked out at the sky with a concerned look on his face. His former comrades from Lamia Scale, Yuka Suzuki and Toby Horhorta noticed this. Jura, what's wrong? Yuka asked. Jura frowned. It's nothing, he said. Just a strange feeling for some reason. I'm not that strange, Toby yelled. We weren't talking about you, Toby. Yuka said irritably. Jura looked at them. Listen, both of you, tell the men to be extra vigilant just in case. Toby and Yuka looked at each other in confusion for a moment and then ran off. Jura adopted a contemplative look on his face. Things have been incredibly tense here since the war started. Jura thought to himself. But never have I gotten a feeling like that. It hasn't even gone away yet. I still get the sense that something terrible is about to happen. Unbeknownst to Jura, hidden away on a rooftop, the ferrety-looking creation of Gremmy known as Gerhalv Rilton sat in the shadows, casually tossing up a ball made of reishi. Ha ha ha, Gerhalv chortled quietly, you've got quite the sixth sense, Baldy. Too bad it won't help, we've already infiltrated all of Crocus. Gerhalv smirked. You've already lost. Gremmy and his compatriots will complete their mission with no problem, and if I'm lucky, I'll get to crush the lot of you. Gerhalv chortled again. It's gonna be fun. With Mangetsu Hazuka, Ngetsu Hazuka had a very twisted and happy smile on his face as he cut the lock to a cell door. After being on the move for a while throughout the shadows, he had come up to this particular cell. He then kicked the door down. He chuckled lowly at the sight of the prisoner. You are quite the pathetic sight, aren't you, Fubuki? Fubuki Suikazan glared at the sight of his comrade. You wouldn't say that if our positions were reversed. Mangetsu. Fubuki snarled at him. Don't forget my chakra levels are far, far beyond yours. And yet I'm able to wield every single sword our team uses. Mangetsu reminded him, including your precious shark skin. Speaking of which, Mangetsu held out a familiar sword. Look what I've got. Fubuki's eyes widened at what he saw before him. See, I had managed to track this Ucker down after I came across a room that the Garo Knights had put all the confiscated weapons in. Quite the lucky break, huh? Fubuki looked at the shark skin copy greedily. My shark skin, Fubuki said longingly. Give it to me, Mangetsu. Give it to me, right now. Mangetsu smirked and held shark skin up and suddenly doped up his arm with his liquefying powers. My pleasure, he said. You want it. You got it. Fubuki gasped in pain as Mangetsu shoved shark skin straight through his chest. Anything for a friend, right? Mangetsu asked sadistically. Meanwhile, in the Precipice world, Kagura Mikazuki sparred with General Mifune. Silver's Rayleigh and Squad 12's third seat Akon watched on the sidelines while Isshin Kurosaki maintained the Precipice world. Rayleigh watched closely, seeing how Kagura was maintaining her hockey throughout the spar. She had certainly shown a great deal of improvement since they had begun so long ago. With her new skill in hockey, Kagura's overall skill in battle had increased. While she was still nowhere near as strong as Mifune, she could still keep up with him in a spar. After seeing enough of the spar, Rayleigh decided it was time to stop the fight. Enough. Rayleigh called the match to a halt. Mifune and Kagura both panted in exhaustion. Rayleigh walked over to Kagura. Well done, Kagura, you've shown a great deal of improvement. Rayleigh complimented. Kagura bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master Rayleigh, she replied. Thanks to the way time moves in this world, you've gotten several years' worth of training in. I'd say that you are now ready to face the world with newfound strength once more. Mifune looked at Rayleigh in surprise. Rayleigh noticed this and frowned. You have a different opinion, Mifune. Out of the question, Rayleigh. Mifune shook his head. Kagura's skill in Haki may have increased, but she still cannot beat me in a fight. Not many people can, Mifune. You are a cage-level fighter. Rayleigh said sternly. We can't just send her back into the field like this. We've spent a lot of time improving her Haki, sure, but we haven't done enough with her swordsmanship skill. That's where you're wrong, the higher amount of skill you have in Haki, the greater your overall skills are in battle, because of the amount of will a user has. Rayleigh countered. But she's still not ready. I say she's not ready. Mifune insisted. Kagura could not believe she was hearing this. Sure, Mifune had been more critical of her during her training, but for him to say this, it was going too far in her opinion. Master Mifune, with all due respect, I have to disagree with you. After all of this training, I've never felt stronger. Kagura said. I'm ready. Mifune's eyes widened. Those words rang in his head repeatedly. He glared at her. No, he shouted. Absolutely not. You may think you're ready. But you're not, Izumi. Kagura and Rayleigh's eyes widened at this. Izumi, Kagura repeated. Mifune realized his mistake. Rayleigh sighed, realizing what the reason behind Mifune's actions were. So, that's what this is, huh? This Izumi girl is why you're acting like this? He inquired. Mifune nodded. Izumi was my daughter. Kagura's eyes widened, realizing the implications of Mifune confusing her with his daughter. Back at the Intelligence Division, everyone in the Intelligence Division had been incredibly confused when an alarm started going off. Hibiki Lates had a look of concern on his face. He was about to ask his superiors what their thoughts on the matter was before hearing someone else speak up. Am I reading this right? Squad 12 Soul Reaper. Hyosu looked at the readings before him in surprise. Hibiki noticed this and walked over to Hyosu. What's wrong? Hibiki asked. Well, it says that we have a breach in one of the cells. Hyosu showed Hibiki the readings. That can't be right though. It must be a false alarm. Ben Beckman raised an eyebrow at this. What makes you so certain about that, Hyosu? He asked. Well, how could anyone have made it past the Defense Division? What about the Garo Knights? There's no way there's been a breach, it's just not possible. Hyosu insisted. Mavis Vermilion shook her head at Hyosu's pride. We now know that we live in a universe of infinite possibilities. She reminded him. Anything is possible. Hyosu could not argue with that and sounded out an apology to Mavis. Hibiki, Mavis addressed the Blue Pegasus Wizard. Contact Kama and tell him about the breach, tell him to investigate the coordinates on the reading. He probably already knows what is happening with the alarms going off, but he'll be running blind unless we give him the coordinates. Understood, Commander Vermilion. Warren, Mavis addressed Warren Rocco next. Contact Jura and bring him up to speed on the current situation. I'll let him decide on how he wants to assist us during this breach. Yes ma'am. Kazuki Urahara grinned as he fanned himself. It's so cute to see what honestly looks like a little girl taking charge like that. Ururu could take a few pointers from you. Mavis blushed slightly at the praise. Shikaku Nara sighed at Kazuki's antics. Troublesome idiot, he commented. Focus, you two. Mavis was right to take charge. Beckman reminded them. Enemies skilled enough to get past our defense division undetected are now inside the Abyss Palace and doing who knows what. Mavis nodded in agreement. First things first, we need to make sure the royal family is isolated from whatever fighting is about to take place. She noted. Agreed, and then we have to inform the alliance leaders of the situation as well. That way they're not caught off guard either. Shikaku added. You actually think they might be targeted as well? That doesn't sound very wise on their part. Kazuki pointed out. Even the strongest warriors can fall against the most skilled assassins. Shikaku reminded him. The Gold and Silver brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, once staged a revolt during a peace treaty ceremony between the Second Raikage and Lord Second Hokage, leaving Lord Second Hokage near the brink of death. And back when Sasuke Uchiha was previously affiliated with Akatsuki, he and his squad managed to disrupt the Cage Summit, holding High's own against at least 2 Cage and their bodyguards. He's also the reason why Lord Raikage was originally missing his left arm. Thank goodness Sasuke is on our side now, and thank goodness that both Mayuri and Unohana know how to restore limbs. Besides, Shikaku continued, I'd rather not have any of the other cage getting pissed at us because we left them in the dark on a prison break. If they do, just be glad Lady Tsunade isn't here with them. Kazuki shivered at this. Tsunade was a very terrifying woman. Fair enough, he said. Nemu. Mavis called out to the lieutenant of Squad 12 and the Artify. Seal daughter of Squad 12 Captain Mayuri Kuretsuchi. Nemu Kuretsuchi appeared in front of the four commanders and bowed respectfully. Yes, Commander, she inquired respectfully. I want you to inform THE Alliance commanders of the situation and tell them we will get everything under control. Mavis told her. Afterwards, I want you to escort the royal family into the designated safe room and guard the until this whole situation resolves itself. Understood. Nemu bowed respectfully again. With that, the artificially created Soul Reaper Flash stepped out of sight. Everyone frantically worked to try and figure out a way to locate the intruders before the situation got out of hand. Beckman, however, knew that there was only one way. These assassins got past the defense division and the guards assigned to the Abyss Palace. Beckman thought, the only way we're going to track them down is to draw them out. It's up to those who are left now. With comma, yes, I understand, thank you for informing me, Hibiki. I want you to transfer this information to Kamika and Neppa, they're the best for the job. The leader of the Garo Knights thanked the man messaging him via telepathy. Understood, I'll do that right away, said Hibiki at the other end of the conversation. Kama cut the connection between him and Hibiki. To think that an alarm would actually go off on our watch. How careless of us, Kama lamented. Kama then contacted his teammates. Garo Knights, listen up. He told them, I've just been informed of the location of the prison break. Kamika and Neppa should be getting the coordinates from Hibiki right now. We just did, boss. Came Neppa's voice, we're ready to move on your orders. Good, rendezvous there and investigate. If the enemy is there, engage immediately. Does the Alliance want them dead or alive? Kamika inquired. It doesn't matter, you are free to use force against all aggressors. Kama said, if they die, then it is of no great loss. We have other prisoners that we can probe for information. Understood, Kamika and Neppa said in unison. As for the rest of us, Yuosuke, I want you on standby. Because of how destructive your magic is, I want to use you only as a last resort. Kama told him. Gotcha, Tai. Yuosuke knew he had that kind of reputation, so he was fine being benched. I'm going to go to the confiscated room. Kama continued. I have a hunch that room might not be safe. If it's not, then we'll need to retrieve whatever was stolen as well. Cosmos, I want you to search the area for any other intruders. You're free to engage the enemy if you find them. There was no response. Cosmos, respond now, Kama ordered. Still no response. Damn, don't tell me, Kama muttered before adding. Yuosuke, there's been a change of plans, I want you to search for Cosmos, she isn't responding to my call. Make sure she's okay. Understood. This time, there was no verbal tick from Yuosuke this time. That told Kama that he was extremely concerned for Cosmos' well-being as well. You have your orders, move out. Kama ordered. Yes, sir. The other Garo Knights yelled in unison. Meanwhile, with Yukio and Kuro. Yukio Hans Varalberna gasped as the alarm sounded out throughout the Abyss Palace. What the hell? Why is the alarm going off? Damn brat, did you screw up? Kuro asked angrily. No, of course not. Yukio defended himself. Sheen, why is the alarm going off? I don't know, Master Yukio. Sheen admitted. It certainly could not have been because of our own actions. We were very thorough in making sure that the enemy wasn't alerted to our presence. Yukio growled in anger. What did we miss then? He wondered. Were there even more hidden motion sensors? Tripwires. What the hell is going on? The young man yelled in frustration. Meanwhile, with Mangetsu Hazuka, Fubuki Suikazan gasped in pain as blood ran down the copy of Shark Skin. He knew immediately that Mangetsu had struck him fatally. Every single member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist knew of the vital areas in the body. He just simply could not believe that Mangetsu would actually strike a comrade in said area. Mangetsu, Fubuki wheezed out. Why? Oh, Fubuki, Mangetsu said dramatically while smiling darkly, you always did make too many assumptions. Don't you know that's not a smart thing to do? I mean, first, you assumed many years ago that nobody would even find about you selling village secrets to the enemy, let alone attack you for it during a meeting on account of your reputation. That got you killed, Mangetsu continued. I would think that you'd finally learn from your biggest mistake, but it appears that you didn't. Now you're assuming that I came here to help you. But considering that my shark skin is now buried in your body, I think we both know the real reason I'm here. Why, you bastard? Fubuki cursed his comrade. Hey, just following orders, Fubuki. Mangetsu told him. Lord Kanton did not send me here to rescue you, or anyone else for that matter. He wanted me and my associates to get rid of you and the rest of your fellow prisoners because of your failures, and so that you cannot spill our secrets to the enemy. Which of course, a hypocritical idiot like you would do just to save your own hide. What was it that you used to preach to Kisame? How information was more important than life itself. You're quite naughty for going against your own teachings, Fubuki, you know that. Anyways, I digress at the moment. Time's not on my side and I didn't come here to reminisce with a soon-to-be dead man. The point is, I of course jumped at the chance because I knew that with you out of the way, I could take shark skin for myself. Which puts me at 3 swords out of 7. Fubuki's eyes widened. You took Jinin's sword as well. He realized. Bingo. Mangetsu grinned. If Jinin really wanted to keep his helmet splitter, he shouldn't have died against that dinosaur guy in the Worthwood Sea. Now all I have to do is wait for Zabuza, Amayuri, Kushimaru, and Jinpachi to screw up so that I can take their blades as well. Thus achieving my ambition. Curse you, you traitorous bastard. Fubuki screamed. Curse you and the rest of your damned clan. Curse me and my clan all you want, I don't care out the words of a dead man, and I certainly don't care about my clan. I'm done with them. The only thing that matters to me is becoming the strongest swordsman alive, and that'll happen once I have E7 strongest swords in the ninja world. Mangetsu pulled shark skin out of Fubuki, who screamed in pain as his blood sprayed freely. You should be happy, Fubuki. Mangetsu teased. Why let this gray sword go to waste when I can take it for myself? We both know that my chakra is strong enough to satisfy its picky nature, after all. Or perhaps you have forgotten that I am capable of wielding all 7 swords with great skill. You were never able to fully master the swords, Mangetsu. Fubuki reminded him, somehow finding the strength to continue speaking despite his impending death. Mangetsu rolled his eyes at being reminded of this. You have the next few seconds to rephrase that statement. He growled. Keep in mind I only failed simply because I was taken down by a disease. You would never have mastered all 7 either way, Fubuki told him, chuckling at the fact with blood running down his mouth. You and that brother of yours never did understand that. Part of fully mastering a sword is being able to use it masterfully in combat. It is practically impossible to use 7 very different swords masterfully in combat at once. Mangetsu gripped shark skin angrily at this. The enemy won't give you time to switch between swords, even with your quick hands and your scrolls, Fubuki told him. And each blade is meant to be used single-handedly, not with one of its brothers. Face it, Mangetsu, your dream is just that. A dream. Fubuki was defiant until the end. Your arrogance will be the end of you. Mangetsu snarled in anger and brought out Haramakare. He swung it straight at Fubuki's neck, decapitating his former comrade instantly. Once again, your big fat mouth gets you killed. Mangetsu said angrily. I'm not like you, Fubuki. Mangetsu said. Never forget that I was the strong saint of the greatest generation of the 7. Never forget that as you take your second trip back to the sticks. And this time, for all our sakes, you better stay there. At this point, Mangetsu noticed the alarm going off. Ah crap, when did that thing start sounding off? He wondered. Probably when you cut the lock off the cell door, dumbass. You tripped the alarm, a gruff male voice pointed out. Now, Neppa, don't be rude. It's not his fault that his arrogance cost him his stealth. A female voice added. Mangetsu frowned in annoyance and turned around to see Kamika and Neppa advancing upon him. Well, now, this is quite unexpected, Kamika admitted upon seeing the sight of Fubuki's body. And here I thought we'd have to do what you clearly just did to your comrade. Mangetsu grinned. Does everyone make assumptions around here? He asked rhetorically. My orders weren't to break anyone out. We've been assigned to instead kill the prisoners here. Of course, that order to kill also extends to idiots who are dumb enough to get in my way. Mangetsu added. Idiots such as you two unfortunate souls. Mangetsu put Hiramakare away and held out Shark Skin in a threatening manner. So, what do you say? Want to tangle with the strongest ninja swordsman alive? Because Shark Skin is hungry and ready to play. Kamika frowned at the challenge. Neppa, however, was grinning excitably. Prepare to be melted down, Pan. Neppa generated several purple acid balls. Multi-angle acid, Neppa yelled, sending the acid balls at Mangetsu. Oh, I'm so scared, whatever shall I do? Mangetsu mocked. Oh wait, I know. I'll feed your attack to Shark Skin. That'll work out just fine. Mangetsu waved Shark Skin in front of the acid balls and absorbed each and every ball. Neppa's eyes widened. What the hell? Kamika gasped. So the data is true. That sword does absorb energy-based attacks. What's more, that blade is also sentient. I can sense that blade has its own chakra signature. Kamika added. It's actually devouring the energy it just absorbed. Whoa, are you serious, Kamika? That is some pretty freaky stuff. Neppa admitted. Neppa was a big and headstrong guy. If something freaked him out, it was probably pretty freaky. Ah, don't tell me you're scared already. Mangetsu mocked. I wanted to put Shark Skin through a field test on moving targets. I figured you guys were the best for the job. He paused for a moment before continuing. Then again, you were wardens and executioners, not frontline warriors. All those years of slaughtering prisoners who had no means to fight back must have made you complacent and rusty. When's the last time you guys actually faced an opponent you couldn't kill in one blow? Neppa growled angrily. I don't exactly like what you're insinuating, grabbing another handful of acid balls he was prepared to throw. But before he could charge recklessly, Kamika held him back. Don't listen to his boring sermon, he's simply trying to goad you into making another mistake. If direct attacks won't work, then I suppose we'll just have to change tactics and bind you instead. I think not. Mangetsu held out a one-handed sign, but first, how about a change of scenery? I'm starting to find it stifling to fight in a space like this. Water style. Raging river. Mangetsu breathed out a torrent of water that pushed both Neppa and Kamika out of the deceased Fubuki's cell door. Kamika got to her feet, staggering a bit from the sheer force of the water. Neppa, are you all right? She asked in concern. Neppa got to his feet as well. Yeah, I'm fine. Really want to melt that bastard's face for that though. Oh, he will be on the receiving end of some well-deserved divine retribution. Believe me, he will. Kamika vowed. The gods are on our side. When we're through with him, this bastard's blood will make for a fine tribute. Mangetsu laughed as he casually strolled out of the cell, casually flexing his sword arm. I may have a job to do, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say you two aren't going to let me go and do just that. So I think I'll start that field test right now. Shark Skin is hungry after all. Meanwhile, with Kama's eyes widened as he ran towards the ransacked confiscated room. The entire place had been torn apart and the two guards assigned to protect it had been slaughtered. They had both been slashed to death before they could call out for assistance. This is definitely the work of an assassin, Kama surmised. These attacks were carefully chosen, aimed for vital areas that would also mute the enemy. In this case, whoever killed these two had cut open their jugulars and left them to bleed to death. But how'd he manage that? All soldiers are expected to report a problem the minute they spot danger and then engage the enemy. Kama wondered, how were we not alerted of this? Kama then sensed someone coming up from behind at incredibly high speeds. Using reflexes one would expect from a man of his standing, Kama drew his scythes and spun around, blocking two claws from Kuro of 100 Plans. Behind his mask, Kama frowned irritably. It appears you are incapable of redemption, sinner, he noted. I've never once been interested in redemption, Kuro said. I just want what the feared Kuro of 100 Plans, I'm entitled to. The two separated and stared each other down. Kuro then addressed someone else. Brat, he called out. It appears someone else has already raided the room. Yukio Hans Varalberna came into view. A look of surprise was visible on his face. What? How could that be possible? The only people who broke out so far are you and me. Kama raised an eyebrow at the fact that these two appeared just as confused about the situation as he was. Do you think it's possible that someone might be acting on their own? Kuro asked. Why would they? Yukio answered with his own question. Even a brain-dead imbecile could tell that the only way out of this is to work together. Yukio sighed. Whatever the case, we came here for my game console. It better still be in here. Otherwise I'm going to be very upset. Yukio casually started walking towards the confiscated room. Kuro, do you think you can keep him at bay while I check for my game? Don't think you can order me around, boy. Kuro reminded him. The only reason I'm doing this is because I'd rather not have him get in the way of our planned escape. Whatever you say, Yukio said uncaringly. Kama's eyes widened. The game console. That brat wants to regain access to his Fullbring. He realized. I won't let you, Kama declared, attacking them both. Kuro blocked the attack and resumed his battle with Kama. Kama attempted to make his way past Kuro to take out Yukio, but Kuro was far too quick to allow something like that. Yukio quickly moved past the fight with Lightbringer and entered the confiscation room. Okay, now where is it? He wondered, closing his eyes. As Fullbring items were connected to the soul of the Fullbringer, all Fullbringers had a natural connection to their items. Therefore, they would be able to sense their location. It was how Yukio managed to track down the confiscated room in the first place. Yukio opened his eyes and grinned. There it is, he said, at long last. Yukio walked over to a table and picked up Invaders Must Die. Oh, how I've missed you, he said cheerfully while wiping the console screen with a lens wiper. Using another new trick he had picked up, Yukio channeled his spirit energy into the console, recharging it almost instantly. Yukio chuckled at his success. Now it's time to really get things started, he said. Yukio walked out of the conference. Iscated room and saw Kuro and Kama dueling on even terms. He sighed in annoyance at the fact that Kuro had failed to take out Kama already. Must I finish everything myself? He lamented to himself. Yukio then addressed Kuro. Kuro, get back, he yelled. Kuro wanted to respond with yet another biting retort on how Yukio should not order him around, but found himself obeying regardless. Kama was still in mid-swing, trying to attack the half-demon that was leaping away from him. His eyes widened when he saw Yukio hold out his console, uttering, "Invaders must die." Kama gasped as he was suddenly digitized, and wiped off the face of the earth. He found himself in an empty pocket dimension that just had a platform to move on. Yukio's face then appeared on a screen. Well, hello there, Mr. Executioner. How do you feel right now? He asked mockingly, rather iffy considering the situation. Kama retorted in his own mocking manner. But I do believe that releasing me would improve my well-being greatly, along with yours. Oh, is that a threat? Yukio faked surprise at the thought of it. You aren't comprehending the position you're in. The tables have now turned, with me as your warden and you as the prisoner. Isn't irony a bitch? Well, it's not like I don't intend to find my way out of this. Kama admitted. And believe me, I will personally execute you as soon as I'm out of here. And that's only if my teammates don't kill you first. Oh, I'm not too worried about them. Yukio waved his hand dismissively. I've already removed one of them from play anyway. Kama's eyes widened. Cosmos, he realized. What in Ishgar's name have you done with her? Yukio nodded. Can't take all the credit though. Sayla took her out on my behalf. It's quite fascinating what wonders her macro can do to one's mind. Anyway, Sayla's probably forcing Cosmos to liberate prisoners from their cells, one by one as we speak. You won't get away with this, little sinner. Kama growled. Your time will come. Yukio waved his hand dismissively. Whatever you say, Mr. Executioner. Hope you enjoy the company I'm about to give you. He replied before cutting the feed. Kama growled in anger at this. They won't get away with this. He vowed. Kama froze when he heard the sound of inhuman growling. He turned to see several monsters had appeared behind him. Kama gasped in fear. This was the company Yukio had been talking about. It was not any of his comrades. Or maybe it was both. Well, it did not matter at the moment. What mattered to Kama right now was staying alive. I am the captain of the Garo Knights. Kama declared. Will not be beaten by the likes of you monsters. Outside the chat room, Kuro looked at Yukio. So, what's the next phase of your supposedly brilliant plan? He inquired. I do hope for all of our sakes had it's better than your previous phases. Yukio frowned at Kuro, but responded regardless. There's always strength in numbers, he reminded him. Let's gather up the rest of our colleagues. I've got many of their weapons stored inside another chat room. There were only 2 though, the Zanpakuto of those Arrancar. Yukio thought. Why do I feel like I'm missing something? What about those indoctrinated soldiers? Kuro asked curiously. They could become a hindrance, not only to us, but also to Lord Kantan's plans. Yukio thought it over for a moment. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, he decided. Right now, we should just focus on getting out of this place. Kuro nodded. Fair enough, he said, before leaving with Yukio. Meanwhile, with Sayla and Cosmos. When Sayla reached the next cell, she immediately ordered Cosmos to unlock it with the key that was in her possession. Cosmos wordlessly obeyed and unlocked the cell. Hello there, prisoner. Sayla greeted in a cheerful albeit sarcastic manner. How are you feeling? Lupi Antenor was currently in chains. I think I feel much better, Ms. Demon, he cheerfully responded. So, Lord Kantan realized how important I am and decided to break me out, right? You catch on quickly, Sayla complimented. I'd expect nothing less from someone who's basically a fellow evil spirit. As an Arrancar, you're almost like a demon's cousin. Sayla then used Macro to order Cosmos to free Lupi. Which she did. Lupi casually stretched out his body, sighing happily that he's been freed. Thank you, my dear. He said. Someone like me really should not have to rot in a jail cell. I mean, look at me, I'm a mess. Sayla frowned at Lupi's narcissism but nodded. Yes, well, come on, we need to get moving before we attract too much attention. With the alarms having gone off, we are on a very tight schedule. This story is moving very fast. Lupi nodded and walked out of his cell. How did you even get here in the first place? He asked. I didn't see you imprisoned alongside the rest of us. And I certainly think that nobody would have been able to make it this far. That boy, Yukio, actually brought me here by accident while trying to reverse summon Zirf. Sayla explained. But accidental as my arrival may be, Yukio is quite the resourceful ally to cooperate with. Wait, you mean that annoying brat is the catalyst of this whole thing? Lupi seemed surprised. Lord Kantan has ordered him to orchestrate a prison break, and I've decided to help him, mostly for my own entertainment, she admitted, and I must say that this experience has yet to disappoint me. Well, how about helping me? Lupi suggested. I can't fight much without my Zanpakuto. They confiscated it from me. Ah yes, about that matter, Yukio and that Kuro fellow are already taking care of that. Oh, you already broke Kuro out. Lupi seemed angry at that. Fantastic, you guys just had to let that prick out of his cage. Oh come now, we're here to get everyone out of here. Sayla reminded him. Yeah, but does it have to be everyone? Lupi ungratefully complained as the two walked off, with Cosmos still under their control. Unbeknownst to them, someone had been listening in on their conversation. Akaruga's eyes were wide with shock at what she just heard. What did I just hear? She wondered. Lord Kantan ordered a prison break as well. That can't be right. Why would he order us to assassinate the prisoners and then order those same prisoners to orchestrate a prison break? It doesn't make sense. Akaruga looked out where the trio had retreated. I need to investigate this further. She decided. I need to find out the truth before things get too out of hand. Then again, with the alarm going off, perhaps it already has. Akaruga noted. Damn, if that's the case, then that means I have to do some damage control. That almost never ends well. As an assassin, for something to get out of hand was the worst thing to happen while on assignment. Akaruga needed to make sure that did not happen. Otherwise, nobody was going to get out of this, regardless of what Kantan ordered. Gremi, Mangetsu, Absalom, be on your guard, all of you. Akaruga thought. Something is happening down here that may be the death of all of us. Meanwhile, with Absalom still invisible, Absalom grumbled in annoyance and impatience as he moved through the prison with ease. Can't believe I haven't found a single prisoner yet. Don't tell me I got lost. He complained. When my future bride told me that they were in a deeper part of the prison, I wish she had given me specific directions. Wives always get mad at our husbands for not asking for directions. Well, we wouldn't be in that kind of a situation if we just got good directions in the first place. Absalom ranted. Never mind that most people who go to the Abyss Palace never leave. And since Ikaruga is here, she does not have in-depth knowledge of the prison. And now the damn alarm has gone off. Who the hell screwed up? It certainly wasn't me, that's for sure. I've been invisible all this time. Never mind that he's ranting out loud at the moment. This whole situation has already gone south. Absalom complained. I swear, if it wasn't for the fact that I was promised my own personal harem as a reward for completing the mission, I'd have abandoned this mission the minute the alarm went off. Absalom continued his invisible run throughout the Abyss Palace. He eventually came upon the entrance to a cell door. The door led to a very wide open cell that held 3 different prisoners inside. Absalom internally gasped at who he saw. Those 3, he noted, they're indoctrinated soldiers. Right, yeah, they are, otherwise they wouldn't get a cell like this. Not only was the cell wide enough to accommodate all 3 prisoners without making them feel cramped. The beds looked comfortable and there was even a table for them to eat at. There was no way a normal prisoner would get this kind of treatment. I think I remember who these guys are. Absalom jogged his memory, as he had gotten a good look at several soldiers during an invisible excursion to track down beautiful women. The man with the long pale blue hair. Dan Kato. The short old man. Byro. The beautiful, busty red head. She's Titania Urza's counterpart from Edelus, Urza Nightwalker. Absalom's eyes widened as Nightwalker's beauty struck him. Whoa, she is. At that moment, blood seemed to appear out of nowhere. Much to the surprise of Dan, Byro, and Nightwalker. She is so freaking hot. They heard a gruff male voice yell out. Dan's sweat dropped at what was happening. Byro blinked in confusion. Nightwalker looked absolutely terrified, knowing that whoever this disembodied voice was, he was referring to her. While Urza Scarlet had a hidden perverted side within her, Nightwalker was prudish and terrified of the thought of anyone making an advance upon her. Absalom froze in horror as he just now realized the mistake he had made. Oh my God. Whoever is staring at me while invisible better reveal himself or I will. Will what? Nightwalker. We can't do anything right now. Byro interrupted her. Nightwalker gave Byro a glare that told him to shut up. Absalom meanwhile, was still froze. And in horror from his mistake giving him away. I have been peeping on women without fail ever since I consumed the clear fruit all those years ago. Absalom thought. I've kept all of my thoughts myself because I knew if I vocalized them I would get myself killed. And yet here I am, making a rookie mistake because I found myself so struck by Nightwalker's beauty. Absalom admitted. Could it be that she? Absalom suddenly appeared, resulting in a girlish scream of terror from Nightwalker. You, Absalom yelled. You will be my bride. Hell no, Nightwalker yelled, blushing in embarrassment. Byro, do we know this guy? Dan asked. I can't say we do, Dan. Byro replied. Maybe he knows us and we just don't know it. He can turn invisible after all. Absalom had hearts in his eyes and his tongue out wagging like a dog. Non-negotiable, Absalom declared. You are an absolute treat. A gem among all the women in the universe. You will be one of my many brides and that's all there is to it. Absalom started doing a very strange victory dance. Did he really just go from one bride to many brides in a few seconds flat? Dan inquired in surprise. I believe he did, Byro replied. It's a strange universe we live in. Well, it's not unheard of. Back when the shinobi clans were starting to organize and exit the warring states period, harems were introduced to keep clans from dying out. Dan remembered. I think the practice was actually ended after the first Hokage married Mito Uzumaki, who decided to end the practice for the sake of morality, as he put it. Morality. Byro was confused. Shinobi kill almost every day. Dan admitted sadly. I think the first wanted us to have a sense of said morality in our culture, rather than just being a culture where such a controlling practice exists. The latter lacks morality. Can we please focus on the fact that we have a disgusting pervert gawking at me and is probably going to try and take me from here? Nightwalker glared at the two. Oh, right, sorry Nightwalker. Dan said sheepishly. Absalom finished his dance and grinned at the trio. Nightwalker is coming back with me to marry me. Absalom said. You two, however, aren't. Oh, that's too bad. I so wanted to attend my dear comrade's wedding. Byro teased. Byro. Nightwalker growled. Well, you're not invited. Absalom insisted. But you were invited to something else. Dan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Oh yeah, and what's that? He asked. Absalom's grin darkened. Your own funerals. Dan and Byro's eyes both widened. Since the alarm's already gone off, I guess we can do away with subtlety. Absalom decided, kicking the door down. Absalom cracks his knuckles. So, first things first, I'm going to snap both of your necks. He said to Dan and Byro. Then, I'm taking Nightwalker back with me and we're going to get married. I'm not going to be your damn bride. Nightwalker insisted. Too bad, already decided. Absalom insisted. Yeah, and you know what's also been decided. A gruff voice suddenly spoke up. Even with that impressive power, you are the worst at infiltration. Absalom was brought out of his happiness when he was suddenly wrapped around by two spiked chains that dug into his flesh. He gritted his teeth in pain at this. Who the hell is that? You know, I'm not going to lie, when I came down to check in with the indoctrinated soldiers, I wasn't expecting to run into a new guest. Ibiki Morino grinned and tightened his grip around the two chains he had summoned from a scroll. Actually, guest is the wrong word to use. Victim sounds more appropriate, and you're even a willing participant in this war. Ibiki added, my birthday must have come early. I better thank your boss for such a generous gift. Absalom surprisingly grinned back. Moron, he spat, never get in between a man and his future bride. Absalom's already muscular frame started to expand. I'd love to see you make me your latest victim, now that there's going to be no way you can lay a hand on me. Ibiki narrowed his eyes in frustration as the chains shattered. Absalom flexed his muscles as he stared down Ibiki. So, what do you have to say now, tough guy? He asked. You got any toys that can keep someone like me held down? Che. Ibiki scoffed at this. I'm the top interrogator of the Hidden Leaf freak show. The question you should be asking is what I don't have at my disposal. Just remember, Ibiki continued, all I have to do is get in your head. Once I do that, I've won the battle. We'll see about that, Absalom declared. I won't let you stand in the way of my harem. I will become a harem king. Meanwhile, outside the Abyss Palace, I want as many forces as possible to surround the Abyss Palace. Jura Nikis yelled as a long line of soldiers ran past him. Move, move, move. Another group was moving in the other direction. Evacuate all civilians in this district. Move them to the outer part of the city. Be prepared to evacuate the whole populace underground if the situation gets out of hand. Jura ordered that group. Yes, Commander Nikis. It pays to be prepared. Jura thought, especially when the consequences could be the blood of civilians on your hands. I don't know what's going on in that palace. Jura continued, but I hope they stop it before the situation worsens to the point where Crocus breaks out in absolute chaos. Such a thing could be the death of the Allied forces. Yuka Suzuki and Toby Horhorda ran towards Jura. Jura, what's happening? Why are the alarms going off? Yuka inquired. We have a breach inside of the Abyss Palace. Jura replied. The royal family is being evacuated to a safe room. Meanwhile, we're surrounding the castle and evacuating civilians. That's impossible. How could anyone have gotten past us? Toby yelled in disbelief. Yes, your nose and ears should have tracked them down with ease. Yuka muttered. I heard that. Toby yelled. See what I mean? Yuka pointed out. Jura then heard the sound of something whistling towards them. Dodge, he suddenly yelled. The trio leapt away to different spots as a ball of reishi slammed into the ground. Several passing soldiers were knocked over due to the shockwave. Jura narrowed his eyes in anger as a high-pitched laugh sounded out through the air. Oh, now that won't do at all. A ferrety-looking man was standing on a rooftop. I mean, I have orders to make sure you don't interfere. Gerhalv Rilton created another ball of reishi. Time to die, he yelled, tossing it at the soldiers. Everyone gasped as the ball moved at almost incomprehensible speeds, causing the ball to tear through a line of soldiers with ease. Several managed to escape the attack, but many weren't the lucky, evidenced by the row of now dead soldiers. The Gerhalv created another ball and casually tossed it in the air. I certainly can't afford to look bad in front of my superiors. You understand, don't you, Baldy? Jura narrowed his eyes at being called bald. If you wish to fight me, do so at your own peril, coalition warrior. Jura brought his Han DS together and raised the level of his magic energy threateningly. I am Iron Rock Jura, one of the 10 wizard saints, and I will not allow you to rampage freely. That's just what I like to hear. Grr. Alv yelled before tossing the ball again. Jura quickly reacted. Iron Rock Wall. Jura yelled. Continuous formation. Several rock pillars rose up from the ground. Gerhalv grinned. That's not enough, he teased. The ball started tearing through the pillars with ease. Yuka frowned. Yeah right, there's no way that ball could beat all of Jura's continuous formation. It's got to slow down eventually. Jura's eyes then widened as the final wall in front of him started to crack. Get down, he yelled again. Jura, Yuka and Toby leapt to the sides as the ball tore through the final wall. You're kidding, Yuka said in disbelief. How could a stupid ball manage to beat the continuous formation? Toby added, I suppose being a wizard saint just isn't what it's cracked up to be. Cackled Gerhalv. Yuka and Toby looked up to see that Gerhalv had leapt above them. Now then, I think it's time to cull the herd a bit, wouldn't you agree? Gerhalv formed yet another ball. Gerhalv threw the ball down towards Yuka and Toby. Wave, Yuka yelled, creating a protective shield above him and Toby. Gerhalv frowned in annoyance as his ball was stopped dead in its tracks by Yuka's wave magic. I guess it's your throwing abel. Itties that aren't what they're cracked up to be. Yuka countered. Don't worry, Jura, I've got this. Yuka promised. Jura watched as Gerhalv landed on the ground. You think so, huh? Gerhalv raised an eyebrow. What, do you think my power's just throwing really hard? Gerhalvi's face took on a rather dark and demonic visage as he glared at Yuka. Don't underestimate me, little boy. Gerhalv used Herenkyaku to get behind Yuka and Toby. He was now next to the destroyed walls Jura had created. First, a demonstration, Gerhalv said, picking up a large chunk of rock. What's he up to? Toby wondered. Why is he picking that up? Jura thought. It's obvious what I'm up to. I'm going to show you the full extent of my powers. Gerhalv turned his attention back to Yuka and Toby. I shall make an example out of you ants first. Yuka grinned. Bring it on. My wave magic can take anything you throw at me. Gerhalv grinned darkly. Anything I throw, huh? Don't be too sure about that. Gerhalv tossed the chunk at incredibly high speeds. Wave. Yuka formed a shield in front of him and Toby. Yuka. No. Jura yelled, now realizing what Gerhalvi's powers really were. Get away from that rock. Before Yuka could respond, the NK of rock tore right through the shield and went straight through Yuka's chest. Yuka gasped in pain as blood shot out of his mouth in the open wound. The wave user collapsed onto his back. The old eyeing about how great offenses are strong defenses is crap. The best defense is a strong offense, no. Sarcastically commented Gerhalv. Yuka. Toby yelled in concern for his best friend. My name is Gerhalv Rilton. And the letter I was given was V, the velocity. Gerhalv fully introduced himself. I can increase and decrease the velocity of anything I touch. Mass times velocity equals momentum. With the right amount of momentum, the collision of any object will be incredibly devastating because of the force required to stop it. Gerhalv explained. In other words, Gerhalv continued, anything in my NDS can become an incredibly destructive weapon. Gerhalv created another ball. Observe, he yelled before tossing the ball at a row of buildings. Jura and Toby watched in horror as the ball tore through the buildings with ease, causing them all to collapse. Gerhalv laughed maniacally at the destruction he had just caused. Glorious, isn't it? He asked. With power like this, there is no defense that can best me. Jura growled in anger. Several soldiers started to converge onto the scene, having become concerned as to what had suddenly caused several buildings to collapse. Jura yelled at one of the soldiers nearest to Toby and Yuka. Get Yuka to a medic immediately, he will die if you don't. Yes sir. The unnamed Soul Reaper picked up Yuka and sped away with flash step. I want all of you to overwhelm this man with speed. Jura ordered. Don't try to passively block his projectiles. dodge instead and wait for an opportunity to strike. Our defenses won't work against his sort of power. That may be true, but do you really think that trying to beat me with speed will get you better results? Gerhalv mocked. We can try, Toby yelled. The soldiers cheered in agreement. This one's for Yuka, Toby declared. Attack, Jura ordered. Meanwhile, several soldiers collapsed onto their backs, clutching their ears in pain. The short and stout man stood above them with his hands together. Gavrodox frowned in disappointment at them all. Ah, come on, he complained. You guys are done already. That is so freaking weak. He casually strolled past all the downed soldiers, who made no attempts to get up. Because they were still clearly in a massive amount of pain. Quit your whining, all of you. Gavro reprimanded them. You guys chose to fight this war, just like you chose to try and get in the way of Grimmy and his comrades. I thought I heard something irritating earlier. Gavro turned to see a curvaceous woman in suspenders consuming a slice of pepperoni pizza. Here I am, trying to enjoy my meal before I go and check on the Abyss Palace, when suddenly my ears start to hurt. Want to tell me what that's all about, fat ass? Gavro grinned at the woman. Well, it looks like this is my lucky day. A sexy broad has noticed me and has come my way. Gavro said happily. So it was you then. Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie frowned at Gavro. I don't like it when people interrupt my meals, you fat bastard. So really, you got me to notice you in a really bad way. Ooh, I love the feisty ones. Gavro licked his lips in anticipation. Bonnie glared at him. You may lustfully look at me like that now. But I find myself wondering if you'll feel the same way after I send you back to a time where you had no interest in girls. She wondered, waving her arms. Bonnie waited for Gavro to age into that of a child. Her eyes widened when his age did not change in the least bit. Gavro grinned. Was that little show with your hands supposed to do something, sweetheart? Come on. Hit me baby, one more time. What the hell? Aren't my powers supposed to work on all humans? Bonnie said in disbelief. Well, I'm not exactly what you would call a conventional living being. Gavro suddenly harenkyaku'd in front of Bonnie. In fact, I think the more appropriate term for my existence would be a figment of one's imagination. Gavro slammed his palm into Bonnie's chest. While a normal attack like that wouldn't have caused that much pain. Bonnie screamed as though she had been stabbed as the impact seemed to have been amplified throughout her body. Bonnie collapsed onto her back. Gavro laughed at her. Honestly, I could have taken you out without even touching you, like I had done to these guys right here. He admitted, the only reason I did was because I honestly wanted to cop a feel before I took you out. Gavro grinned perversely, and I must say, they were very nice. You, damn pig, Bonnie wheezed out. This coming from the woman who eats more than a man of my stature. Bonnie and Gavro, turned to see a large dark-skinned man making his way towards them. So, the Mad Monk has finally decided to show up. Bonnie rolled her eyes. Mad Monk Arouge was smiling as usual. Well, I can't leave a fellow supernova to die, can't I? Especially against a guy like this. Gavro frowned at how dismissive Arouge was being of his skill. That simply would not do at all. Arouge readied himself for battle. So, want to tell me about that little trick you were just doing, little man? Gavro held his palms out in his own battle stance. I am Gavrodox, and my letter is V, the vibration. I manipulate sound waves. So, that's how he did it. Bonnie noted. He manipulated the vibrations from that palm strike and increased the blowback my body felt. Sound waves travel across water, and since a good majority of the human body is made of water, his attacks are deadly to humans. Sound waves, huh? Arouge grinned. Interesting power. Mine's not exactly conventional either. Neither was the broad's apparently. Gavro added, since my pride as a pirate and a supernova is on the line, I don't think I can let you walk out of here. Arouge admitted. Prepare to lose. Meanwhile, the eternal guards of the Hidden Leaf Village, Azumo Kamizuki and Katetsu Hagane stood their ground in defense of several civilians that were being evacuated as the young man with spiky white hair advanced upon them. Well, hello there. I take it this is where the civilians are being moved. Gideon Alver asked casually. What's it to you? Katetsu angrily asked. Oh well, you know, it's just that my comrades and I are trying tea. Oh, keep you busy while our superiors deal with some stuff inside the Abyss Palace. Gideon explained. If I know Gerhalv and Gavro, they're probably fighting them directly. Their fighting styles are more suited with fighting against groups. But then you've got me, Gideon continued. See, my ability is more support-based, so I find myself thinking, what could I possibly do to help them? Then I realized, oh wait, I know. Gideon's face darkened. I'm going to go civilian hunting. Because what better way to draw an army with morals away from their enemies and objective than to use those morals against them, right? Azumo and Kotetsu both narrowed their eyes in anger at this. We're not going to let you near these people. Azumo declared, you shall not pass. Who said I was going to give you a choice? Leave our home alone. A little boy suddenly broke from the crowd and threw a rock at Gideon. What have we ever done to you to deserve this? The rock struck Gideon in the face as a collective gasp rang out from the crowd, Azumo and Kotetsu. The rock had left a mark on Gideon's face. He was clearly not amused. Yuri, get back. The boy's mother came forward and scooped the little boy into her arms. That kid's got quite the aim. Kotetsu noted, clearly impressed, and a strong arm too. Not the time for small talk, Kotetsu. Azumo said exasperatedly. Gideon sighed with repressed anger. I'ma kill that kid first. He decided. Not if we have anything to say about it. Kotetsu and Azumo both yelled, drawing both of their weapons. Yes, I am. Gideon summoned his spirit weapon, a shotgun. I'ma kill that kid. Gideon aimed and fired at the child and his mother, only for Azumo and Kotetsu to block together with their respective weapons. Gideon frowned at them and charged them both with Harenkyaku, firing all the while. Kotetsu and Azumo blocked with ease as Gideon charged. Everyone, run! Azumo yelled. Gideon narrowed his eyes as the civilians turned and ran. Get out of my way, he said, PPing his gun around and slamming it against Azumo's blade. Azumo grinned and flipped his blade over, using the curved side of the blade to disarm Gideon. Gideon managed to see his shotgun hit the wound and dissipate out of the corner of his eye. Kotetsu meanwhile tried to stab Gideon with his kunai blades, only for Gideon to expertly weave through both blades and grab Kotetsu. Kotetsu gasped, waiting for an attack to happen, only to be surprised by Gideon letting go suddenly. Azumo tried to cut down Gideon, only for his blade to be stopped by Gideon's own skin. Blood Vene, said a grinning Gideon. This ultimate defense is quite a bitch, isn't it? Gideon then grabbed Azumo and let go almost immediately, much to both his and his partner's confusion. Gideon grinned at them both. Consider yourselves marked by my hatred, he said, before vanishing with Harenkyaku. Azumo and Kotetsu both gasped as Gideon reappeared right behind the mother and her child. Gideon quickly tapped the little boy and his mother with his hands. Same with you two, he said, as he summoned his shotgun once more. Water style. Syrup trap. Gideon frowned in annoyance as some very sticky water hit his arm and shotgun, knocking the shotgun out of his hands and sticking it to the ground. The shotgun dissipated again. A shadow then loomed above him. Gideon Harenkyaku'd away just in time to dodge an attack from Kotetsu's unique-looking mace. Kotetsu looked back at Azumo as Gideon reappeared between them. Good thinking, Azumo, he complimented. By increasing the amount of chakra you put into the syrup trap, you said the distance and allowed it to catch his shotgun instead. Yes, very good. Gideon rolled his eyes. Are you done futilely patting yourselves on the back? Way to delay that brat's inevitable demise. His mother's too, by the way. You know, if you two wanted to be the first ones to die so badly, all you had to do was ask. Gideon continued. I mean, now that you've both been marked by my hate, both of your fates are guaranteed now. There he goes again with that whole, marked by hate, thing. Kotetsu remarked in annoyance, why the hell are most of our enemies are so damn talkative? Focus, Kotetsu. We need to take him out now before he has a chance to go after those civilians again. Azumo reminded him. Tell you what, I'm a nice guy, I'll play with you two for a while first. Gideon smiled. Depending on how well you entertain me, I may decide to make your deaths quick and painless. Don't underestimate us, Azumo and Kotetsu declared in unison as they both charged. Azumo ran through a quick few hand signs. Water clone jutsu, he yelled, creating an identical copy of himself out of water. Gideon attempted to fire on the now trio of enemies, only for them to dodge with ease. The trio went on the offensive and swung at Gideon, who was forced to resort to kicks to try and keep up with them in the fight. Gideon eventually managed to kick both Izumo and his clone away, and then dodged a downward swing from Kotetsu. "I've got you now," he yelled, aiming his shotgun at Kotetsu. Kotetsu quickly reacted with a single-handed sign and disappeared in a puff of smoke. He was then replaced by Izumo. Gideon's eyes widened in slight surprise. He did that to his own partner. He thought in disbelief before pulling the trigger. Izumo was struck in the head by the blast. Gideon's surprise soon shifted to something else when Izumo dissolved into water. "Oh crap, the water clone," he remembered. Using senses honed by battle, Gideon barely managed to leap away from an attack courtesy of Izumo. However, he did notice that his side was bleeding somewhat. "I was careless," he growled. "These bastards got the drop on me." Gideon's eyes then widened as his surroundings started to spin around him. What the hell?" he muttered in surprise. Genjutsu. Spinning world. Kotetsu had prepared the jutsu after substituting the water clone for himself. Gideon groaned as he felt himself become disoriented from the genjutsu. Sight is key in many cases concerning how the brain functions. Kotetsu explained. "What we see and what we perceive determines our reaction. This technique takes that away and disorients you, making it hard for you to see or even sense us, because you can't even focus right now." Gideon growled in anger for a moment, but then grinned. "Yeah, this is pretty disorienting," he admitted. "But I don't really need my eyes or even my mind to catch you. Like I said, I've already marked you both with my hate." Gideon suddenly whipped his shotgun to the side and fired. Izumo Kamizuki screamed in pain as his forearm came off by the elbow from the blast. His stomach was bleeding as well. In fact, had his arm not been in the way due to him attempting a horizontal swing, the attack would have gone right through his stomach. "Izumo!" Kotetsu yelled in concern. "Release!" The genjutsu was cancelled so that Kotetsu could grab his friend before Gideon could attack him again. Gideon retrained his shotgun on Izumo and Kotetsu. "My name is Gideon Alver. I am also known as V, the Vendetta. Once I've marked you with my hatred, I will be able to find you no matter where you go. You could turn invisible, shut off your energy signature, or even leave this general area, and I could still track you down with ease. To put it in simpler terms, you guys are crap out of luck." Meanwhile, in another part of Crocus, a strange phenomenon had been taking place for quite some time now. For some unexplained reason, soldiers were dropping dead with their throats slashed. None of the remaining soldiers had any explanation of it. All they knew was that there were several points where their memories just seemed, well, blank. "What the hell is happening?" one soldier asked in a panicked frenzy. "Why are we just dropping dead all of a sudden? Stand your ground, damn it, the enemy is here somewhere," the officer leading the group yelled. Suddenly, the throat of another soldier was slashed open. He gasped in pain as he fell to the ground, bleeding out profusely. "Oh crap, who the hell did that?" the panicked soldier yelled frantically. "Attend to the wounded, now," the officer responded. While the medic tried to keep the man alive, several other soldiers attacked wildly at the area around the injured man. However, what they did not realize was that the invisible murderous force had already made it past them and was now in the process of erasing its very existence from their minds. The soldiers stopped attacking and looked around in confusion. "The hell's going on?" one wondered out loud. "Why were we attacking all of a sudden?" They heard the medic cry out in surprise. "Who did this to you?" the medic asked the injured man. The injured soldier could not respond due to his throat being cut open. "Son of a," the officer snarled in anger. "Whoever's doing this got us again. What a bunch of idiots." The invisible and intangible force shook its unseen head. "How many times am I going to have to pick them off one by one until they figure out they can't win? They're persistent, I'll give them that much. They'll probably never figure it out, since I keep erasing my very existence from their memories." The force continued. "That's just who I am and what I do, after all. I am Vanishing Point Gwenel." Gwenel Lee introduced himself to nobody in particular. "And these fools will soon be dead without knowing who killed them or even how they died." Meanwhile, In another part of the Abyss Palace, Gremi Thumo moved at his own pace, even though the alarm was currently going off. He smiled, as he sensed the spiritual pressure of his creations. They're all fighting and having so much fun with their prey, he noted. Good. Don't disappoint me, boys. Mangetsu Hazuka vs. Kamika and Neppa. Kamika panted as blood dripped down her body. Neppa was lying on the ground, cut open in several places by the scales of shark skin. Mangetsu yawned in boredom. You done. You and your big friend there haven't laid a single hand on me, you know. Kamika glared at Mangetsu. I am Kamika of the Garo Knights, an emissary of the gods. I will not allow you to continue whatever sacrilege you are planning. Paper Blizzard. Violet Dance. Mangetsu raised an eyebrow in slight surprise as the pieces of paper suddenly wrapped around him. Now a follow-up, Kamika continued as she sent several sheets of paper forward that surrounded Mangetsu. Mangetsu narrowed his eyes and liquefied his waist, soaking the papers that had bound him. Paper Blizzard, Kamika yelled. Yellow Dance. Mangetsu's eyes widened as the sheets of paper turned yellow and lit up in a bright light. It was once said that lightning was used to punish sinners. Said Kamika. Today, sinner, I shall replicate the past by surrounding you with it. Mangetsu broke free from his binds. Kamika's eyes widened, realizing her attack was going to fail. Mangetsu swung shark skin around in a wide arc, causing the lightning to disperse. Kamika quickly went through the preparations for her next attack. This may cost me the rest of my magic energy. Kamika decided, but I have to risk it. It's time to test just how hungry that sword of his really is. Kamika summoned several sheets of paper that began to circle above her and transform into various colors. Prepare yourself, sinner, she yelled. This is my ultimate attack. Ooh, sounds like fun. Mangetsu grinned. You ready, shark skin? Ultimate Paper Blizzard, Kamika yelled as the sheets started to shine and even seemed to come together. Rainbow Dance. Mangetsu watched as a massive amount of magic energy was fired towards him. Sighing in annoyance, Mangetsu swung shark skin in a downwards arc, cutting the blast in half. Out of the corners of his eyes, he watched as the area behind him was completely destroyed by the attack. Kamika's eyes widened in horror. That's impossible, she stated. That spell is powerful enough to kill even an S-class dark wizard. B-class, A-class, S-class, it really doesn't matter. Mangetsu said, all attacks are a meal for shark skin. He'll devour all that comes at him without ever getting full. You made quite the rookie mistake to actually assume there was a limit as to how much he could consume. Damn it, Kamika groaned as she collapsed onto her side, falling unconscious. A wizard's magic energy is their very life force. Mangetsu remembered, since that last attack probably drained what was left of her power. Mangetsu sighed, realizing that the fight was over. Well, that was lame. Mangetsu rolled his eyes. Sure, I got to test shark skin out, but I didn't even work up a sweat. Mangetsu left the two beaten executioners, knowing that he could not stay in the same place for long, knowing that last attack had to have attracted some unwanted attention. Oh well, guess I should just get back to my mission. Can't let those other idiots show me up. Mangetsu grinned darkly. After all, with shark skin on my side, I surpass all three of them now. Back with the Intelligence Division. Reports are coming in about 4 new enemies that are currently wreaking havoc across Crocus. Damn it, what's the status about the Defense Division's positioning around the Abyss Palace? Oh, our forces are bogged down by the sudden attack from these new enemies of ours. We'll never be able to contain the enemy at this rate. If this keeps up, the battle will get civilians caught in the crossfire. As various soldiers panicked, the 4 commanding officers of the Intelligence Division attempted to come up with a response to this sudden change in the situation. Mavis Vermilion surprised T.H.M. all by slamming her hands on the table. We're going in, she said, time to get our own hands dirty. Shikaku Nara blinked in surprise. Excuse me, the Defense Division needs to deal with whatever is going on outside. While that is happening, we as fighters have a duty to deal with what is happening on the inside. Mavis told them. Aren't you forgetting that our assigned post is here? Shikaku reminded Mavis. She's right, Shikaku. Ben Beckman spoke up. Our greatest strength may be our combined intellects, but we can all hold our own in battle. Some of us better than others. And besides, Hibiki and Warren can hold down the fort. And if they require our help, Warren can contact us. Kazuki Urahara added. But the fact of the matter is, the situation requires us to do something that conventional wisdom says not to do. Shikaku looked around and saw the looks of 3 people with their minds made up. He sighed. What a drag, complained Shikaku. Okay, so we go and take care of the situation ourselves. What's the plan? We make a beeline for the office's district and split up from there. Something tells me that whatever they're here for, that's their first priority. Kazuki replied. But first, Kazuki grinned. A little something to help us out. Kazuki pulled out a remote and pressed a button. Kazuki, what did you just do? Beckman inquired. Just calling in some party favors. Party favors? Shikaku raised an eyebrow at this. You mean, reinforcements, correct? 3 figures entered the Intelligence Division's HQ. Right you are, my dear colleague. Just a little project I've been working on for quite some time. Meanwhile, in Dordoni Alessandro del Soccacchio's cell, the alarm had practically been music to Dordoni's ears ever since it had gone off who knows how long ago. Dios mio, Dordoni sighed in annoyance. An alarm that's been going off for so long, the sounds of battle echoing across the prison, something is definitely happening here and yet. Why the hell haven't I been involved yet? Dordoni complained. I am the great Dordoni Alessandro del Soccacchio. Priverna Spada number 103, how could I not be of any value to whatever operation is taking place at the moment? Oh, what a cruel world that I live in. Dordoni started crying anime tears, to think that I have been devalued so much that I would be left alone in this miserable dark corner. To think that I would be left to be tortured by the sounds of my comrades fighting without needing my assistance. Outside of Dordoni's cell, Mangetsu Hazuka's sweat dropped at the overdramatic Arankar's display of emotion. I almost don't want to deal with him. I kind of feel sorry for him right now. Mangetsu sighed. But I don't have a choice. Orders are orders. Mangetsu walked up to the cell door and slashed it open with Haramakere. Dordoni was cut off from his ravings and immediately brightened up at the sight of Mangetsu. I was wrong. Dordoni cheered. Oh, happy day. One of my comrades has come to save me. You are truly kind, Nino. Dordoni cried anime tears again. Muchas gracias. Shut up. Mangetsu frowned at him. I am not here to save you. Dordoni was broke out of his happy cheering. Time seemed to freeze as he just now started to register what Mangetsu just said. What did you just say, Nino? Dordoni asked. I'm not here to save you. Mangetsu glared at him. I'm actually here to kill you. Dordoni could not believe what he was hearing. To be perfectly honest, he did not even believe it at all. So, he started laughing. Ha ha ha, a good joke Nino. It's not a joke, and stop calling me, Nino. It's actually kind of weird. Mangetsu deadpanned. I already killed Fuguki. Now you're next on my list. At this moment, Dordoni seemed to finally realize the situation he was in. Dios mio, you're serious. Dordoni gasped. Dead serious, amigo. Mangetsu grinned. You got yourself captured, so you're going to get executed. And Lord Kanton has allowed this? Dordoni asked in disbelief. Oh, you better believe it. Mangetsu said. But I cannot die here. Dordoni insisted. It is unbecoming of someone like me. Yeah, sorry about this. Mangetsu mocked. Mangetsu raised Haramakere and prepared to strike down Dordoni. Really, it's nothing personal, amigo. He said before adding, well, actually, having to stand around listening to your pathetic monologue made it personal. So yeah, I guess it is kind of personal, goodbye. But before Ngetsu could swing down and kill Dordoni in one strike, 2 blades suddenly appeared out of nowhere. One struck Haramakere, while the other cut Mangetsu's hand off. Mangetsu cried out in surprise as his hand fell off and turned into water. Mangetsu snarled in anger as his hand started to reform. Okay, who has the guts to do that? He demanded. Mangetsu turned to see several faces, most of whom looked surprised at what he just tried to do. The one who attacked him, however, did not look happy. So, said Yukio Hans Varalberna, you're both on the same side. Want to tell me why you're trying to kill him? Once the infiltration of Crocus had been discovered, those defending the capital city of Fiori quickly took initiative to move the royal family into a designated safe room. Said room was in an unspecified location that had no windows and only one door in and out. Currently, King Toma E. Fiori and Princess Hisui E. Fiori were both sitting at a table, waiting for the battle to end. Outside, several guards led by Squad 12's Nemu Kuretsuchi and the Knight Captain Arcadio stood guard. Toma sighed in sadness. To think that the situation has deteriorated this much, he lamented. Our people have been displaced from their homes. Our land razed by an enemy that seeks our destruction, and to top it all off, we've been dragged into a war that spans across an entire universe. Toma smiled despite the situation. Your grandfather certainly neglected to tell me that this might happen once I ascended to the throne. Hisui did not appreciate the joke. She simply stared off into space, clearly bothered by the fighting that was going on. Toma looked at Hisui with a slight frown. Oh come now, Hisui, you've always appreciated my sense of humor, don't tell me I'm not funny to you anymore. Hisui was broken out of her trance. Forgive me, father, I was just distracted. Toma nodded. War is indeed quite the distraction, he said. A bad one at that. One that leaves the hearts of everyone on both sides heavy with sorrow. And there is nothing more distracting than a heavy heart. Hisui looked at her father as he began sharing with her the wisdom he had shared with her multiple times when she was growing up. Do you know why Fiori became a permanently neutral nation, Hisui? Hisui racked her brain. She certainly remembered getting a lesson on Fiori's history, but she could not figure it out from the top of her head. Toma noticed this and answered the question himself. 175 years ago, before the year 622, a great war was waged on the continent of Ishgar. You know of this one, it is the Great Ishgaran War. The main players of the conflict were the Kingdom of Fiori and her allies, against the Pergrand Kingdom and her allies. The war nearly destroyed all of Ishgar. The war was costly. Toma continued. Both Fiori and Pergrand lost their kings at the time. Those men were Dia E. Fiori and Golias Pergrand, and they both detested each other greatly. Their hatred turned them into warmongers who sought a reason to destroy the other. That war gave them a reason. In a great battle, the two ended up killing each other. Dia slew Golias, but Dia died of his injuries a day later, leaving both countries without their king. The sons of those two kings, however, had different views in mind. Reludo E. Fiori and David Pergrand both succeeded their fathers. Both men had seen what the war had done and what it turned their fathers into. Not wanting to repeat those mistakes, they ended the war with a permanent ceasefire. David vowed that Pergrand would never raise its sword against another country in Ishgar. So, Pergrand became permanently neutral in all matters involving Ishgar. Reludo, meanwhile, spearheaded an effort to turn Fiori into a permanently neutral nation as well. The war had been far more costly on Fiori's end. Reludo knew this, and knew that as long as that war remained in the history books, nobody would ever want to go to war again. Reludo was fine with this, so he made Fiori neutral and peaceful. And rebuilt our army into an army of shields, rather than swords. Ever since then, Fiori and Pergrand have been known as the Great Shields of Ishgar. Toma concluded the tale. Fiori would be the defenders of the west, and Pergrand would defend the east. Never again, however, would they raise their swords against a fellow Ishgaran. And Reludo and David would go down in history as the two kings of peace. How were they able to move past the country's hatred of one another? Hisui asked. Like I said, they both saw what the war had done to their respective homes. They did not share the sentiments of their fathers, explained Toma. They both made their countries neutral because they both saw and felt the sorrows that resided in the hearts of their subjects. They did not want their subjects to feel that way ever again. And yet here we are, dragged into a new great war. Hisui lamented, so much for our reputed neutrality. Hisui slammed her fist onto the table. Damn it all, if only we still had access to Etherian and Face. We could end this war instantly. But Face is gone, Hisui continued, and Etherian would never be approved at this point. Not with so many civilians still scattered across Fiori. Toma sighed and looked at Hisui seriously. You have always placed too much faith in the sword, my dear, he told her sternly. that Eclipse Gate incident from a year earlier as evidence of such folly. Hisui was surprised. Father, instead of placing such faith in the weapon, place your faith in the warrior wielding it. A sword cannot be told when to cut and when not to cut, but the warrior can. Hisui knew what her father meant by those words. If they constantly relied on Etherian and Face to solve all their problems, there would always be a chance that innocents could get caught in the crossfire. I'd like to think that the safer bet is the warrior, rather than the sword. Toma admitted. That faith was reaffirmed when I watched our wizards fight the dragons last year. So, no matter what happens from here on out, I'm ready to put my faith in those who are working so hard to take back this country, even in those who didn't originally live in this world. You should too, Hisui. Hisui lowers her head in shame. But she still tried to justify her words. But is it really so wrong to put your faith in the sword instead? She inquired. War is a mixture of courage, cowardice, prolonged horror, and resource management. Is it really so wrong to want to end it as quickly as possible and minimize those horrors with the right resources? Toma chuckled slightly. You always were so impatient, he mused. Even when you were just a little girl taking piano lessons, you wanted to be a virtuoso at it instantly. I was hoping such impatience wouldn't carry over to this point in your life, but clearly. You still have much to learn, my dear daughter. Hisui giggled slightly at this. Oh father, she then sighed and said, all right then, let's put our faith in the warriors fighting for our sake right now. Toma smiled in response to seeing Hisui's change of heart. Indeed, he said, and other than a few setbacks, from what Lord Chitsujo has told me, the war has been going quite well. Toma smiled. I have faith that this country, though greatly damaged, will be back in the hands of its inhabitants by the end of this conflict. It will be a tough road ahead, but it will be worth it just to see people smile when it's all over. Meanwhile, with the intelligence division, Mavis Vermillion was very confused at the moment. As a commanding officer in the intelligence division, she made it her business to be informed of just about everything in the Allied forces. This included all soldiers regardless of their rank. That was why she was very confused at the moment. She as currently face to face with 3 soldiers she had never seen, met, or even heard of before. Kazuki, she began, who exactly are these people? Kazuki Urahara rubbed his head sheepishly. Well, I wouldn't exactly call them people, he admitted. Like I said, they are a project I've been working on for quite some time. What are you talking about? Mavis was even more confused now. Kazuki ignored her and addressed his 3 subordinates. Introductions. The 3 stood straight at attention. The lone male of the trio, a small, elderly man, spoke up first. Jamba. Then the taller female, a buxom girl with violet-colored hair. Mary. Finally, the shorter female of the trio, a curvy girl with short orange hair. Foster. And together we are. The 3 then struck a group pose together. Mary stood like she was about to do the crane kick. You, she shouted. Foster turned sideways and took a knee while holding out one elbow and turning her head to face the intelligence division commanders. Ra, she shouted. Jamba took a knee and planted both of his palms on the ground. Haras, Jamba yelled. The trio then yelled in unison. Mod Soul Squadron. Shikaku Nara and Ben Beckman looked at the scene before them in disbelief, sweat dropping. Kazuki looked amused. Mavis, well, that was amazing. She cheered with stars in her eyes. Let me try it too. Mavis joined the trio and struck her own pose. She put her DS in the air like a Y, and stood at attention. How's this? She asked excitedly. Am I doing it right? Foster, Jamba, and Mary all glared at Mavis, shaking their heads in disapproval. You get a B for effort, said Mary. But an F for an overall poor execution. You got it all wrong, yelled Foster. That pose isn't sexy enough. Jamba at first struggled to find the least harsh words for his evaluation of Mavis' pose. But then finally settled on saying, there is plenty of room for improvement. Work on your form. While Mavis went to slump in a corner, Kazuki was more than happy to greet the trio. Well now, I'm glad that you 3 are here, he told them. Thank you all for your swift response to my summons. The trio bowed respectfully. It's our pleasure to do so, Mr. Urahara. Foster began. If anything, we should be the ones thanking you for giving us this opportunity to serve both you and the Alliance. Kazuki, you created new mod souls. Shikaku raised an eyebrow in surprise. Kazuki rubbed the back of his head again. Yeah, I've kind of been busy on the side during the times we weren't strategizing, he admitted. I've been using the collected data on some of our comrades to create new types of mod souls. New types. Beckman folded his arms, looking at Kazuki in confusion. Kazuki nodded and gestured to Foster. For example, Foster here as a result of my extensive research on dragon slayers and their fascinating consumption abilities. While Foster certainly has raw potential, Jamba cut in, my elderly state indicates that I have the wisdom to match my age. That of course, makes me the only eligible candidate for the title of Mod Soul Squad Captain. Foster and Mary did not like hearing this, with Foster being the first to make her resentment known. You, as captain? Hell, no, Foster yelled. Something this important requires a woman's touch. Since it's clear I'm the strongest, I'm the captain. Hey, did you forget that I'm a girl too, Foster? Mary glared at her. And since my powers require some tactical genius on my part, it's clear that I should be the captain instead. The trio glared at each other in anger as they each sent a silent challenge to one another for the right to lead the Mod Soul Squadron. Anyway, Kazuki laughed nervously, we are dealing with a rather dire situation at the moment. The Mod Soul Squadron looked at Kazuki. Several coalition soldiers have broken into the Abyss Palace and are currently trying to free their comrades. I called you three in, because frankly, we don't know how many have infiltrated. We 4 intelligence division leaders have decided to personally intervene. As a precaution, I would like you 3 to function as our reinforcements. Sounds easy enough. Jamba grinned. Not really, we can imagine that they are pretty strong. Shikaku pointed out. Well, I say we're ready. I've been waiting to get out into the field. Mary admitted. You can count on us. Quite right, Mary, I myself am rather eager to prove myself in battle. Foster added. Kazuki clapped his hands together. All right then, he said, shall we commence the mission? Indeed, let us move out. Jamba repeated. Mod Soul Squadron, forward march. Stop ordering us around like you're the boss. Foster yelled as he started walking anyway. We all know I'm better suited to be the captain. And I told you too that I'm better suited to be the captain. Mary argued as she started walking anyway as well. We live in a century where women are empowered, therefore I should be the captain. Now you're the one who's forgetting that you're not the only girl on this team, Mary. Foster yelled at her. Kazuki laughed nervously at the antics of his 3 creations. Beckman glared at Kazuki. So, mind telling us why they all have a few screws loose? He asked. Mavis, in spite of being insulted by them, smiled. I think they're funny. I think they're troublesome. Shikaku folded his arms. Kazuki scratched his head. Well, when I was creating them, I wanted them to feel as alive as possible. I suppose you could say I did it because of my sentimental side. So I gave them very lively personalities. Well, I think that's very kind and brilliant of you, Kazuki. Mavis complimented. I think you're an idiot, said both Beckman and Shikaku with a deadpanned expression. Kazuki looked at Mavis and grasped her hands. Well, I'm glad at least one person here appreciates my work, he said with a bright smile on his face. Mavis blushed at the close contact. Good, because she's the only one. Beckman told him. Kazuki pouted at them. You guys suck, he retorted. I think you two are just jealous. You didn't make the most opportunity out of your spare time like I did. Sensing that this silly affair could escalate out of proportion, Shikaku sighed. Well, okay, enough about Kazuki's design choice, he said. Let's get back to the matter at hand and get going to the Abyss Palace. Right, let's go kick some coalition butt. Mavis cheered. With that, the 4 commanding officers of the intelligence division left with Kazuki's creations, ready to do battle with those who had infiltrated their headquarters. Meanwhile, in the Abyss Palace, Mangetsu Hazuka was currently caught in a very difficult and rather confusing situation. Just when he was about to add the Priverna Spada, Dordoni Alessandro del Socaccio to his body count, that brat with the video game console came out of nowhere and cut his hand off. Sure, it regenerated, but it's still annoying to have to reform. Sayla, who had been one of the people to witness this small exchange between Yukio Hans Varalberna and Mangetsu, looked at Yukio. This is a rather interesting turn of events, Yukio. Sayla noted. Tell me, was this man a prisoner as well? Yukio narrowed his eyes. No, he said, he wasn't. Mangetsu could not believe what was happening right now. The hell is going on here? He wondered. How did these people get out of their cells? You know, I don't think you answered my question. Yukio glared at Mangetsu. Why were you trying to kill Dordoni? Mangetsu was still in shock over what was happening right now. He could not reply. While I have found Dordoni's personality to be a bit irritating in the brief time I've known him, we're still on the same team. And Lord Kanton did order me to break every officer out of this prison. Mangetsu's eyes widened at this. Unbeknownst to everyone else, Ikaruga's eyes widened as well. So Lord Kanton did give different orders. Ikaruga realized. Why? Why would he do something like that? Ikaruga narrowed her eyes. I need to salvage this situation somehow, or I'm going to be in danger as well. Gremmy and Absalom, too. If this group tracks them down. I can't believe I'm actually worrying about that perverted lion. An idea then came to Ikaruga, one that made her grin. Yes, that idea could actually work. I can definitely twist this to my advantage. With that, Ikaruga made her presence known. Mangetsu, what are you doing? She asked, feigning surprise and confusion. Everyone turned to Ikaruga. Ikaruga, you'd actually raise your sword against one of our comrades. Ikaruga's false surprise remained. For shame, Mangetsu. Lord Kanton assigned us to save our comrades. Dordoni gasped dramatically at this. But you said Lord Kanton ordered you to assassinate us. He said to Mangetsu, who's telling the truth here? Mangetsu told you that. Ikaruga brought her hand to her mouth in horror. To think that he would go that far. Mangetsu realized what Ikaruga was doing and glared at her. You dirty bitch, he yelled. How dare you sell me out? I knew that you were obsessed with killing that Fubuki fellow and taking his copy of that sword, Shark Skin, but I never considered that you would actually go so far as to disobey Lord Kanton's orders, Mangetsu. You disappoint me, and if Absalom and Gremmy were with us right now, they would be disappointed as well. Ikaruga scolded. Yukio looked at Ikaruga, then at Mangetsu. So, Mangetsu was acting alone, huh? Ikaruga nodded. Yes, it appears so. Lord Kanton had sent us, the extraction team, to aid you in your prison break, but Mangetsu clearly had other plans, she lied. Yukio stared at Mangetsu. I see. Kuro looked at Yukio. Your plans for this man. Lupi Antenor spoke up. I say we kill the bastard right now where he stands. He suggested. Off with his head. Yukio shook his head and said, that's one way we could go about it, a traitor like Mangetsu shouldn't have the benefit of a quick, painless death. An idea then lit up in his head. What about those lava pits that those wardens used earlier to torture us? I propose had we tie up Mangetsu and go to those pits next, turning him into a shark shish kebab. I second that proposal, agreed Sayla. I'm going to enjoy narrating every agonizing moment of this man's death. Kuro nodded towards Yukio and then glared at Mangetsu. For once, brat, I actually agree with your plan, acknowledge the demonized pirate, on the condition that we get to add the shrimp cocktail sauce. Once we're through roasting this traitor's carcass. Like hell you are. Mangetsu formed a one-handed sign. Hidden mist jutsu. With that, a mist enveloped everyone. Mangetsu took this opportunity to speed by everyone and escape. But not before whispering one final thing to Ikaruga. I'll get you for this, you bitch. He promised. Ikaruga smiled mockingly as Mangetsu left the area. The mist quickly lifted. Damn it, he got away. Lupi cursed. Calm down, there's no reason to worry about him. Sayla ordered. As disappointed as I feel about our lost opportunity for vengeance, we must accept that his story has just diverted from ours. Let him go for now. If Mangetsu is gone now, we've got no reason to worry about him. If he does come back, we outnumber him. Yukio decided. Kuro glared at him. There he goes again, acting like he's in charge. Kuro thought angrily. Ikaruga clapped her hands together. It makes me so happy to see that you've all managed to escape on your own, it makes my job so much easier. Yukio ignored her and went to work on freeing Dordoni. Sayla then decided to address Ikaruga on Yukio's behalf. Technically, I was never captured. Yukio brought me here as backup by accident when he tried to summon Lord Zierf. Ikaruga smiled in a very fake manner. Well, whatever the reason you have for being here, the fact remains is that we are now all going to escape together. Ikaruga turned and started walking away. Come, we need to escape before more of our enemies show up. Now hold on a minute. Ikaruga turned to see Luffy had folded his arms. We really need to establish just who is in charge of this escape operation before we go any further. Luffy narrowed his eyes in anger. Because I refuse to take orders from humans. Are you seriously going to do this right now? Kuro asked in disbelief. So let's get something straight. Either I'm in charge, or I will not be traveling with you people. Those are my terms, Luffy arrogantly declared. Take it or leave it. Sayla shook her head in annoyance. Yukio has orchestrated this prison break from the very beginning. It is mainly through his efforts, with some help from my end of course, that this story has continued to progress in our favor. It makes sense that he stays in charge. Ignoring most of that, as the boy clearly is inexperienced in planning and therefore should not lead this prison break. You have had no part in planning this prison break, Arrancar. Kuro added. Therefore, you have no right to lead us. Luffy was shocked that someone would actually challenge him. How dare you? Luffy yelled. Dordoni. Luffy called out. Back me up here. Dordoni, however, was ignoring Luffy in favor of someone else. You are the real good guy here, Nino. Dordoni declared while repeatedly bowing down in gratitude to Yukio. Gracias, gracias, gracias. Yukio's sweat dropped. Yeah, no problem. Luffy finally lost it. That's it. Screw you guys, I'm leaving. He screamed. Everyone watched as Luffy started walking away. It's easier to escape alone than with a group anyway. A group can slow you down, and this group will definitely slow me down. Before anyone could say anything, Luffy's walk turned into a sonito. Well, he is quite the drama queen, isn't he? Ikaruga noted. Should we go after him, Yukio? Sayla asked. Yukio and Dordoni walked out of the cell, with Yukio responding, nah, a guy with an attitude like that'll just cause problems. Pausing for a moment, Yukio then changed his mind on the matter. On the other hand, Luffy is going to inevitably fail while striking out on his own. It would be rather entertaining to see him come back bleeding and limping back towards us, begging us to let him rejoin the team. I agree, Ikaruga said with that fake smile of hers. Anyway, let's just focus on getting ourselves out of here. Hopefully we meet up with Absalom and Gremmy along the way. The remaining escapees looked at one another. Alright then, let's get moving. Yukio shrugged. With the group now on the move, Yukio leaned into Sayla's ear, whispering. You don't believe a word she says, right? Of course not. Sayla rolled her eyes. She cannot be trusted. It's obvious that she planned to kill you and your fellow prisoners, just like Mangetsu did. If I had to guess, I'd say it was an official order by Lord Kanton. If you already know though, I'm surprised you're not calling her out on it. Sayla noted. Same reason you probably haven't called her out on it either. Yukio grinned. Why waste her when she can be useful to us, right? My, what an unexpected twist in the story. Sayla smiled. I'm impressed. You think just like a demon, little boy. The only question now is, what path are you going to take now? What's the next chapter going to detail? We're going to continue breaking out of this god-forsaken dump. Yukio whispered. It's clear that Lord Kanton gave two conflicting sets of orders for a reason. I'd like to think that reason is basically a game, explained the Fullbringer, and I've always liked games. If this is a game, then we're winning right now, correct? Sayla inquired curiously. Yukio grinned darkly. Oh, it is very one-sided right now, he replied. Meanwhile, outside of Crocus, 5 figures stepped out of a sudden dimensional tear just outside of Crocus. The lone female of the group sighed. I really don't see why we had to do it like this. They are our allies, you know. Kagura Mikazuki pointed out. It's just a precaution, Akon said as he supported the somewhat tired Isshin Kurosaki, who was clearly strained from maintaining the precipice world for so long on so many different occasions. We don't want to freak anyone in the defense division out by showing up randomly in the middle of the city. It's only fair that we follow the rules placed by Lord Chitsujo and Supreme Commander Dragon. Mifune reminded them. We will present our ID, just like everyone else, and then enter to inform our comrades that we are finished. Kagura looked at Mifune with slightly sad eyes. The revelation that had taken place not so long ago had certainly made their relationship different from that point on in Kagura's eyes. Before Kagura could think about her relationship with Mifune any further, Silvers Rayleigh spoke up. You know, I'm thinking that it might have been better that we appeared inside of Crocus instead just this once. He said, concern evident in his voice. What makes you say that, Master Rayleigh? Kagura inquired curiously. Rayleigh pointed at Crocus in 4 different spots. That, and that, he said. The other 4 members of the group looked at the 4 spots Rayleigh had pointed to and gasped. Those areas of Crocus were disheveled, demolished. A battle was going on inside of Crocus. Jura Nikis, Toby Horhorda and the Defense Division vs. Gerhalv Rilton, Ender Jura Nikis led the attack against Gerhalv Rilton as he raised his hand in the air. Iron rock spikes. Jura yelled as several spikes made of rock sprouted from the ground towards Gerhalv. Continuous formation. Gerhalv quickly leapt into the air. Take aim. Jura yelled. Several riflemen took aim at Gerhalv with their weapons while several Soul Reapers prepared Kido. Blut Vene. Gerhalv yelled. Fire. The pirates all shot at Gerhalv in unison, only to watch their bullets bounce off him like they were made of rubber. Hado number 31, Shakaho. Gerhalv braced himself for impact as the combined red fireba LLS created a large explosion that enveloped him in a cloud of smoke. Gerhalv quickly fell from the cloud and landed gracefully on the ground. Gonna have to do better than that, fellas. Gerhalv told them. Fine with me. Toby Horhorda suddenly appeared behind him. I'm going to cut you up for what you did to Yuka. Very long, sickly green claws suddenly sprouted out of Toby's fingers. Feel the wrath of my power. My advanced magic. Super paralysis claws. Super special awesome mega ultra jellyfish. Jura's sweat dropped slightly. That name gets longer every time he improves his magic. He noted. Oh Toby, you mean well. But please don't rush blindly into battle. Gerhalv suddenly found himself on the defensive as the speed of Toby's attacks forced him to concentrate on dodging. Well, I'll be damned. This one actually has some skill. Gerhalv mused. Not the first person I'd think would have skill in, well, anything. I've got you now, Toby declared as he took another swipe at Gerhalv, only to see him backflip away. When Gerhalv landed, he skidded back slightly towards a building he had destroyed earlier in a demonstration. Iron rock wall. Jura suddenly yelled. Gerhalv gasped as a wall suddenly appeared behind him. Jura had trapped him. I'm going to get you this time. Toby yelled as he charged Gerhalv. Jura then noticed Gerhalv's hand move towards something. His eyes widened, realizing what was about to happen. Toby, no, he yelled. Gerhalv quickly tossed a shard of glass straight through Toby's leg. Toby howled in pain as he fell to the ground and skidded to a halt. Gerhalv laughed at the dog man's pain. Well, that was certainly quick, wasn't it? He mocked. Poor bastard, you got in such a big hurry to win that you got sloppy. 2 Soul Reapers suddenly leapt at Gerhalv from both sides. Gerhalv quickly formed 2 small reishi balls. See what I mean, sloppy? Gerhalv criticized, tossing the balls upwards. You guys are terrible at this game. Using the velocity, Gerhalv increased the speed of the 2 balls. When they slammed into the jaws of the 2 Soul Reapers, they went straight through their heads and out the back, killing them both instantly. Jura gasped at the horrifically violent sight Gerhalv had caused. Too bad, so sad. Well, for you anyways. Gerhalv shrugged. Me, that's another 2 added to my body count. That's good for me on many accounts. Jura trembled with fu rai as he glared at Gerhalv iron rock fist. Jura yelled with much hate. Gerhalv gasped in pain as a massive fist made of rock came from the ground and slammed into him, sending him right through the wall Jura had created earlier. Jura ran over to Toby while several other soldiers charged at Gerhalv. Are you all right, my friend? He asked. Jura, I can't move. Toby cried a bit from the pain. Too much pain. Jura acted quickly and tore a piece of one of his sleeves off and wrapped it around Toby's wound. Keep pressure to it and you won't bleed out. Jura told him. Thanks. Toby groaned in pain. Ura turned his attention back to Gerhalv, who was readily handling the defense division soldiers. Come on, you're getting the crap beaten out of you by balls, how embarrassing is that? Gerhalv grinned, cackling with clear enjoyment throughout. Gerhalv sighed dramatically. You guys are making this too boring. At this point I'm going to have to come up with a way to keep myself entertained. Oh wait, I know. Gerhalv tossed another ball into a group of soldiers as he started, singing of all things. Take me out to the ball game, take me out to the crowd. Buy me some schnitzels and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. For it's root for Sir Gerhalv. If I don't win it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes you're dead at the old ball game. Jura's sweat dropped at the display. I think I've just about had it with this man. He decided. Jura looked around at the rubble and the spikes and walls all around him and decided on a new approach. His hands started to shine as the walls and spikes shattered and the rubble rose up. Gerhalv noticed this and his eyes widened. Oh crap, Iron Rock Avalanche. Jura shouted. Multi-directional formation. Gerhalv cried out in pain as he as suddenly assaulted by several rocks at once. The remaining soldiers watched as Jura struck Gerhalv from all sides with his earth magic. The attack eventually let up, and much to Jura's surprise, Gerhalv was still standing. Gerhalv grinned, panting slightly as he cracked his neck and formed another reishi ball. That all you got, Wizard Saint? He asked. Oh no, not at all. Jura replied. I've still got plenty of rage to unleash upon you for my men whom you've hurt. Aruj vs. Gavrodox. The battle between fallen monk Aruj and the vibration, Gavrodox, had been going on for a while now. Evident by the fact that Aruj's muscle mass had increased quite a bit thanks to the damage Gavro had dealt to him throughout the fight, much to the short and stout creation of Gremi Thumo's frustration. Annoying. Gavro shook his head. Annoying, 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 so annoying. Your power is annoying, your persistence is annoying, and most of all that stupid smile of yours is annoying. Gavro glared at him. I cannot stand it. Gavro made a fist with his right hand. Aruj grinned and did the same. Vibriran. Gavro shouted, punching at Aruj. Aruj roared at Gavro and did the same. The two fists collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Both fighters winced in pain as the vibrations from Gavro's fist traveled across Aruj's arm. Meanwhile, the force of Aruj's punch, now even stronger thanks to Gavro's attack, heavily damaged Gavro, arm. Gavro, arm eventually fell down to his side. Aruj's permanent smile seemed to widen as he struck. Karmic exposure, he yelled, punching Gavro multiple times. Gavro cried out in pain from the multiple punches. The final punch laid him out flat on his back. Gavro groaned as he struggled to his feet, partly due to his injuries and partly due to his girth. What the hell is someone like you even doing here? Gavro asked. Isn't this division supposed to be filled with the scrubs who couldn't make the cut in the fighting divisions? Aruj chuckled. I'm flattered you think that I'm not a scrub. He said. Truth be told, I was once in one of the fighting divisions. Oh. And what happened there? As transferred after the Battle of Harjan. Aruj admitted. Whoa, and doesn't that piss you off even a little? Gavro inquired. Not at all. Aruj flexed his massive muscles, command honestly told me that my abilities are far better served in the defense division. Truth be told, I agree with them. After all, there's no better defense than the ability to absorb attacks and convert them into power. Aruj declared. Gavro flexed his hands. You know what, I can't argue with that. He admitted. And I guess it was my mistake to underestimate you. Now that I know you're more of a threat than your assigned role states you are, I can no longer treat you lightly. Aruj's smile remained as irritating as ever. Trying to cover up your own weakness and arrogance by claiming a simple miscalculation on your part is foolish. Why don't you just be honest, huh? Gavro frowned. I'm going to destroy you for that comment, Gavro said. You may think you have the upper hand, but there's no way you can stand up to this next attack. Even if you do manage to absorb this one, you'll never get to use the strength that comes from it. Gavro clenched both of his fists. Is that a challenge, little man? Aruj inquired. Nah, it's a promise. Gavro grinned. Now prepare yourself. Gavro Herenkyakud towards Aruj. Aruj gasped in surprise at the sudden burst of speed. Before he could react in any other way, Gavro slammed both of his fists into his stomach. Donnerschlag! Gavro shouted. Aruj slid back several feet from the attack. He panted from the effort he put into withstanding the attack. Ha ha ha! He chuckled lightly as his body started to expand even more. See what I mean? There is no greater defense than my power. I can take anything you throw at me. Aruj suddenly gasped, coughing up blood. His vision blurred as he collapsed forward onto his stomach, losing consciousness before he hit the ground. Gavro raised both of his fists in the air in victory. I am strong, he said. Don't ever forget that as I send you to hell. Azumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane vs. Gideon Alver. Kotetsu Hagane had been forced to create 2 water clones to keep Gideon Alver busy while He tended to Azumo Kamizuki's stump where his forearm used to be. Kotetsu quickly whipped out his first aid kit and covered up the stump, applying pressure to the wound and stopping the bleeding in the process. Gideon quickly took out the 2 clones with 2 quick shotgun blasts. Gideon casually twirled his shotgun and looked at the 2 with a look of sheer boredom on his face. Are you done, or are you going to send more of those stupid clones after me? Kotetsu panted in exhaustion. Those clones had almost completely drained him of his chakra. Azumo was close to passing out because of the loss of his forearm and the blood loss that resulted. At this point, conventional wisdom for a shinobi was to retreat and think over a new strategy. However, there was just one problem with conventional wisdom at this point. If Kotetsu and Azumo retreated, Gideon would go after that child that threw a rock at Gideon earlier. Kotetsu would not do that, neither would Azumo if he could focus clearly right now. Being from a village that believes in protecting the future of the village, neither of them would ever sacrifice a child for their sake. Kotetsu gently set down his closest friend and brought out his conch mace once more. You want the real thing? Then let's go. Gideon grinned. Now we're talking. Gideon took aim at Kotetsu. Genjutsu is out of the question with that power of his, that so-called vendetta. Kotetsu noted. That means I can't hide myself from him. He'll just track me easily. I'll just have to overpower him. Gideon fired at Kotetsu, only for Kotetsu to disperse the attack with a swing from his mace. I've got you now, Kotetsu yelled, turning his mace upwards and then swinging down. Kotetsu slammed the mace onto Gideon's head. Kotetsu grinned in victory. Let's see you shrug that hit off, you bastard. Kotetsu snarled. Kotetsu then gasped as a blast of spirit energy went straight through his body. Gideon had shot him at point blank. Looks like I just did. Gideon stated arrogantly. Apparently you forgot about my blood vene. Kotetsu collapsed onto his back. I lost. Kotetsu realized. Kotetsu. Azumo gasped, now trying to get to his friend. Before he could get too far, however, Azumo collapsed onto his stomach. His vision blurring from blood loss. Damn it. Azumo groaned weakly. Gideon grinned maniacally. And that's my win, gentlemen. He said. I'm going to leave now. If you need me, I'm going to go and kill that brat who threw a rock at me. Gideon took a moment to track the boy with the vendetta. He quickly found the boy's location and grinned. There you are. With that, Gideon Herenkyakud away, leaving 2-Leaf Chunin to bleed out. Meanwhile, with Gwenel Lee. Gwenahel Lee stood among the corpses of many Alliance soldiers he had slain single-handedly, completely invisible. The last soldier had a look of absolute terror on his face. What the hell happened? The soldier asked. Why is everyone dead? It had become almost routine for the vanishing point. Reveal his presence, slit someone's throat, and then erase his very existence from the minds of whoever was left. Time to finish this one off. Gwenel decided. Gwenel moved behind the terrified soldier and slashed his throat. The soldier could only gasp and gurgle as he crumbled to the ground. And that's the last of them. Gwenel said as he revealed himself completely. Things are going pretty well on our end. Gwenel noted. I still sense Gerhal, Gavro and Gideon's spiritual pressures. Gwenel then took out the box that Gremy had given him earlier courtesy of Absalom. Time to make things even tougher for our friends here. With that, Gwenel opened up the box. Several figures suddenly leapt out. They were the general zombies from Thriller Bark. Gwenel grinned toothily. Scatter, he ordered, we've got work to do. The General Zombies nodded and did just that. Everything's going according to plan. Gwenel said. Very soon every single objective will be complete. We may even be able to end this war today. Before Gwenel could continue any further, a fiery fist suddenly sent him flying to the side. The hell? Gwenel groaned. Did I just get hit by a fireball? Romeo Conbolt grinned. What's up? You ready to lose? Gwenel snarled angrily. Another damn brat for me to fight. He muttered. Why do I always fight the damn brats? Meanwhile, Wakaba, where's Romeo? Macau Conbolt asked. Wakaba Mind's eyes widened. Wasn't he with you? He asked. The two looked at each other. Don't tell me he went off on his own. They asked in unison in disbelief. Romeo Conbolt versus Gwenel Lee. They got some nerve marching into Crocus and doing all this. Romeo angrily gestured to all the dead soldiers around him. Romeo Conbolt had sensed danger while moving to Mercurius with his dad and Wakab. In the form of Gwenel's spiritual pressure. Knowing that the situation might get out of hand if he did not do something, Romeo decided to leave Wakaba and Macau to continue on to their assigned post at the castle while he investigated. Just like you have a lot of nerve punching me out of nowhere. Gwenel deadpanned. Well, this shall go on no longer, you shall not pass. Romeo had been practicing his heroic speeches for quite some time, they still needed work. I will stop you right here and right now. I hope you enjoyed hanging around here, because you're going nowhere. I'm going nowhere, huh? Gwenel smirked. How can that be? I don't even exist. With that, Gwenel vanished completely. Not just from Romeo's sight, but also from his memories. Whoa, Romeo gasped. What am I doing over here? Where are Dad and Uncle Wakaba? Romeo then noticed the bodies. Whoa, who did this? Gotcha, Gwenel said before appearing behind Romeo. Using senses that were honed by training with Natsu, Romeo managed to avoid the fatal stabbing. However, he was stabbed in the shoulder by Gwenel's reishi knife. Ah, crap, Romeo cursed. Who the hell are you? Who am I? You can call me Vanishing Point Gwenel. Vanishing Point. Romeo was confused. I am a member of the Sternritter. Gwenel explained. V was the letter I was given. Mind telling me how this vanishing point of yours works? Romeo asked, wanting to try and figure out Gwenel's power. Certainly, I see no harm, you're just going to forget in the end. Gwenel grinned. That's supposed to be a dig at my age or something. Romeo frowned. I'll have why. Oh, you know that I'm pretty attentive for my age. I find that hard to believe, but that's not it at all, allow me to explain. Gwenel said, my power comes in 3 different stages, or versions if you will. Romeo raised an eyebrow in confusion. Versions. Version 1. I erase myself from people's vision. Gwenel explained as he did just that. Naive boy, Gwenel thought, he's making this too easy for me. Version 2. Came Gwenel's disembodied voice, I erase my existence completely, making me completely intangible. Romeo's eyes widened. Version 3 is my personal favorite, however. Gwenel admitted. Now to lay the coup de grace on this brat. Gwenel thought. Version 3 is where I erase my existence from your mind. You will now forget I ever existed. Romeo gasped. That is how he did it then. Observe. With that, Gwenel Lee entered version 3. Romeo then quickly forgot that Gwenel ever existed. Who the hell stabbed me in the shoulder? Romeo clutched his injury in pain. Gotcha, naive brat. GWE. NHAEL appeared behind Romeo and this time moved for a quick stab in the back. Before the stab could connect, however, a speeding figure got in between the two and kicked the knife away from Gwenel. Gwenel's eyes widened and slid back with his ability, vanishing slider as a longsword came down on him. Romeo's eyes widened at who had just saved his life. Mr. Rayleigh. Silver's Rayleigh smiled. You really are quite brave for your age. Rayleigh complimented. But there's no need to rush to a probable death. Let the old man take it from here. With Gavro docks. Before Gavro could land the final blow on Arouge, his sense of hearing, enhanced by his power, caught onto a blade being unsheathed behind him. He leapt away as General Mifune barely missed cutting him down with one strike. Gavro took notice of the samurai armor that Mifune had adorned. That explains the strike coming from the front and not the back. You really are quite the follower of Bushido, trading an easy victory for honor. Mifune quickly sheathed his sword. There is no victory without honor. If we must become as detestable as our enemies, then we might as well lose. Gavro smirked arrogantly. Is that so? I wonder how dedicated you will be to that idea after I crush you, samurai. Meanwhile, with Lupi Antenor, they have no real appreciation for true talent. Lupi Antenor lamented as he tried to find his way out of the prison. Lupi looked around. Okay, now how the hell do I get out of here? He wondered. Those damned prison guards blindfolded us as they led us down here. Lupi looked around. Damn it all to hell. I'll never get out at this rate. Well, what do we have here? A new voice spoke up. Are you lost, puppy? Lupi looked to see 3 people dressed in blue, the color of the Allied forces. Lupi smirked. Actually yes, I am. Lupi said. I was wondering if you could give me some directions on how to leave this place. Well, I'm afraid we can't give those kinds of directions. Foster grinned. But we can direct you right back to your cell. That was super cliché, Foster, remarked Mary as she folded her arms. Screw you, Foster yelled. At least I can come up with lines that cool. You damn brats, always arguing. Jamba shook his head. Can't we just focus on catching this he-she already? He-she. Lupi yelled incredulously. How dare you? Why are you so surprised I'd call you that? Considery, ing that you dress in such an androgynous manner. You should be surprised if I didn't make that remark, Jamba pointed out. Geez, you 3, don't chat with your enemies, arrest them. Ben Beckman walked into view and passed Mary, Foster, and Jamba. Kazuki Urahara and the other 3 intelligence division commanders were right behind him. And just who the hell are you? Lupi asked angrily. Yami may have already told me about Urahara. But I've never met the rest of you. Well, considering that I'm the same rank as the idiot who created these 3, Beckman glared at Urahara who just smiled. I'd say I'm the man in charge of these stooges. Really, you should keep these 3 on a leash better. Lupi told him. Otherwise their lack of respect for their betters will be the deaths of them. And by betters, you're referring to yourself. Right? Beckman asked. Lupi nodded. Beckman studied him for a moment and shook his head. Nah, you don't qualify as a better, he said simply. Lupi's eyes widened angrily. Do you want to repeat that? He asked softly. Beckman shook his head. I never did like repeating myself, he said, picking up his rifle by the muzzle. I'd rather we just get down to business. Lupi grinned and drew his Zanpakuto. Now you're talking my language. Very well then, time for me to kill you. He shouted as he sonitoed towards Beckman. Beckman sighed and coated his rifle in armament hockey. Oh boy, you're quite the dumb one, aren't you? He asked. Lupi appeared in front of him and tried to decapitate him, only to be smacked in the face by the end of Beckman's rifle like it was a club. The 6 people behind Beckman watched in amazement as the first mate of the red-haired pirates slammed Lupi to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust in the process. When the dust settled, Beckman brought his flintlock rifle up. Lupi's head was bleeding, already unconscious from getting slammed to the ground by the second in command of one of the 4 emperors. Yeah, Beckman sighed in boredom, you're definitely not our better. You could have activated your resurrection to gain a fighting chance, but you chose not to. Clearly, you underestimated me at your own peril. He was alone, Mavis Vermilion noted. Why in the world wouldn't you want to stick with the people you were trying to escape with? Shikaku Nara shrugged. My guess is that he must have had a falling out with the others, thus, leading him to try to escape on his own. A lot of good that did him, remarked Kazuki as he grinned and brought his signature fan out. All that got him was an introduction to the blunt end of Beckman's rifle. Let's move further into the palace. Beckman said. I doubt they're far. If this one ran from them, they can't be far behind. Silvers Rayleigh vs. Gwenole Lee. Because he was only a creation of Gremi Thumo, Gwenole Lee was unaware of many of the heavy hitters of the Alliance. As such, he was not, by any means, intimidated by the fact that he was currently face to face with the former right-hand man of the King of the Pirates. Gold Roger. The Dark King, Silvers Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, be careful, this guy has the power to just appear out of nowhere. Romeo yelled. Oh, that's fine, I think I can handle that. Rayleigh smiled knowingly. Gwenole Lee did not seem happy about Rayleigh's confidence, and it showed on the irritated frown on his face. Mr. Rayleigh, Do you want me to back you up? Romeo inquired. Can you move your shoulder? Rayleigh asked. Romeo knew he was referring to his injured shoulder. Romeo tried to flex his shoulder, only to cry out in pain from his injury. Rayleigh. GH turned to the young boy and smiled sympathetically. You're young, Romeo. You still need to build up your endurance and tolerance for pain. He told him. An injury like that wouldn't stop Luffy. It'll be a while before you were at his level. But I think you can make it to that level one day. Gwenel's eyes widened at the fact that Rayleigh was totally ignoring him. You think so, Mr. Rayleigh? Romeo smiled. Anyone can with the right amount of training and dedication. Rayleigh assured him. Oh, that's it, he's dead. Gwenel thought angrily. With that, Gwenel vanished from sight. Romeo's eyes widened. Mr. Rayleigh.